very glib.
I forgot to increase the price of How Very Glib. Whoopsies. It's still $1. And by $1, I mean 1 channel point. Let's see if I can fix that quickly. I might not be able to. How very glib. Only 1 glib for a glib. Brunch was amazing. It was at a little cafe that was a, oh, multitasking hard. A little cafe that was a board game place and cafe. It was awesome. Should be this one. Just a moment, gamers. Oh, it looks like a lot of my prices got reverted. All right, I'll have to figure out why that's happening. Oh yeah, they did. Weird. I'll fix it later. It's probably something with my bot that controls it. Whoopsies. Another time, perhaps. Progging Savage Psycho. Good luck. Wait, Forehead Kiss is gone? It shouldn't be. Oh! I see what the issue is. Oopsies. I see what the issue is. I know what's going on. I know exactly what's happening and why Glib was only $1. It's because all the redeems are off right now. Bum, bum, bum. Boom. There's the problem. Aha! So then I can do this. And then they should be updated to their proper prices. Troubleshooting. There we go.
Sloppy.
Sloppy indeed. I left them off. I guess we did literally end with the whirlwind moment, so the redeems would have still been off. All right, we're good. Nice. Did you have crumbs for brunch? No, Derek. I had a what did I have? A chicken Caesar wrap and some potato wedges. And they gave honey dill sauce to dip the potato wedges in, and ooh, it was so good. Thank you for the stretch. I'm gonna stretch real quick before we get started. What board game? We played Catan. I wanted to play Star Trek Catan, but it was somebody's first time playing Catan. So we're like, okay, we'll do the default one. Just so it's not confusing. Thankfully, Catan's a very, very easy game to teach. And I didn't win, Sag. Are you a Trekkie too? I may need to adopt you. So I've only seen Voyager and DS9, and I loved them. I want to marry Seven of Nine so badly. so badly. Literally 7 of 9 is the reason that I like Star Trek at all. But then I watched DS9 afterwards and it was so good. And then I tried to watch TNG, but for me, it was just a little bit dry. And so I couldn't fully get into TNG, despite Riker being Riker. I would love Picard then. It was just, I don't know, it was dry for me. Then again, it was like the early seasons. You never start with Voyager? Okay, so here's the story. Hang on, I might as well show my face at this point. Here's the story. Here's the story. My partner at the time was a very big Trekkie and thought I would judge them for watching Star Trek. And I did jokingly. I used to poke fun at them, but then they just kept always watching Star Trek after work. And then I was the partner that just casually got sucked into it as he was watching through it. And then, yeah. And then we watched all of Voyager and then we watched all of DS9 and then tried to watch TNG, but it didn't really work out. You want to kiss her, Nardi? Absolutely. Huge sucker for the Star Trek TOS? Terms of service? All I could think with TOS is terms of service. What does TOS stand for? Star Trek is very good. And Renardi? You need kiss? Mwah. There you go. Oh, the original series. Got you. TNG starts out slow but increases over time immensely. I definitely want to go back and give TNG another try because I think maybe I only got a couple seasons in. I don't think I got that far, and I'm sure it gets better as the writing develops. I came in too late to hear, but if you like TNG and stuff, Babylon 5 is a solid look. We were talking Star Trek and what I've seen so far, which is Voyager and DS9. DS9 was so good. I think the hardest part for me was going from DS9 into TNG, because DS9 had like arguably the most connected story, right, of all the Star Treks. And it was so like well planned out. It was so well written. It was dark. It was great. DS9 was so good. So going from DS9 to TNG, I think was just a little bit of a culture shock not culture shock's not the right word, but a little bit of a shock in between the two. That's rough. DS9 is so good. Yeah. So I was going from DS9, which probably is my favorite, into TNG, which was hard. Babylon 5 is like, oh, Babylon 5 is like DS9. Okay. Okay. Say less, honestly. Favorite Star Trek thing is actually an episode of a British comedy where they're watching it and discussing their misconceptions, like the captain's log being an actual log he wrote on. Oh no, that's cute. Do you know what was actually good and I was surprised by? I haven't seen, I think, beyond season 1, but the Orville, I was kind of upset that the Orville was good because I expected it to be bad, but I was actually enjoying it. Hi, Vermont. Also, hi, Zaram. Hi, everybody. If I didn't say hello to you, hi, guys. Love you. Hope your day's been amazing. I had a very, very comfy morning, a very, very delicious brunch, and lost Catan, but it's okay, because I had fun. I came in second. I had 9 victory points, and then the person who won had 2 victory point cards, so they got 8 victory points and then just won, and I was like, oh, it was heartbreaking. Orville's too good for its own good. Truly, I was mad that it was good because I expected it to be poopy. I say again, you should watch The Expanse. I think even Spess wants me to watch The Expanse, if I'm not mistaken. Hi, you shining lovable beans. Zaram, don't be sweet to me. Stop, don't be like this. You would love Star Trek Prodigy. It's incredible. Oh, what is the newest Star Trek? It was okay. I think I only watched 1 or 2 seasons of it. I don't know if it got better after that. Strange New Worlds, Lower Decks, Picard. Oh, not Picard. I can't remember which one. How many more Star Treks? How old am I? I think it was Discovery. Has there been that many since? Stranger Worlds, Prodigy, and Lower Decks. Bro, I'm out of touch. I think it was Star Trek Discovery. That is the new one for me. Oh boy, I've fallen out of it. Wow. Lower Decks. How are they? Those 4, Terry Lane, if you've seen them all. Prodigy, Lower Decks, and Strange New Worlds, and Discovery. Because Discovery is the one that I remember. And it was something about like a mushroom drive or a spore drive or something. And I was just kind of like, nothing was fully gripping me. And I just kind of stopped watching it in between seasons coming out. You are the Trekkie. The Expanse is amazing. I hate every character in it, but you love it. And hi, lurking. Enjoy your lurk, Aja. Saddest moment of Shadowbringers were any good? I say they just weren't good. They were lit. Oh God, get out. That took me a second. Get out. But that's good. They were lit. God. Worlet was so good, you guys. Worlet was so good. I have to be honest, last night I had a moment when I was going to bed and I was like, I was so drained and I was so exhausted. I was like, do I need to cancel stream on Saturday? I had that thought. And then I went out for brunch this morning with some friends and I feel so much better. I feel very recovered. Being around humans that you love is a great way to recover. Oh. I'm sorry, I'm a pun monster. It's okay, I like puns. Even though they make me mad, I like them. Glad you didn't cancel. Although, of course, yeah. I had that in my mind. I was like, I know they won't be upset given that I just finished Worlet, but I definitely had that thought. There was like a 20% chance that I would have canceled today, but nah, here we are. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling happy. Did you tell them how you spend your Friday? No, I do. Manila's like trauma. They're both Sprouts, eh? And they can't afford their subscriptions right now, so they just sort of like put it on the back burner, but they're gonna pick it up in the future again. And they're mid Heavensward or late Heavensward. And so I didn't want to even slightly allude to it. Given that they couldn't afford it right now, I didn't want to like rub it in their faces. Also, like trauma being shoved under the under the carpet. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Battlestar Galactica 2004 was really good. So there's two like major series that I've never seen and I think I would enjoy. Is it just called Doctor Who? I think it's just called Doctor Who and Battlestar Galactica. I feel like those would be right up my alley and I'd enjoy them, but they're just series that I never got into. Yeah, just smile, literally. You get to be an emotional vampire with them all? I can't wait. I can't wait. I wonder how far Valora got. Last I knew she was mid 5.1, but I haven't talked to her since like 2 days ago or something like that. I wonder how far she is now. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. It is called just Doctor Who. Okay, yeah. Dude, I'm I'm so out of the loop with those ones. It's a very good list of series. It's series that I wish I had time for, because isn't Doctor Who like 27 gorillion seasons and Battlestar Galactica's at least like 10 or more seasons? And it's just like, oh boy, I don't know if I have time to sit down for all that. Happy weekend, fellow Canuck. Happy weekend, Suffin. The 2000s Battlestar Galactica was filmed near you in Vancouver. Sick. I only really need to watch the new Who. Really? You gotta be careful with bold statements like that. People might blow up. Doctor Who is over 50 years. Jesus. For Who, you start with new Who. Okay. And how many seasons / episodes is that? If you feel an emotion around a character, it means the writers are doing a job. Oh, that's right, Blur. Angry or love or sad. It means the writers have done their job. I would start with 9. Okay. Doctor Who is old, yes. 50 years, that's how I feel about One Piece. Same. I've been told that if I want to watch One Piece, there's a app or a website called One Pace, and it basically sorts it all without all the filler. 9 is the best Doctor, fight me, okay. 2005 to current for new Who, okay. That's way more digestible than 50 years of Doctor Who. Battlestar 2004 is 4 or 5 series, that's not bad. That's really digestible. It's when you're looking at a series and it's like 10 plus seasons and it's like each episode is 45 minutes. It's like, bro, sitting down for 20 minutes for a show right now, like in the way my life is right now between editing and streaming and like what tiny social life I try desperately to grip to, it's so hard to fit in a series at all. Hey Dare, lurking in from the shadows, but I'm here. Self-care dare, I can't talk. Self-care day for you, Sid. Thanks for being here. Vibe out, enjoy yourself. A lot of One Piece fillers are so much fun. That's the problem. Yeah, it's people are not happy if you use One Piece, but they understand if it's the only way that you can digest it, it's better than nothing, right? God, supernatural, literally. Definitely recommend the manga for One Piece over the anime. That would be easier to do for me, personally, given the time that I have. Manga would be easier. The old classic episodes can be fun and give good context for certain things, but it can be quite dry and very dated, especially the early storylines from the 60s. Holy Christ. Wow. That's me with wanting to get back into Supernatural. Stopped about season 4 or 5. Supernatural I enjoyed as a young queer boy with very attractive characters in Supernatural. I enjoyed it, especially because I used to love Gilmore Girls. Yeah, okay, whatever. Say what you will about Gilmore Girls. I enjoyed it, and there was Dean, the same character that moved into Supernatural, so it was easy. But I just never really dedicated myself to Supernatural. It was like if it was on TV, I watched it, but I never like looked for it. I've come to terms with the fact that my next favorite 14 pun requires you to get further in the MSQ. You're safe. For now. I can't wait. Oh, Estelle, congrats on the gifted sub. Looking because of Whirl It spoilers. Found out about it later. Oh my god, Estelle, please do Whirl It. I mean, get like some tissues, get some hugs in, but do Whirl It. That was beautiful. It was beautiful. Never seen Gilmore Girls? You're not missing much, but it's nostalgic for me. We punning? Always, Lamb. Always. Supernatural should have ended after season 5. Oof, Kershaw. Oof. No hero without any flaws, and it isn't real. I like that. I used to be able to just sit and binge long series. It's so hard for me now. If it requires too much attention and or has too many episodes, I find it hard to stick with. Same, Blackmore. Same. But it's because, like, I'm super busy. I'm super busy now. I'm a dude playing a female dragoon, you know. A drag queen! I love that, Lamb. I love that. There's a lot of good series out there that are worth watching, but the time needed is pain. It's painful. I miss the days where I could sit down and binge an entire series of Netflix and like not feel like I wasted a night. Now it's like, oh, could have been editing. Oh, could have been doing something for stream. The workaholic in me it screams whenever I do that. That is a good pun. Yes, thank you, friend. Moran. Free time? What is that? In terms of stories you have watched in TV and film, where would you... Oh, dude. Where would I rate 14 against all stories I've experienced in TV or film? Is it nearsighted to say that 14 is my favorite? I can safely state that 14 has brought the most emotions out of me than any bit of media that I've consumed, both happy and sad. Wait until Endwalker and decide then. Right now, I can't think of any singular series or movie that's elicited such intense emotions for me compared to 14. Can you throw the recommendation of Good Omens while we're recommending good things to watch? I don't think I've even heard of Good Omens, but I'll keep that in mind. And you still have Endwalker to get through. That's incredible. The trash baby game, I'm here for it. Such devastation, you might say. Such intense emotions. Have you not heard of Good Omens? Let me just quickly look it up. Good Omens. 2019, because 2019. I've been living under a rock basically since like 2012 when it comes to series. Oh, these pictures look familiar. These pictures look familiar though. I think this was once upon a time recommended to me that I would love it. The Angle and the Devil. Yeah, this looks very familiar. It's gay, watch it. That's probably why it was recommended to me, let's be real. You should watch it. It should be right up your alley on Amazon. Is it with Prime? Because I have Prime, so that's easy. No new subscriptions is always a bonus. I think 14 has the best story of any game I've ever played, but I don't think it scratches the top 10 of best stories you've experienced. Good Omens is really good. Please read the book first, okay? A lot of people, myself included, would rate Endwalker an entire 14 story as best media story ever. I'm okay, so I'm judging it based purely off of the emotions that it's pulled out of me. It's definitely, I think I can safely say it is the most emotional, especially in range of emotion. It is the most emotional story that I've experienced. But I'm not a big reader, so you have to take that into account. Speaking of gay, when rewatching Hannibal. It's a series based on a Terry Pratchett non-Discworld book. Got it. It's with Prime, yes. Okay, bonus. Bonus, bonus. Good Omens. Maybe I should write that down. I'm gonna write that down. And I'm gonna say, watch Good Omens, question mark? Cool. It's also hilarious because one of the co-writers of the original novel was Sir Terry Pratchett. Oh, Taurus. Oh, yo, love watching your journey and have fun with the rest of the MSQ. Taurus, I appreciate you. 5.3 video soon, TM. Soon. Thanks for the follow, by the way. I wouldn't say it's the best ever, but 14 is definitely up there for me. Yeah, factor in that I haven't consumed much new media since like 2013, 2014 in terms of series, and I'm not a huge reader. So factor that in with what I'm saying, as 14 has been my most emotional story that I've experienced and that I can think of. It got banned in your country, Carl? What? That's heartbreaking. The follow jump scared you? Usually it gets me, Doom Cookie. Usually it gets me. In terms of emotions, 14 is absolutely my top 5 games, though not at the top of that list. Then again, I haven't played Endwalker. Oh god, Yamina. Oh god. What's the most emotional game for you, Yamina? Again, I really have to echo, if you like the way that Final Fantasy XIV makes you feel, you should play Outer Wilds. Not Outer Worlds, very, very different game. Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds is an incredible emotional journey. 14 storytelling blows a lot of Western stories out of the water. It really does. We got another Carl here? Got a couple kicking around. Need to get back to the States. I was missing Russia for the last 4 years, but the sanctions and bans make me miss the West. That's a VPN? Can you do VPN? To get around that? Coda, just the alt, yeah. I assumed. The minute you said Russia, I was like, right. Oh, Lep, welcome in, by the way. I was honestly waiting for this all day long. Hey, I'm sorry I had to delay it. I was doing some self-care with some friends. Playing board games and eating brunch at a little cafe. It was cute. That depends on which emotion we're prioritizing, Tara. Ooh. How about bittersweet? Like something that is happy resolution, much like Whirlit, got happy resolution, but still made you cry. Oh, VPNs are illegal there. Oof. Oof. God of War reboots seem to be good games to get your fill of emotions. I haven't played Ragnarok, but I really liked that new God of War game. What, was it just called God of War? I hate when they do that. Give it a fancy name. But I haven't played Ragnarok yet. Strummer. Yeah, I know. We're gonna get to MSQ. We chatting, Golsif. We chatting and listening to sad music. Really? That is shocking. It's gotta be the Hatoful Boyfriend. You mean the pigeon dating simulator? What goes on in the pigeon dating simulator? Excuse me? Oh, tell you what, I thought you were gonna scold me for not getting rated to MSQ. DSR weapons to buy, you got 2 totems. You have Sage, you have Ninja. I don't remember what else you have. Get Dragoon. Pause champ. I know you wanted to switch to Dragoon. Or Black Mage. Oof, that sucks, Carl. I wish you the best. Actually, yes, Hatoful Boyfriend goes hard. Really? Oh, you've not played that, have you? You poor innocent soul. No, I haven't. I also haven't played, what's the screwed up one that everybody knows is screwed up, but we're like wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It's totally normal. It's like in a school with cute anime girls, and it's like actually a horror game. I haven't played that one. God, I'm totally blanking on its name. Doki Doki Literature Club. Yep. I haven't played that one. I've been warned to straight up not play that one on stream when I do decide to play it. Because Doki Doki is like Yikers. It's like yikers. Serious stuff. So I won't stream it, but I will get to that one day. Yeah, it's rough. Oh yeah, Sweetling. MSQ is main story quest, main scenario quest, either or. I think technically it's main scenario. Oh, it literally says next main scenario quest, Unto the Breach. Before we dive into it, I want to watch 5.4 and 5.5 trailers because those trailers are so good. It got me hyped for the content that I already did. Well, mind you, I didn't do Eorzea, and I really want to do Eorzea now after those trailers. It's happy for about an hour, then it just gets insane. Yeah, but definitely not stream that. The VN that got you the most was probably Narcissu. Never, haven't heard of it. Ah, trailers. Let's watch one right now. Let us watch one. Also, I don't know how much grouping is going to happen in this patch, but if there's any, make your way over to Dynamis Maduin. 5.4. Yeah, Yamina, I would be careful because it was mixed in with Whirlit. And if you haven't done Whirlit, maybe wait until after you've done Whirlit. Because I don't remember exactly what had happened that we watched those trailers. Eorzea Relic Farm, let's go. Yeah, so what we're shooting for right now is I'm not going to super rush through 5.5. If we don't finish it tonight, we'll finish it Tuesday. I just want to gently ease us into Endwalker because I'm planning to start Endwalker either Friday or Saturday. It's a proper patch, so I'll be at least be one dungeon. Right. Hot take, having seen them, the Endwalker trailers are even cooler. I believe it. I believe it. All right, let's see. God, I love that theme. Okay, let's whip over here. Assuming we get up to Endwalker, that means Endwalker's Cine trailer. Yes, but I think we're going to save it for the day that we move into it. So that'll be watched either Friday or Saturday. Because if I watch that and then don't immediately enter Endwalker, the hype will kill me. I don't know how you guys did it when you used to get a trailer like well before the X-Pack came out. I wouldn't be able to handle that. I'd be watching the trailer like 2 times a day until the X-Pack came out. Oh no, that means in a week from now I have to stay away until I'm equally caught up, but I hope you enjoy it. Yamina, it's still a pleasure having you for what we can. Watch it a few hundred times, that's probably how you guys manage. All right, let's go. 5.4 trailer. Hit me with it.
Well, to be received by such an illustrious cast. I am Fan Daniel, and may I say what a pleasure it is to
love our
finally
theater kid.
make your acquaintance.
Early reports say huge swathes of the Imperial capital have been reduced to rubble.
That was a fun fight.
If you mean to achieve that which eluded even the storied Allagans, it seemed plain that you would require my expertise.
A mere drop in the ocean for the great sorceress Matoya, I dare say.
The dramatic music with the pig.
'Tis of the essence that we establish the full extent of the threat, not least if it should prove that Xenos doth indeed orchestrate events from the shadows.
This one has a very dark tone.
What world is that? A tower.
Though his is a power born of the desire for salvation, we have seen the havoc it may wreak. And it falls to us to ensure that it is never again brought to bear upon this star.
This one has a very dark tone. Dark tone. I can't talk.
Whatever stands in our way, we will never give up hope.
God, Eden was so good.
What? Why would you want such a thing?
I'm different, you see. From the ancients who clung to dear life, and from you.
Your time draws near. Farewell, servant of light.
Futures rewritten. Wow, that one had a very dark tone until the last like minute. The lesbian patch. I love that we're calling it that. The lesbian patch. That one had a very dark tone. I'm kind of surprised. What patch are we on? We're on 5.5. So we're going to watch the trailer for 5.5 and then we're going to get into it. They were holding hands. They're so cute, dude. I love our lesbian daughters. It features the key art of them holding hands. It's like they said it without saying it, essentially. Also, Moon and Pella's Lost, welcome in, you guys. It's not wrong to call it that, really. It's not. It's not at all. Yamina, where are you in the story, out of curiosity? Have you not stepped into Endwalker yet? That's what you did. You watched the Endwalker trailer like a billion times from the wait. Oof. The cinematic itself delivered in pieces and edited differently until we got the final cinematic. So you kept seeing similar bits of Endwalker, but remixed differently. Watch the trailer for Red Dead Redemption 2 and Red Dead Online at least 4 times a day before you're able to buy it. I know what you mean. Teaser trailer is usually at FanFest, and then we get the final trailer at the last FanFest, usually 6 months before release. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to handle the 7.0 trailer when it drops. You have not touched Endwalker. Oof. That is also not easy to answer in a sentence, fair. It's kind of Japanese mainstream media in general. They usually just hint to LGBTQ themes, but people are still gun shy to confirm it, of course. In Japan, the way I saw it equated was always, we don't care if foreigners are gay, but we are deeply ashamed if our own children are gay or queer in any capacity, which is a shame. They're not fully there yet, but I guess it's one step in the right direction. They're somewhat tolerant, kinda, sorta. Hi, Zora. Finally getting over the hump that was Stormblood. It slowed you down so much. As in you didn't enjoy it, or? We got a small trailer for before 5.4, then one during 5.5. One final one gets released in tandem with 5.55. Is there a 5.55 trailer? Which, going for Endwalker, will be the JP FanFest in 2024. Got you. The cinematic itself, delivered in pieces and edited differently. Got you. Different Shadowbringers cinematics. Got you, got you, got you, got you. Your experience in 14 is an unusual one. Huh. Interesting. So, Final Fantasy Vegas in July teaser. Final Fantasy London in October. Extended teaser. Then Japan in February 24th will be full trailer. Got it. Yeah, I remember that happening, Carl. That was actually pretty recently, if I remember. No 5.55 trailer, I believe. It's all mixed. Got you. It felt a bit slower and less interesting than Heavensward. Yeah, so I always defend Stormblood as a good expansion. It's just surrounded by 2 great expansions. Poor Stormblood, dude. We have this conversation a lot on stream, actually. Go get a fancy coffee. Mental health is iffy today, so treats for you. Hell yeah, sweetling. Get yourself a treat. Gonna just do cozy time with Terra. Linny, I appreciate you. Way too many brownies. How can I go to sleep if I do not know my bloodline will continue? Through your loins! But it's said in a way that makes you feel personally responsible for ending all Japanese culture. Exactly, Blur. Need to find a group for Boz, yeah? I think there's an event you need a large group for to advance the story, and I've never seen enough people there to trigger it. Moran, we will do Bosnia probably next week. I don't think I'll be, either we'll finish 5.5 tonight or Tuesday, and then we'll have Thursday, Friday to kill time with before Endwalker. I think I want to enter Endwalker on Saturday. I think. So we'll have 2 kind of free days to muck about. Terra next expansion. I don't think I'll play until the expansion is over. It's a tough spot between Heavensward and Shadowbringers, definitely is. There's also a big Discord for Eureka and Bosnia. Dunavly could probably find it. You could. I'm sure one Google search would probably bring it up pretty quick. I know Ponto has always been talking about doing Bosnia nights because he wants to get a group together for DR Savage. Got you. But then Ponto spends 3.5 hours on the docks and doesn't do content. I love destroying him for that. Oh my god, Carl, no. Try a higher pop server, yeah. It'll probably be hard for me, like unless you guys all hop over, it'll probably be hard to do Bosnia on Modouin. I don't really know though. I think Golsif might have said Modouin's Eureka is pretty good, but I don't remember. Three hours more like 5. Get him, Lamb, get him. DR Savage gives you a mount. Ooh. Yo, I always need more mounts. I don't use half of them. I have that very expensive pony and I like to use that one. But I just want to have them just because I think they're neat and I want to collect them. Genuinely have a friend who does the main expansion, then stops until the, wow, catches up in a month before playing the next X-Pack because they can't handle the slow bleed, eh, Lord Wiz? There's so much other things you can do in the meantime though. Like me, I'm always struggling, like I want to do more content, but I have no time. I have no time to do all the content I want to do. What happened to Blues Days? We were supposed to have Blues Days for our Blue Mages. It'll sync up and down enough. That's cool. DRS is very challenging. Considerable personal responsibility, but oh my god, it's fun. DRS is part of Bosnia? Question mark? Ponto's got a lot to say. It's mostly, you're not new, slap you on the bum, etc., etc. It's mostly that. I'm on Midgarsmer, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Midgarsmer is one of the more popular ones, I thought, isn't it? If we do it on Modouin, everyone can join in though. That's a very good point, Mon. If it's Sleeper Town in Modouin, that's a very good point. The odds are much better that everyone fits in. Does it get people cross-realm? You know, I don't know. Starting over on the new DC has been interesting. Queues were rough at first, but they're getting better as more people move. Yes, they have been getting better. Nowadays, the only queue that I leave Modouin for, if I'm doing roulettes, is Alliance Raid. For whatever reason, we struggle to fill our Alliance Raids, but everything else fills up pretty quick. A lot of instant queues, actually, surprisingly. You should level your alt on Modouin. Yes, you should, Terrylid. If I unsub between patches, how will I ruin everyone's lives by being unnecessarily brutal in casual CC? Oh no. Easy, just double the streams, but then I'm having my editing time. As it currently stands, I only really have extended editing time on Wednesdays and, well, not even really Sundays, kind of Sundays. Ponto streams are looking at T and A, gets old. Oh boy, I love Ponto though. Delubrum Regine Savage is what DRS stands for. Got you. It's a hard form of a Bosnia thing. Got you, got you, got you. Oh, and it is cross-realm. Oh, so it's all of Dynamis. It's not just Modouin. I don't know how that bodes for us. DSR is Dragon Song Reprise. It's totally not confusing. Definitely not. As a Sprout, I totally... Guys, I'm gonna lose my Sprout. Guys, I'm gonna lose my Sprout. Somebody take me out before that can happen, okay? 4 you intend to play 14 yourself. This is Yamina's 14 journey. Oh, Dissidia. Got you, got you. Oh, and then started your ARR journey immediately. Dude, so your Warlight is actually in early Stormblood. But you know about 50% of what happens in Shadowbringers. So you're playing weird bits of future knowledge. Interesting, Yamina. I leave Dynamis for Alliance and PvP, but the rest of the queues are... Yeah, the rest of the queues are good, honestly. I will no longer be baby. I'm sad, dude. I feel bad for you NA people since I can easily swap between Chaos and Light without any wait time, really. Genuinely, it wasn't until 6.3 that we were having problems jumping. All of the server, like DC jumping that I did previously never took longer than 45 seconds. Now, as of 6.3, it takes like 8 minutes to get to Ether. So that's kind of not great. I will soon be a full-grown Warrior of Light. I don't want it. Hand over the sprout. No, Lamb, I want it forever. All right, so what I have to do is I have to quit playing, right? I have to quit playing for long enough to be offered the like returning player flower. And then that's kind of like the sprout, kind of. Doesn't have the same magic to it though. Soon you'll be a mentor and won't even remember you were a sprout. Burger King crown! Then I can be toxic. It's probably the pop spike with the, yes, with the new content bringing folks back, totally. And then people jumping DCs to play with their friends in the new content. That is 100% what it is. Aether is one of the bigger servers for raiding too. Yep. Even if you're no longer a sprout, you could always be baby. I will be a sprout at heart, dude. You could just start a new character, Pog. Imagine thinking I could spend 45 days away from this game. Nah, I can't do that. Imagine. Don't do this to me, Terra. I need emotions to feed on, Derek. The reason 6.3 took so long to get Plogon support is because 6.3 changed more back-end stuff than any other patch so far. But Plogon back now, right? I think I saw that. I was barely in the Discord this morning because I was out socializing. But I thought Plogon support was back for a lot of Plogon. It is indeed back. Plogon back. Yes. It's best played in order. That said, the excitement that I had starting my journey when you saw the twins in the cart. Yeah. Yamina, I've made this argument previously. If I wasn't a streamer, I probably would have dabbled in a little bit of spoilers for the game because I'm a little bit in the cart of I like seeing how we got there, and it makes you more, or in some cases, not everyone loves spoilers, of course, but in some cases, if you get just the right kind of spoiler, it really makes you want to know how did we get here? How did this happen? I have to play and find this out. But as streamer, I have to be like completely spoiler free. So alas, here I am screaming every time I'm scrolling through YouTube. I'm scared I'm going to see something. Streamers never get mentor, no comms in full. Yeah, that's actually true. I will never be toxic Burger King crown. Plug on back, right on. Made a new main on OCE when they released due to ping, but have alts on Ether and Elemental for off hours in Oceania. Nice. Took a lot of work for them. Yes. I saw some screenshots of people like literally complaining like, where's my Plogon? This is unacceptable. You have to fix Plogon. I have raid tonight. Where Plogon? Like literally so entitled for their illegal Plogons. Pro tip, want to stop playing a video game? Get yourself stranded. Yeah, well that would do it. That would do it for sure. Beautiful thing about 14 is that even, hey, welcome in, thanks for the follow. Beautiful thing about 14 is even when you finish all the content, you can go back to be a variety streamer and come back for big patches like 6.3. I fully intend to keep a couple days of 14 around while I continue my Final Fantasy journey and go through like 10 and 7 as I own and then all the rest. Because I have not touched the Final Fantasies. And now, after 14, I want to touch all the Final Fantasies. That was me going, okay, how the hell did we get to this point? Yeah. Since Got You Back was since the Endwalker trailer and you went, whoa. You went, whoa, how does this happen? I gotta know. And that pushes you to play the game. For some people, gentle spoilers are a good thing. Not for everyone, of course. Everyone's different. People saying things have spoilers don't realize the person seeing them will have no context. Yep, that's like these trailers we're gonna watch. Like 5.5, I'm only gonna have little bits of context of what's happening in 5.5. The spoilers are so controlled that I like it. I like it. I think it's cool. Lord of the Rings Return of the Plogon. Star Wars the Blogon Strikes Back. I was spoiled for some pretty big Shadowbringer stuff, but ironically, that's what brought you back to playing the game. After you first tried it, what left was a lukewarm impression. Yep. Somebody said when we were talking about this previously, with Sprouts in particular, if you're trying to convince one of your friends to play this game, dude, show them the Susanoo fight. That's barely a spoiler. Show them the Susanoo fight. Particularly that one moment we all know and love. Show them that. If that doesn't intrigue them, then maybe show them something a bit heavier spoiler. And then they'll go, dude, what? That's crazy. Maybe, you know what? Maybe I'll try this game. It's surprisingly effective. Whew. Speaking of controlled spoilers, yes, we're gonna watch it right away, Ray. Don't you worry. If you need a plug on for clear, you don't deserve it. Exactly. I've always compared it to channel switching on the TV, accidentally watching an episode of season 4 of a series and keeping watching from then on, then going back and watching the early episodes. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. If you're nothing without it, you don't deserve it. I hear the other Final Fantasies are great. I've only heard good things. I told you guys know I love Bravo Becca. She's like one of my stream sisters. I love her to death. She's in a Destiny 2 journey. If you like Destiny 2, please go follow her. I love her so much. And I told her I bought 10 and she like lost her shit. She was like, yes! She's like, I fucking love 10! For the low price of 1 bajillion ruble, I will charter games to the middle of Siberian desert, leave you a desired amount of time, Carl, oh no. Personally, I look up quest and trial names for upcoming content because I'm fine with it and it adds certain coziness to it. Coziness in knowing what's coming. Valora's been doing that. Valora's been looking up the dungeon names and everything, so she knows where she's at. And it's like comforting for her. Touching all the Final Fantasies, I'm pretty sure that's legally suspect as they're all under 18. I'll see myself. Get out, Electrosphere. Memory of a pigeon can't be spoiled. Also same, you guys know, exclamation mark memory. My brain has holes in it. Even if I see something, just the memory of the excitement of what I saw will be good enough for me, but I won't actually retain it. Got a lot of spoilers of Shadowbringers. It was still your favorite game stories. Yep, because the story writing is so good, it doesn't really matter. I either show them the Susanoo fight or ask if they want to see what high-level raiding in extremes look like. You know what? I think high-level raiding, unless they have history in MMO raiding, it would look like a jumbled mess, depending on what kind of gamer they are. If they're more story-focused, then definitely something like Susanoo would do it. But if they're definitely more, they're there for a challenge, then yeah, high-end Savage raiding would do it. What's plug on, Sprout here? It's plug-in. It's also illegal. It's also very illegal. 10 is very good, thankfully, has aged a lot better than 7 and 9. That's why I'm starting with 10. I want to go through a whole Final Fantasy journey, but that's specifically why I'm starting with 10, is because, like, 14 is quite beautiful, right? There's some kind of janky looking textures here and there, but for the most part, it's quite beautiful. So if I jumped from, like, 14 to, like, I think I was looking at 6. 6 is the one story-wise that I really wanted to play, but I was like, oh boy, this is like full diving back into pixels. I need to ease my bum into this. That's too old for me. There's plenty of moments you can show them that are spoiler-free without context and full of hype. Pre-Titan filler quest, yeah. There's so many good moments that you can suck people into this for. Just wait to get my Savage clears after a couple new expansions have dropped so you can unsync them, yeah. Dude, I can't wait to do, I want to do like current extremes in Endwalker. I want to experience those. I want to experience so much in this game. I need a static. Guys, I need a static. I need a bunch of like Heaven's Legends to form a static with me so I can look professional when we're at that stage of content. I need to get carried is what I'm saying. Raiding in 14 turned you away for the longest time. Yeah, it's not everyone's cup of tea. Welcome back, Sweetlings. Still chatting, we are. Plenty of moments you can show that are... Oh, I read that one already. I did that too. I had played 14 a couple months before Endwalker, took a break, then watch a react video of one of the last cutscenes of Endwalker, and you were like, wha, ha, and it got you sucked back in. Yep. Controlled spoilers are so good. Just wait to get my Savage. Oh, I read that one already. 10 is the first one with voice acting? Oh, Jesus. So when I'm playing the older Final Fantasies, I need to get some like, there's a special tea for your throat if I'm gonna be voicing all of it myself. Yeah. 16 trailer when? I was kind of thinking I might record the 16 trailer off stream and just upload it just for YouTube. have it be like a little YouTube exclusive content, if you will. That's what I was thinking about doing. I haven't gotten to it just yet. Throat coat, yes, throat coat tea. Thank you. That's the one. Heaven's Legends. Okay, bye. Verba, no. I'm only half joking. I'm simultaneously excited for the graphics update and terrified. I wonder if it's gonna break my potato. My PC's not even potato, but OBS over here. I'm looking at you. Bit of a resource hog some days, so yeah. I can't carry you, but I can be carried with you. Exactly right, let's go. Look professional without having to do anything. Terra, you leech! Listen here.
You're my
superstar. The Who! Thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. 10 is voice acted. There are voices, and technically they're acting. Oh no, Ike. Oh no. Hang on, I love this. Controlled spoilers are like McDonald's. Super delicious, but not technically good for you, but super tasty. As a vocalist, I can vouch for it, even if it tastes weird. The throat coat. I wish I knew about throat coat back when I used to stream horror games all the time. Whew, my throat after some of those nights. Raw. Throat coat to peek your throat, goat. Lamb, get out, you're banned. You're banned for that one. Why get Heaven's Legends to carry you when you can mint a fresh set of them? Manilis, that is such a cute thing to say. The struggle would be there. We love Potato Computer. They're doing their best. Been wanting to put together a party to try Ukob. Eyes emoji. John DiMaggio, Bender from Futurama, voices one of... Ooh, stop! Does he sound like Bender? DiMaggio, probably. Does he sound like Bender in 10? I won't be able to cope. I will not be able to cope if that's the case. I'll join your static, I learn quickly. I actually feel like sometimes I'm a little bit of a gamer. Sometimes I'm gaming. I felt like I was gaming after you guys said other people wiped in the whatchamacallit, the mech battle. I was like, maybe I'm gaming a little bit. Maybe just a little bit I'm gaming. Click on that trailer, Tara, click on it. So this is the first time we're getting to see patch content trailer before I'm actually doing the patch. Or sorry, before I've actually done the patch. So I'm excited. I'm excited. We're gonna get the true experience of controlled spoilers. Didn't even think about the graphic update would do to your computer. Hopefully they have like a legacy setting in terms of graphics that you can use the old poopy graphics. Hi Jolly, welcome in. Oh. Tara, have you indulged in any vampirism? Oh yes. Oh, Eswald. Oh, yes. Literally after 5.0, I was genuinely, because it hit me so hard, I was like, my first question was that normal? Was that a normal reaction? So I watched a couple other people and not necessarily normal. Most of the videos that I saw on YouTube were not as dramatic as mine. They were mostly like stoic tears. And I was like, God, I wish that was me. But it was pretty normal to get emotional about it. And that was reaffirming. And then, oh, dude, I haven't watched anything 5.3. I haven't watched a single reaction to 5.3. I can't handle it yet. I still have to edit my own 5.3. And I'm not ready for that. Even a lot of those stoic 5.0 watchers, a lot of them broke on 5.3. I do not doubt it. I do not doubt it. Ah, but your glass face is why we love you. But it's also so painful. It's so painful. I still have to edit. That's literally the next video that I have to edit. And I plan for it to be out early next week. But realistically, it's probably going to be out like Friday next week. Because, oof. 5.3 broke a lot of people. Even the Stoics, yeah. That was their major moment. Also, the camera pan in 5.0. I think a lot of people got bodied by the camera pan in 5.0. Death unto Dawn, more like death unto D's nut. Catherine, you're banned. Get out. Get out. Is that a normal reaction? The story can't possibly be that good. Took me a while for me to stop crying preemptively when I knew someone was finishing 5.3. Later that week, your brain kept saying the saddest lie. Why would you do that to yourself? Why? We're masochists, emotional masochists. Hi, Siv. Terra reacts to Terra reacting to 5.3, then Terra reacts to Terra reacting to Terra. Literally, that's video editing. That's video editing. I'm such a, like, I think I'm a little bit of a narcissist because after I upload, like I uploaded 5.0 and and then I watched my whole video. I watched my whole video after I uploaded it because I was like, I wanted to re-feel it. And then, yeah, here we are. I'll probably do the same thing after I'm done with 5.3 and half a tissue box. Release your reaction of editing your own 5.3 VOD. Dude, what if I just edited 5.3 on stream? And we just like went through it together and cried. That would be kind of cool. But my editing program crashes all the time, so I don't know. I would totally watch. I would watch it. If my editing program didn't crash like every 2 seconds, I would deadass do that. I think that would be a lot of fun. And getting you guys input on what parts to keep in and take out. Get a better program, Terra, but then I have to relearn. Then I have to completely relearn. I don't want to do that. Sometimes you got to do that with your own content. Well, and it's also like quality control, right? It's quality control. I got to make sure what I'm putting out is good. So if I don't like what I'm putting out, other people are not going to like what I'm putting out. I use Sony Vegas. I don't know why mine crashes all the time. It hates me. I would watch that. I love video editing. No, Vegas hates me, dude. If I had a better program and I knew how to use it, I would say we use that. Yeah, Sony Vegas is the one. It's not good. It's not good. Might just need to reinstall it. I didn't try that. Maybe I'll try that. Maybe that'll fix it. But I also have a lot of settings that I've changed in Vegas that I would have to change again. That explains it. It's Sony Vegas. You probably could have guessed without me even telling you. Everyone owns one program that hates them specifically. For me, it's Sony Vegas. Which Vegas version? I think 18. I think 18. Reinstall, update your driver's codecs. I should try that. Maybe that'll fix it. Wouldn't that be nice? Okay, here we go. 5.5 trailer. Death Unto Dawn. Deep breaths.
Our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer.
Fordola!
The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet
I was just thinking about Fordola.
We may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Bro.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. But if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
Oh my god, was that them near the Vanu Vanu?
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero, do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains?
I'm so excited for this match, dude! Oh no. Not the jump scare.
I know you would never turn.
Man, I want to do Nier again. Nier was so fun.
Never close your eyes to their suffering.
What in Ralga's name happened here?
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot be next.
Destroy them! Destroy them!
What is going on?
Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together.
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon.
What just happened in this trailer? I'm shooketh! What do you mean? It looked like... Oh my god! It looked like a modified Ifrit, a modified Ravana, fighting Graha? They were just getting a bit silly, that's all. Oh my god. I want to watch the trailer again. I want to watch the trailer again, but also we could just do the content. Also, we could just play. Time to get out of bed and find out. Get up, idle lazy bones. We got questing to do. Oh my god. Where did you stop? Right before 5.5 Psycho. We have the first quest of 5.5 to do. Could I watch it once more? I want to watch it once more. Screw you guys. Screw you guys. We're watching it once more. Screw you guys. I need to see it again. I need to see it again. I hate that I'm doing this, but I have to. I have to. I want to try and fully absorb more.
Our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few,
I'm just so excited to see
we may
Fordola.
still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
I'm just so excited to see Fordola again. I was literally thinking her story hasn't been resolved.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. But if any here should give less than their best, it will be to
And
the
it looks
cost
like
of
they're...
every
Oh,
living
I didn't see the
being
Nath! The Nath were behind me with Alize and the Vanu Vanu. I think they're fixing more of the tempered beast
Narrow view
tribes.
of what it means to be a hero. Do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains?
I'm so excited!
I know you would never turn.
Man, I died so many times in that fight.
Never close your eyes to their suffering. But in Ralga's name happened here.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot be next.
Dude, I can't wait for this scene.
Destroy them! Destroy them all!
So there's Fordola with some sort of Ifrit.
Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together.
I didn't even notice the dragon riding there. Wait!
I await you. I shall drink.
Oh, this is gonna be so good. Oh, this is gonna be such a good patch.
Myself upon the darkened moon.
Oh my god! This is gonna be such a good patch, you guys. This is gonna be such a good patch. Okay, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm ready. I'm ready. Terra's literally vibrating in his chair. I am. Let's play video game, you guys. Also, our friend is here to see us off. Hello, Mr. Shubil. Hello, Mr. Shubil. Oh, I'm waving the wrong way. I'm waving at my bed. Bye, bed. Bye, bed. We'll see you next time. I'm so hyped, even though I've already played it. This is why I wish that I was watching the patch trailers as we were doing it. Next time. We still have Endwalker. Oh my god. I love how the game is just getting more and more beautiful. It really is, Lap. Let's go. Let's do it. Onto the breach. Mordona. Paglefan is one of the best dungeons in this game. Cannot wait. Too bad you have to wait 6 months after 5.5 until 6.0. Haha, you thought. We still have Endwalker, 6.1 and 6.2, 6.3. We got lots. We got lots. 'Tis never too late. Oh my god. I don't even know where to go. I'm panicking. I'm so excited. Inside, yeah, inside. What's up, losers? Vel, get out. Wait, Vel, what patch are you on before you get out? Vel, I love you so much. Hello. Oh, hi, Ranger. Ranger, this is my first time seeing you. Hang on, I'm always down to see an adventure played. Chilling through it all. Take it slow and steady, folks. Fully armored. Hell, I can't type wave. Hell yeah. Halfway through 5.2. Woo! Woo! Vel, I cannot wait until you're done 5.3. I just want to pick your brain on 5.3 so badly. I need to like catch my breath. We just, Vel, you're lucky you popped in just now. We just watched the trailer for 5.5. Oh my god. Oh my god. So good. Brain, please be kind to me for one day. Just one day, Jolly. Just one day, please. I saw you start the trailer. Noped out of here. Good. Good on ya. Good on ya. I want her to judge my adventure plate. Present it, Lucian. Present it. Oh, man. I'm so excited. That's some grinding. Is this like full-on PvP armor? What is it called? False Monarchy. This is the full set? Yeah, False Monarchy. It's giving Knights of the Round in the best way possible. Very nice. Finished caster role quest last night so you could close out Black Mage. Nice, Vel. That means you had access to the Black Mage capstone quest. Do 10-hour stream till you finish 5.5. If we don't finish it tonight, we'll finish it Tuesday. We got lots of time. 150 plus games of Crystalline Conflict. Oh my, that's some dedication. That's some dedication. Kind of looks like the Griffin's outfit. You're right. A little bit. 25th reward from the... I also, you guys told me how to get the reward track, and I figured it out off stream the other day. This thing. I need to do some PvP so I can get some more. I got 4,000, so I can buy some things, but I need more. Logistics node identification key. Amount? I gotta do PvP.
Sloppy.
Capstone? What? Maybe I'm missing something. At level 80 for each job, Vel, if you've done the role quest, you get a capstone quest. It's different location for every job. But for example, Red Mage is right there. Gunbreaker is right there. It's just a yellow quest, so you'll probably have to look it up where your capstone is. Hi, EJ, welcome in. There's 3 other. Oh, is this one of the logistic nodes? Very cool, very nice, very fresh. You had a yellow one in the usual spot. That's your capstone. That's your capstone right there. Okay, Vel, I've been stalling because you're in here, but I need you to leave. I need you to leave. We're about to do 5.5. Okay, bye. Love you. I love you so much. Enjoy your MSQ. Red, white, green, and yellow. Which series is the yellow or is the green from? Green is my favorite color. The one that they were on just now. Tell me that wasn't the previous series. I'm gonna be sad. Maybe don't answer me. Maybe don't answer me. Green is the one you're on. Okay, I gotta get it. I love green. Okay, I'm assuming Vel's out, so I'm going in. So I was like, sure, nice to have you, EJ. Colorblind, so I don't know. Oh no, Est. There's one for 100 frontline wins and one for this new series. Series not that bad. Oh good, the spoiler person wasn't here. I now need to recruit in Discord because I've hit the point in the story where I need to do Crystal storyline. Oh, in Crystal Tower is Lua. Take your time with that, soak it up. The other nodes just require you to do lots of frontlines. Gotcha. Yeah, Crystal Tower, nice. The raids themselves are kind of brain dead, but story not bad. Okay, here we go. In the face of this new draconic threat, we would indeed benefit from Estinian's presence. Yet I cannot help but wonder how Kryl and Tataru intend to locate him. They certainly seem confident, however. What is the dragon's name who's currently chained? Like self-inflicted, currently chained. I drew a blank, but something in that trailer, Tiamat, thank you. Something in that trailer makes me think that Tiamat might be unchained, and my heart started pounding when I realized it the second watch. I didn't realize it the first time through, but the second time through my heart started pounding, because if Tiamat becomes unchained, it's gonna be for a good reason. Because Tiamat self-inflicted that, if I remember correctly. I think they could have broken out, but they're like, no, I deserve this for everything that I've done. Missed the Endwalker reaction? Didn't watch it yet, Tim. We're gonna watch the trailer either. I think right now I want to kind of set in stone, in soft stone, soft malleable stone, that we're gonna start Endwalker on Saturday next week. So that's the one to be there for. That's what I think we want to do. We'll do Bosnia to fill the time. If we finish 5.5 too soon, then we'll check out Bosnia and kill time with tribe quests and whatnot. But Saturday, I think, is when we'll enter Endwalker. That guarantees the most people can be there. Most people don't work on weekends. Most people. I feel bad for the people that do. Mwah, love you. There's always the VOD. Don't worry. But that is the soft plan. Is Saturday Endwalker next week. Unto the breach. Tiamat is she, her pronouns. Thank you. She allows herself to stay chained, yes. Midi asks her why she's staying there, and she's like, I deserve it. Or you don't start it. Fandaniel, Elidibus, and Emmett all go with you for drinks. Nothing bad. Catherine, the trauma. All right, it begins. Good news, sir. Thancred and Eorzea have finished their tour of Garlemald and are on their way back here even as we speak. As we still haven't heard anything on the towers from the Alliance, I'm hoping they might be able to shed some light on things. They're due to arrive any moment now, so let's see what they have to say, eh? Stop playing MSQ. Don't hurt yourself. Onward to actually gaming. Oh. I'm stressed. I might need to take a break like soon. My heart rate hasn't gone down. My heart is still pounding. Whew. Ah, a welcoming party. You needn't have gone to the trouble. From what I hear, you've been more than busy enough as it is. First type thing that happens, I'm gonna have to take a break. So I don't have a heart attack. Hello from the new apartment! You guys are gonna help me unpack. Marwick! Congratulations on the move. Hard part's over. Now it's just the slow unpacking. That box that you don't, that junk box you have, it could just go in the closet. It's fine, bestie. Unpack that in 2 years when you're ready for it. I haven't even started. Listen, that trailer was amazing. We need MSQ progression because that's where Graha is. Big true. Big true. You were late, no breaks. I'm gonna go till 9 today, guys. I'm gonna go till 9. I started at 3, I go till 9. I start at 2, I go till 8. I'll always do 6 hours. Unless I'm just like dead. But I am high energy, I'm recovered after Whirlit. Things are good, things feel nice, I'm ready. Honestly, you might have waited for me to return before discovering a cure for tempering. As it is, I can't even pretend to have been involved. Well, if it's any consolation, I myself was little more than a spectator. The lion's share of the credit must go to Alize, Graha, and Sir, but I believe I speak for the rest of us when I say we are proud to have rendered what little assistance we could. As you will also have heard, though, it hasn't all been tales of triumph. Just as we were taking a step towards finally addressing the primal threat, a pile of fresh problems landed in our lap. Anyway, it's good to have you back, though I can't help noticing that we're one Eorzea short of a scouting party. You haven't lost him, have you? Sweetling, med check, food check, hello? Oh, I couldn't lose him if I tried. And I did try, repeatedly. But no, he decided to linger in El Amigo to apprise Roban of the others of how the land lies in Garlemald. Then mayhap you would do the same for us. Indeed, it was just as Lee said. Worse, in fact, devastation as far as the eye could see. Nerva and the Third, however, were notable by their absence. Might they have met their end at the hands of Xenos and Fandaniel? Wow, that was a big jump. Perhaps. Or perhaps they simply lost the will to fight. Alfie too smart, dude. Alfie too smart for his own good. Derek, literally, until the moment with the kobolds, I didn't get to participate. I was actually mad. I'm like, please, I have so much ether. Please, can I give you? You see, the capital has been plunged into a deathly silence, with one exception, the Imperial Palace. It was a busy place before the war, but it has grown busier still, with throngs of soldiers and civilians working there day and night to rebuild, or rather, transform it. Transform it into what? That is a difficult question to answer. The construction is vast and unsettling to behold, like something of a nightmare. According to Eorzea, certain aspects of its design were clearly devised with the manipulation of ether in mind. Magitech, in other words. Yet as unnerving as edifice was, as said edifice was, it was nothing next to the sight of its builders. They swarmed the place like so many insects, working with nary a word exchanged between them. No one overseeing construction, no one barking orders? Oh boy, it's as if they were possessed or tempered. We wanted to investigate more closely, but given our suspicions, it seemed wiser not to take the risk. What could they be tempered by? That purple dragon. I wonder if it can temper. They might actually be tempered. If... I should just read. Rather than theorize, I should just read. If Van Daniel could bind Bahamut to his will, might he have done the same to the people of Garlemald? Whatever the truth may be, this information is certain to prove valuable. You have our thanks. Pre-watched. Well, be sure to save some for Eorzea. Which reminds me, I have a message from Alamigo. Roban is hosting a meeting to discuss the latest findings on the towers, and he requested our presence. Then why not leave that to us? You must be weary from your mission. No, I'm fine. Those towers have been on my mind since I first spied one on the way back, and I'm keen to get to the bottom of this. In that case, I shall stay and begin looking into another matter. As I promised Kryle, we need not all attend. Very well. I suggest the rest of us make our way to Alamigo forthwith. The sooner we leave, the more time we will have to speak with Eorzea before the meeting. Nodders. Imagine reading. Could not be me. If only Tara could read. Stola! If you're curious to know what I will be doing in your absence, let us speak of it another time. At present, Kryle and I have no more than a hypothesis. Okay. What's with all the secrets? I don't think these people have updated at all. Yeah, no. Boop. Same dialogue, unfortunately. Is there anyone left in the solar at this point? It used to be Unukalhai, but we've progressed enough there. Bro, it's so empty. It's creepy. Imagine there's like a shoe bill, like in a corner. That's creepy. Literally nobody in here? Ooh. Ooh. I don't like it. The shoe bill. I still want the shoe bill minion so desperately. I'm at a point where I want to run Amarat again just to get the shoe bill. Anyone in here? Oh. Dude, it's so creepy. I don't like it. Let's leave. Ah, yes. Back to Alamigo. Nothing bad ever happens in Alamigo. Just our friends starting to drop. Good times. Good times. No previous trauma existing from Alamigo. It's fine. And again, and again, and again. Honestly, if Squeenix does an April Fool's April Fool's theme with shoe bills, that would be amazing. What are you looking at? Can't imagine what call you'd have to chat with me. And but by all means, if you got something to ask away. I don't care about you. I'm sorry. I have bigger fish to fry right now. I was just wondering what you were staring up at. Pills that make you stare up, I guess. She took too many of those. Oh, Mount BGM is on. I didn't even realize. Get out of here. Even just like an Easter egg hunt where you search for hidden grumpy shoebills in odd places. I would love that. Are you kidding? Oh, huh? You don't let me in? Oh. Huh? Can't let me in without the proper say-so. Oh. Hi, Eorzea. I did not see all my friends right here. Whoopsies. Wait, what is this? Actual Pegasus? Yeah, it's also very expensive. I streamer privileged this one. Somebody ran up and put it in my inventory. Shira, if they're here, I don't want to call them out if they're lurking, but thank you again for the very expensive mount. Terrablind emote. Oh fuck! I forgot to commission a blind emote. Soon. It's easily. Okay, show off. What is this thing? Ew! It has too many legs. It looks like a bug. I wish it didn't have this extra dangly legs. It was really nice until that moment. It's definitely a blind play. Listen here. I really appreciate you talking to so many NPCs and the scions next to the MSQ quest giver without strictly following MSQ only. I did it. When did I start doing this, you guys? When did I start? Was it early Shadowbringers or was it Stormblood? It might have been Stormblood because I realized they have so much dialogue that I was missing out on, that I had to. It's from Endwalker Collectors. Oh, not pre-order, it's collectors. The extra legs are too much for me. It's giving like Centipede. Graha on Arumba, Hian on Hot, Thancred on Therapy. What a cute plate you have. What a cute plate. Bravo, Becca! NPC content is so big in any Final Fantasy game. I like that you talk to them too. Becca, thank you. Becca, I love you. Becca, I love you so much. Hope your day's been amazing. They have a lot of things to say. They have so much to say. And someone put all the effort in to have this writing in there. So it seems a disservice to not want to read it. Whew. How will it fly without the extra leg? I hate it. I don't like it. It's gross. Then you missed out on awkward and funny Estinian. Yeah, I definitely was not doing it in Heavenswalker. I was definitely not doing it in Heavensward. Can you tell I'm excited to get to Endwalker? I was definitely not doing it in Heavensward because I don't remember any side dialogue from there. You miss out on so many little extra interactions. What in the peacock? You miss out on so many little extra interactions is the big thing. You get so much of their character when you read the side dialogues. It's been so good today. Been productive with life and house stuff. Let's go, Becca. You got those relaxation days done. Now we back to productivity. Heavenswalker, the expansion where you cry while laying eggs. I hate it. While we may safely assume that the Telophoroi are behind the works being carried out on the Imperial Palace, we can only guess at their purpose. The royal menagerie is still closed to civilians. Van Daniel and his pets certainly left their mark. I wonder if there have been any developments regarding the Amalja abductions. It could be no mere coincidence that the incidents began occurring just as the towers first appeared. Who drive-by doted me? Hello, good to see you again. I never read Izel's Fluffy. I didn't. New Game Plus. New Game Plus. The fact that the dialogues between English and German vary so much is driving you insane sometimes. Isn't that kind of cool though, Yamina? You basically get two different options if you understand both languages. Yuki, wait. Is this one girl I've never seen before? I must witness your plate. Although I was only in Revenant's Toll for a short while, I did manage to squeeze in a brief drink with Flamin. Ah, spring water only, it being a flying visit. Bro, okay. Thancred's character development was fantastic through Shadowbringers. Oh, it's an alt of yours. It's Doom Cookie. Hello. Flexing some weapons. Flexing some weapons. I like this angle for reasons. Don't ask. Don't ask clarifying questions. I like that angle. Arenvald was a scion before you were. I don't like that. I don't like that. A lot of people thought it was a new character. No, he was a scion before. It was cool, actually. It is cool. I love it, but it also means I have to. Oh, it means you have to play it twice to see everything. That's what you're mad about. Especially in the Moogle Town, the lines were hilarious. Damn. I think I might have read a couple of those in the Moogle Town, but not enough, definitely. I didn't start religiously reading NPC things until I want to say maybe late Stormblood. There's one boss who says something more abstract and fancy in English, and in German it's basically, look how big I am. Oh my god. So when we were farming Tsukiyomi so I could get the lunar kamui here, I was switching between German, French, Japanese, and English. All the other languages were great. English is still like, oh honey, the spider lily flower blooms. It was like not okay. It was not okay. She's smoking her whole life. And it was not good. The English Tsukuyomi in that fight, not good. I'm sorry to say. Oh. German and Japanese also sometimes differ greatly. French I can't speak for. I haven't looked at that. Yeah, I don't speak enough French, even though I should. To be fair, she kind of has. It's kind of character appropriate, but yeah. Time for Crystal Tower. Good luck, good luck, good luck. The very first time you go to the Waking Sands, Arenvald is there in the storeroom. Damn, I would like to go back and see that. She do be a smoker though, yeah. My friends, much and more have I, not hath, have I heard of your travails in our absence. Heartened am I to see you all hale and whole. As are we to see you safely return from your mission, Eorzea. I trust Thancred made you feel welcome. Well, well, if it isn't Alphino and his merry band. Ah, my husband! Speak of the devil. Arenvald, what are you doing here? When we spoke via Link Pearl, you told me you'd be away on a mission. And who's to say this isn't part of it? But enough about that. It's good to see you looking so similar. I thought you'd have grown a bit. I thought you'd have grown a bit taller after a whole year in another world, but apparently not. Arenvald's just as mad as we are that the twins aren't growing up. Arenvald, just as mad as we are. The twins aren't allowed to age, and I hate it. I want them to age. I want to grow up with the twins, dude. God, it would be so cute. And then they could do like flashback memories to like old models when they used to be younger, and it would be so cute. But Yoshi P, I think, said no. Writers don't want to have sex, don't want to sex the twins. That can't be the only reason they're keeping them young. That can't be the only reason. I think somebody said they want them to be more compelling with all the trauma that they're dealing with to be so young. I think that was what somebody tried to say. In darkness blooms the spider lily. Yeah, so chain smokery. People are speculating a time skip before 7.0. There's no confirmation or anything. Oh, that would be so cool. Oh, that would be so cool, but probably won't happen. Saw this wonderful fan art of the twins at 21. That sounds so cute, Serena. I'm replaying through the MSQ with a friend. I'm convinced they've made the twins slightly taller. They're like, give them 2 inches. That's it. If you want to roll to us for a spot. Oh, thank you. Listen to the Ray. Listen to the Ray. If you want a spot in the dungeon, go roll off for it. Who's to say this isn't part of it? But enough about that. Yada, yada, yada. A whole year in another world, but apparently not. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. While my soul may be a year older, my body has hardly aged, as you are well aware. And may I remind you that we Elezen are known to be late bloomers, especially in terms of our height. Ah, this is their reason. They're like, well, actually the Elezen age quite slowly, so... Especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, one day will The day will come when even a great Aurochs such as yourself will crane your neck to meet my eye. Man, tall Alphino? Wait, tall Alphino? Actual giraffe Alphino? Would be so weird, but I kind of want to see it. Alpha Swole? I kind of want to see it, dude. Tolfino. Tolfino and Talize. I kind of want to see it. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. You might not like what we're about to do, but it'll be worth it. And we're convinced it's either time skip or letting people start 7.0 with a catch-up movie. Those are the two running theories right now. Either a catch-up movie or a time skip is the theories. Oh, I don't know if I'd like a catch-up movie. Then again, I don't know. Oh, it means players could catch up so fast, but there's so much you should experience and go through. 7.0 is supposed to be a fresh start. It could happen. No. There's so much you should go through. A movie wouldn't do it justice. No. I don't know if I like that. I hope that's not it. I'd rather have the time skip, I think. We are late sprouters. Can't wait for Alphino to walk into the room with a growth spurt of 3 hairs for a mustache. Oh no, not Alphino with a cheese mustache, dude. I couldn't handle that. Introducing a new start point for the game. Got you. People are predicted it to be 7.0. Oh, I don't know if I like that. I don't want new models. I'm so scared how they'll look. And think of the Plogons. The Plogons will certainly die. They've also said we won't know what 7.0 will be until 6.5. Okay, so we have a lot of time before we need to stress out about that. How would you put all the story into a movie? You couldn't. You couldn't and do it justice. Oh, possible that they let people pick where they start. Like begin in a... That would be okay. That would be acceptable. Doesn't really feel like a fresh start until 6.3 though. I've heard that people have been really liking what 6.3 is setting up in the story. Please look at my previous message. Tune? Oh, it got buried. Hang on. Where was it? Boom, boom, boom. Oh! You know, I actually didn't see it because you added me. It got blended in with everything else. What I'm trying to say is, oops, sorry for spoilers. Lost my mind when I realized it was spoilers. I don't even know what you're talking about. About spoilers? And Stormblood reference? So, exclamation mark memory, I think I already forgot. I think I already forgot, so you're good. You're good. We're not getting a second A Realm Reborn. Absolutely not. They wouldn't dare. It would be brutal. Thank goodness. Yeah, no, when I say like exclamation mark memory, it's true. It's very true that I have exclamation mark memory. Oh, Ray, thank you for enabling emote only. It didn't auto trigger. The redeem must have broke. Thank you, Ray. Just because the devs are aware AR has a lot of issues, generally people aren't hooked till Heavensward. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, that feels weird. There's so much you should experience in the base story as is. If we had a fresh start, I don't know. I don't know. Aye, 'twas not until my 20th summer that I myself outgrew my boyish proportions, though Moonbrita towered over me nonetheless. God, I love Moonbrita. Arenvald brings out the best in Alphino, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease in each other's company. It's almost endearing. What are you implying, Alphino? Or what are you implying, Blue Alphino? I did not just call her Alphino. So what exactly brings you here? Oh, for Dola, mostly. We need to go over a few things before we set out. Set out? Wait, does this have something to do with the towers? Eh? What gave you that impression? Actually, tell me later. You've got a meeting to go to. I'll see you afterwards, alright? If Fordola's going with him, that must mean... My apologies. As Arnvald rightly pointed out, we have a meeting to attend. Let us be about it. I'm still just picturing Alphino as tall as Eorzea. Oh my god. Could you imagine if they both were as tall as... I need to see this in my lifetime. Whoa. Wow.
Ere we begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Eorzea. It is no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale, much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
I think the last time that we had everyone together might have been post Stormblood, when we were all getting headaches with pictures.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
I still want to press X to doubt that.
Theatrics. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Telophoroid's disposal.
Roban gets it.
But since then we have seen no sign of this Fandaniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
The thing is, if he was planning to end everything, he wouldn't have put up all the theatrics. Roban's smart man. He was way too dramatic to be like, oh, I am such a big, bad enemy. You better stop me. Like, it was just too much. It was too much. There's more going on.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. 'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
Like, he would already be raising the land.
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Good thing we have our army of Porksies.
Are you saying they were tempered?
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar. And that was the last thing they remembered.
So maybe it was Bahamut. Or like this
But what worries
lunar
me
Bahamut.
most is what they were saying right before they attacked. Glory be to Garlemald.
That's confusing.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Yeah. Garlemald is not a primal.
Good that the unsettling news ended there.
Unless.
Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses. And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers.
Yeah, that's pretty... that checks out.
Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania.
Baby Ascians? Black-garbed
The
figures?
Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
Okay.
So the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first.
Yeah.
Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
Hi, Delete. Oh, hi, Breezy. And Tutor. And Shady. Everyone snuck in. Hi, guys. What? Fordola! I'm so happy we get more.
Primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
Right, they both have the echo.
We are glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
Arnvald's so cute, you guys. Also, I think I can release you from emote only at this point. It's been enough time.
You two, make ready and join your escort.
That wasn't much of a briefing. It was just like, here's what you do.
Are you certain about this, Arnvald?
Thank you, Ray.
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
I mean, Fordola's an absolute badass. Arnvald, I don't know his combat capabilities really, but Fordola, pure badass. He'll be fine. Oh, Alfie's worried. Not the jail emote psycho. I love Fordola. Dude, when we saw her in the 5.5 trailer, that was easily half my hype. Because I was thinking about her a couple days ago and how it doesn't feel like her story was resolved. They were like, kill her! No! Prison her! No! Kill her! And then there was just like, well, who knows? And then it just like, that was it. Fordola! Hi. If it's small talk you're after, look elsewhere. No, don't be mean to me. I still love you. I still love you. It's because we're near her, and while we're near her, she's seeing our memories, and we have some fresh trauma. She's seeing everything we saw of Wurlit. That's why she's pissed off at us. Kind of mean of us, actually, to have gone and done Wurlit before this. Not Terra ignoring me for getting fussy for using L's and slur earlier. I kid, I kid. Sit! Listen here. They are giraffes, but I love them. I love them to death. You know this, Sid. Wish I could join you for the rest, but big work day tomorrow. Derek, good luck tomorrow. Good luck, good luck. We have a big problem. Let's send two 19-year-olds to fix it. Listen, they're tempered 19-year-olds, and Fordola is insanely good at combat. Freshly squeezed, farm to table trauma. Did you say small talk because Terra? No, although that would be funny. When she comes in during the Lakshmi duty was an awesome moment. It really was. It really was. My warrior light adopted her as his little sister. No one is allowed to say a word against her with him around. Hell yeah. I love her so much, dude. I'm gonna poke you. Absorb the Wurlit trauma. Love her. Somebody in my free company just said, holy smokes, the new leap of faith is a hard one. And I'm going to reply with, the new leap of faith is my 13th reason. The new leap of faith, if you haven't done it yet, whoo, good luck. Whew. Except that numbers can prove a hindrance when infiltrating enemy territory, but to send only 2. I thought I accepted this, didn't I? Hello? Ah, there it goes. It's awesome, I need more of them. It is very fun, but it is my 13th reason, okay? Favorite characters are always either the villains or people who are mean. What can I say? I love a good rivalments. How do you feel about Xenos and Tropic? Can you fix him? I can fix him. You're not a huge leap of faith. Not a fan of Leap of Faith in general. See, I'm a Guild Wars 2 gamer of yesteryear. And I loved the jumping puzzles in Guild Wars 2. Whenever it was Halloween and you had that clock tower, ooh, I loved that clock tower. Ooh, loved it. Very good, very fun, very nice. Leap of faith or steps of faith? Leap of faith. Oh god, the clock tower. Oh, I might have just unlocked some trauma for people. The clock tower is fun. My Halloween trauma. Oops, sorry. It's thundering outside. Toon, go stare out a window for a little bit. Stream will be here when you get back. Soak that up. I love thunderstorms. Now that it's out in the open, I don't have to keep it under my proverbial hat anymore. Came to your house so you could do clock tower for them. That's so cute. Kugane Tower,
I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamoldva and Vamar at Ralga's Reach as well.
I will conquer Kugane Tower at some point. We may make an entire stream. Did I say Kugane? Yeah, I meant to say Kugane Tower. I will conquer it at some point. We may have to make an entire stream of it, but I will beat Kugane Tower. I will. Timed jump puzzles? Fuck that. Absolutely the fuck not. Yeah, no, that's Clock Tower. Clock Tower, if you're too slow, you literally die to goop, to rising goop. I don't like when it's timed. That's what gives you anxiety. Fair. Can show you a good technique for the tower if you'd like. Oh, I know I'm going to be needing all the tips when we try and do it. I was never able to find a job weapon combo that clicked with you, unfortunately, but that's part of Guild Wars 2 that kept you in as long as you did. All the different weapons. Dude, I played Elementalist in Guild Wars 2 forever. I don't know the state of Elementalist right now, but it was always just sort of not good. I picked up Revenant at some point, particularly the one with the short bow, and just for solo content, that Revenant has so much self-healing. It's so good. I'm way off on a tangent, but I love Revenant. So you know, I'm just going to reread this. So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities of the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamoldva and Vima at Ralga's Reach as well. Literally who?
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
Took you 2 hours to get to the top and the vista? That's not bad. It'll take me 1 hour then. Wow, that seemed like a weird flex. I apologize. I didn't mean to be so cocky. I'm just trying to be confident. Confidence is key. Caught up with you in emote only mode. How you feeling after the other day? I had brunch with some IRL friends. That's why I started stream late today. It was at a board game / cafe, and it was perfect. I haven't seen those friends in a couple months. It was perfect. It was the exact medicine I needed after Whirlit. Love Kugane Tower. It took a while, but once you've done it, it's easier to do again. Because then you know where to jump. For what I've seen on Reddit, Elementalist is not on its better state, of course. It's always that's the thing, it always got nerfed as I was playing it. Playing Guild Wars 2 on the side, I've been enjoying it. Not invested enough to buy it just yet. Your Raptor Mount trial just expired. Oof. Started with a Necromancer, wasn't a fan of it. Made a Thief and enjoying that. Thing is, you can pick up a class, but eventually there's the subclasses, and they could dramatically change the way the subclass, dramatically change the way that the class plays for you in general. Tara out here throwing mad shade. I'm not meaning to. I'm just trying to project confidence, okay? Talking some Guild Wars 2 shop, huh? Chalice of Tears on stream, what? I don't know if I'd stream Guild Wars 2. Because I'm so... Okay, listen. My main content in Guild Wars 2 that I enjoyed was jumping around in circles in towns and not actually doing any of the content. And fractals! Whew! I loved fractals. But other than that, I didn't really actually do content. It was mostly just jumping around.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan.
Arenvold is best boy, dude. He's so cute. Got you, Est. Got you. Zombie! Hi, Zombie. How you doing? Welcome in. Have a Ranger in Guild Wars 1. Only have the first X-Pack. Not sure if I want to be a Druid. Druid is... I have a friend that mained Druid. I don't know if they still main Druid, but they loved it. Will eventually buy the game. I want to try the class that comes with the purchase. What is it? Revenant. Yes. Revenant is so fun. Once I found Revenant, I didn't go back to my Elementalist. I actually switched my main, and I never do that. Like, if you ever see me switch off of Red Mage, it's gonna be because Geomancer came out in 7.0, and I'll be maining Geomancer. But that's the only time I'll actually switch my main, because Geomancer. I'm manifesting it for us, okay? I know some of you guys don't want Geomancer. I am literally manifesting it so hard. It's gonna become, don't copium me! It's gonna become a reality. M Terra, Ray's like Terra do story. Ray hates me. M Terra, M Earth, M become Geomancer 7.0. Mark my words. Mark my words. Clip it, ship it, Geomancer 7.0.
With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
Me life? It says my life? I'm furious. Also, hi Ask. And Ian.
you, Fordola?
Hi Ian.
Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Oh, she's so mad still. Girl, let me hug you more.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Eldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
She's got to act tough though. She's got to act like she doesn't want to do it.
So the Empire's finished, is it? Well, that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat.
Well, it did. That's an accurate statement. Mac, Ray is doing it like you're supposed to, without abusing power. Mac, you could take some lessons from Ray, just say.
And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head.
Yeah. Slash announcement. Do you think I care? No, I don't think you do. If your mods don't bully you, are they really your mods?
For Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I a part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Oh no. Oh no. She's going in with an obsession. This is never a good thing.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
Why do I feel like there's a ticking time bomb above Fordola's head right now? With that statement, her motivations aren't what I would like to see. Uh-oh.
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Pagelthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Pagelthan!
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way.
Oh, bye Marwick. Have a good sleep. Have a good nap.
Well, we'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
Ha! I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life. Take care, Ray.
No. Arenvald and Alfie's relationship is so cute. That was such a cute little interaction. Oh. That was adorable.
It means a lot, you know. You coming with me.
Aww. She's gonna be like, feck off.
Still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway. But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light or Alphino, for that matter. He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime.
Dude, his admiration for Alfie.
No, the fact is I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try. They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
Arnvald needs head pats. Arnvald, sir, you deserve head pats. Among other things. I mean, what?
He does not want for conviction. That much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Ah, bloody thing.
Tataru.
Can you hear me? It's Tataru. I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian. And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut. But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Well, at least they kind of tracked him down. Kinda, sorta.
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
We out here literally chasing down Estinian.
Gladly. I'll see to it as soon as Kryl and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good luck.
Thank you.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive
You're
friend.
my superstar.
May we all meet again ere long.
Good thing I'm not superstitious.
Milko! That would have been wild if that happened yesterday. If that happened Friday the 13th with your 13 months. Milko, I appreciate you. Thank you for the primer. Maybe I'll meet again ere long. Off we go. Hey mods. Emote only mode's only supposed to last like 3 minutes, eh? Just a heads up. Just a quick heads up. I'm so sleepy. Well, have a nap. Big Bro Arnvald's such a good bean. He really is, Tutor. He really, really is. Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. His was another name that featured... Is Graha gonna have a fanboy moment? We're free! Freedom! Poor chat locked behind bars. I thought you said it was automatic. It's broken right now, Mac. I have to look into the command because it was automatic, but now it's broken. No, keep us locked up! Rio's like, put us back in jail. Don't ruin it, guys. His was another name that featured prominently in the history books, and it will be fascinating to meet the man in the flesh. I get the impression Arnvald is a lot more apprehensive than he lets on. He'll be grateful Alphino was there to see him off. Aww. Alfie's the little bro, Arnvald is the worrying middle brother, Estinian's the grumpy older brother. I love it. That's my headcanon. People want chat to go back to horny jail. Here be dragons. So, Estinian is bound for Ishgard. Whatever it is that brings him home, we must hope it will keep him there long enough for us to find him. Come, there's no time to lose. Come on, Graha! You're gonna meet another hero. No, no, Moran. Do not sexualize Alfie, okay? Alfie is little brother looking up to big brothers. Do not put sexuality into Alphino. He's a Ken doll. He's Ken doll down there, okay? There's nothing going on. He's too young for that. Assuming we find him, this will be my first encounter with the famous Estinian. What? I'm literally like searching databanks, reliving cutscenes. No. Yes? Oh my god, yes. Whoa. No. What? That's wild. She was rescued, yeah, at the end of Heavensward, and that's when Estinian was like Estinian was not ready to meet people. I fully expect to go weak at the knees. Perhaps do a bit of fainting while I'm at it. Oh my god. I've only visited Ishgard once before, after the devastation of the 8th Umbral Calamity, to see the place all its former... Forgive me. In all its original glory is a tantalizing prospect indeed. First time Ishgard? First time Estinian visit? This is cool. This is cool. Yeah, she was rescued just as Estinian left. That's right. Because Estinian was bedridden 5.3, right? Yeah, 5.3 it would have been. And then he was supposed to retire. And well, now he's back. As mad as I was, I'm happy he's back. Who's going through his emo face? For sure, dude. All present? Good. Let us split up and search for Estinian. Since we're relatively new to this place, Graha and I will look around the open spaces, the squares and markets and whatnot. You and Sir can delve into the nooks and crannies. Very well. Let us reconvene at the airship landing later, with or without Estinian. Good luck. Yeah, exactly, Yamina. There's that scene where he's picking up the journal, right? I think I shall begin at the Sky Steel Manufactory, so perhaps you could try the congregation? Lucia, oh my god, Lucia, may well have heard news of our friend's return. I know we just saw Baymeric, but I'm hoping Baymeric is also there. I could do with a splash of Baymeric. Terra, if we can fix Estinian, we can fix Xenos. My thoughts exactly. My thoughts exactly. Estinian was insufferable mid-Heavensward. Now I love him to death. Baymeric is always a welcome visit. Always. Look, I'm as tall as her. Wow, she's not breaking her giraffe neck to look at me for the first time ever. We're doing her a service. Good evening to you, Warrior of Light. Lord Aymeric sent word that you would be attending the meeting in Alamigo, so I gather you have not come in search of him. Wait, was Baymeric at the meeting? Baymeric might have been at the meeting. Roban was having a commanding presence in the meeting, so Baymeric faded out. He was. Oops. Oopsies. Wow, Terra, using the G word like that. Sethard, I'm sorry. You guys know I love Elizin. I can say it because I love Elizins. So I gather you have not come in search of him. To what, then, do we owe the pleasure of your visit? Wait, you're telling me Aymeric's not back from the meeting? Honey, the meeting was like minutes ago. How is he not back yet? He sat across from Graha. Graha was at the meeting? Oh my god. I see. No, we were not aware Sir Estinian had returned to Ishgard, but as I expect you remember, he is wont to come and go as he pleases. Mayhap he came seeking an audience with Lord Aymeric, only to find him absent. In any event, I'm afraid I cannot help you. Perhaps one of your companions has fared better. I hope though. As is his wont. Yeah. People were sad we didn't get to see the first conversation with Graha and Aymeric. I'm just looking forward to the first conversation between Graha and Estinian. He's gonna fanboy so hard, it's gonna be so cute. There, please. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Ah, a welcome sight in these troubled times, though I suspect it will not be long before you're ushered away on some urgent business. Still, you are more than welcome to rest here as long as you wish. The quest you get from the servant there is highly recommended. Isn't it kind of a closure quest line? This one? We won't do it right now, but very soon we'll do this. Very soon we'll do this. Okay. Somebody write it down. Somebody remember. We need closure quest 3 expansions later. 2 expansions later. Oh. Bye, Dadmont. I just had to come and see you because it's been a little while. Bye, Dadmont. Probably take it now and do it later. You know what? Let's take it now. You're right, you're right, you're right. If it's in my log, it's more likely that I'll remember it. The paths we walk. 'Twas bitterly cold when you first came to our city, when I stood waiting for you before the Ark of the Worthy. To think that that was where it all began. How much has changed since that day. Forgive me, of late I've been studying the works of the Balladian poet king, who wrote, "To ye who ask of things to come, give thought to what is past and gone." So rarely have we the luxury to reflect on the choices we have made, on how they have shaped our lives and the lives of others. Even I, a mere steward, whose deeds would not merit a footnote in the annals of history, can see the value in this. I say this to you, Master Terrabellum, because as you move, so too does the world. Pray spare a moment to contemplate your journey while you can. The road stretched on, obscured by an endless veil of snow. Somewhere in the white beyond stood the great iron gates, and on the other side, a humble manservant who awaited the coming of 3 travelers. Cool. So we will do that later. We have it at the ready. Dadmont. I'm gonna call him that. I think it's the first time I've ever called him Dadmont. Somebody said it in chat and I liked it. I liked it a lot. He is now Dadmont. That quest acceptance noise, nostalgia, right? Oh, where am I going? I can just warp there. What am I doing? Boom, airship landing. He did, yeah. A lot of players paid their respect to him in game. We'd love that. Was it not his birthday recently? Did we miss it? Uh-oh, we might have missed it. Shoot. Passed away September of 2021. There was a beautiful vigil held on all servers by players in memory of him. God, I love this community, dude. Call him Snow Dad. That's cute, Blackmore. Many more dads we will collect, damn right. Sir Estinian is every bit as elusive as Eorzea suggested. No sight of him. Where's Alfie? Hang on, where's Alfie? Maybe Alfie found him? Chased him out of the town? Ooh, my mouth is dry.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Yeah, you sure could.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
It's a good observation. Someone would have spotted him and said, oh!
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence.
They are. We stalking you, sir. We stalking you.
Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
Huh?
Too long.
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino.
Oh no! Oh my god, dude. Oh no. Oh my god. I thought, okay, I was making a face because I thought somehow maybe he knew her as a baby. I did not see that coming. Well, Estinian's freaking dead. It was so nice knowing him, but he's absolutely about to become unalived. Oh man.
Quieter, though. Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
I am not Alphino!
Oh.
If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged?
Rugged. Oh man, that was fantastic.
Had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
I want to see Graha's reaction right now.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side. To think the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
He's so cute. He's so cute. He's so cute. Oh my god, Graha.
Would someone mind explaining what is going on?
Poor Estinian. Poor Estinian, dude. He's like,
is
what
everything
the
all right?
hell?
I thought I heard Alize shouting.
Oh man.
Estinian! It's been too long.
Dude, best cutscene. Best cutscene in the game. Best cutscene in the game. Everything about this. Best cutscene in the game. Nothing else matters. I'm ready to uninstall. I've got my closure. I'm done with Final Fantasy XIV.
No,
It can't get better.
That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
The game has peaked. The game has peaked. I can safely walk away. I am safely done. There's no more Final Fantasy to be played. I watched the best cutscene. It's been too long, he says. The exact thing Estinian said to Red Alphino. And he's still pouting. Oh man, Graha, Estinian, and Eorzea are my favorite characters. This cutscene was this cutscene, magical. Magical. Oh man. But you haven't fixed Xenos yet. True. True. Best ending ever. True. We still have to fix Xenos. True. I gotta keep playing.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again. What I will say,
I'm surprised you're still
for the
standing.
second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
Aww.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
At least someone's having a good time.
Dude, how quickly my mood shifts. This game is a roller coaster every day of the week. I went from literally on the floor laughing to like wispy, I want to say.
You know, when we were growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald.
Bittersweet. It's just such a cute reunion. It's just such a cute reunion, dude. They went through so much together in Heavensward. Oh. I like this one. I like this one because the twins secretly love each other. Well, you can't keep them all to yourself forever.
Keep him to my... You're joking, aren't you? I'd be glad if someone would take him off my hands. Sure,
Ali. And the award for biggest liar goes to...
No rest for the righteous, eh? Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Azis La.
She's trying to pretend like she wasn't like whining and crying through all of post Stormblood while she was like, oh, Alphino, oh, I hope Alphino's okay. Like, come on, girl, come on. I know you better than that. He'll never shut up about that fireword. That firewood.
Azis La? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Mm-hmm.
Aye. Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Azis La.
Yeah.
Though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
Yeah, it's the, like we said, the shackles aren't even what's keeping her there. It's her guilt.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation.
That's a good idea.
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azis La together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again and I'll throw you overboard.
And she would do it. She would do it. Ah, man. What a...
I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
She's so mad.
I will admit, he is not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less blunt.
Her pout. Her pout. Her pout is so cute. As a Dragoon, Estinian is resistant to fall damage. Hey, he'll survive. He'll live. Yeah, Estinian taught Alfie how to gather firewood. Yeah, I remember. They were also good. The second response fits too well with Alphino's character progression. Yep. Estinian taught Alfie to not be a binge. I was, hey, Yaziel played a big part in that too. Come now. And when you think these VAs seldom, if ever, record side by side, they have to not only perform their lines well, but understand others that they're interacting with, like they're really there. It's pretty, no, the VAs did so good, Tarkan. The VAs did so good. They've delivered such hard hitting lines. Like Lena's VA in particular, oh my God, dude. Wouldn't have mattered what was happening on screen, just her delivery choked me up. Graha's so bad at lying. Oh my God, I know I cry every time. She delivered so hard. That scene with Lena, her VA was beyond amazing. Oh my God, Morin. Yaziel fixed so many men. If she was still here, Xenos would be saved by now. You're not wrong. Dude, I would have never thought that she would have been the one to get on Hraelsfogar's back. After Hraelsfogar, like, shut her down so hard, I thought that was it. And then she comes flying in Azis La, being the savior. I made myself sad. Hi, Izagi! Tiamat, summoned Bahamut once before. She may have again, willfully or no. Honestly, she's still my best girl, even after Endwalker. She's so good. We have some great VAs for this game in all the languages. We do. Like Yu Yu Hasei's Japanese voice actor. Domo komo. Subete wa Eorzea no tame. Hraelsfogar kind of crushed her in that first meeting. Oh my God, did he ever. It's not hard to make yourself sad thinking about what ifs. Dragon Song Reprise is proof of that. So true. Or like Alize's. Oh God. Oh. Can we not talk about Alize's JP VA? That's the one exception to amazing VAs. I don't mean to shit on her, but it's, you know what? It's just not my Alize. I'm sure JP, I'm gonna talk about it. I'm sure JP community loves her because she's just as sassy, but ugh. It's not my cup of tea, for sure. You have to channel something so deep to pull out lines. Yeah, you do. Damn right, Yavino. Damn right. Just wish the German version would have a more fitting VA for Graha. He's Oh, was his German VA not that cute, Estelle? His English VAs is so adorable, dude. So this is the Delta Quadrant, where countless dragons yet lie imprisoned, the great Tiamat among them. Not to complain, but I didn't expect to find myself here again quite so soon. Grandpa Graha. German VA sounds like Grandpa? Oh no. Yeah, that wouldn't do it for me. Graha's German VA is so different. Still good, just different. Grandpa Graha. It has been quite some time since last I set foot in Azizla, but I understand the three of you were here rather more recently. I don't suppose you chanced to meet with Tiamat during your visit? No, we didn't stop by at all. Alas not. We had no cause to set foot here. I should have done it manually. Honestly, I should have gone and seen Tiamat. I'm a bad person, leaving Tiamat just there alone. We had no cause to set foot here in the Delta Quadrant, but I have studied the relevant records, which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealings with her. Well then, sir is the person to ask. As far as I know, he's the only one of us to have met Tiamat face to face. No. Yes. Sorry. Yes, that's correct. Right, Midgarsimer was there. Yeah. Right, little tiny Midgarsimer. Right, okay. I wasn't wrong in my first assumption. Ah, yes, you were a friend of her father. I, too, have met with Tiamat. When? After the Dragonsong War came to a close, I came here to speak with her. A worm who had fought her own war against man in another age. I wished to know if she yet harbored thoughts of vengeance, and asked as much. She said no. If you needed any more proof that Estinian has grown, that right there. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. But the guilt she feels for resurrecting Bahamut burns on undimmed. It torments her, even now. I see. Then your original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat had been forced to summon Bahamut. Nidhogg is a part of me. I feel his emotions as my own, and I know that he would not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. That's so cool. I think this is the first confirmation that we got of that. We were kind of assuming it, but this is the first confirmation. Nidhogg is actually a part of him. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her. Damn, that's some good-ass growth. That is so sexy of him, literally. They kind of soul melded, I guess, a little bit. So baby bro Estinian came back to check on big sister Tiamat, literally. It was the Asians who taught Tiamat the secrets of summoning, even as they supplied the Alligans with the means to capture primals. So much suffering, all of it by design. The Azure Dragoons the Azure Dragoons of history were the mortal enemies of the dragons, yet now they would be hard-pressed to find a soul who understood them better. Our grandfather sacrificed everything to protect the realm from Bahamut. We must be prepared to do the same. Aye aye. Estinian bringing flowers to Eorzea, not grave, but place of death, is something that got me a lot. Yeah. Such growth indeed. Estinian went from death to all dragons! Watching Valora go through Heavensward and kind of tell me bullet points of how she was feeling things, and her saying that she was so mad at Estinian and so done with him, I was like, yep, we were all there. We were all completely done with him. Especially as he was like ripping into Eorzea. Everyone was done with Estinian at that point. And yet, this is who he becomes. Like, so cool. Tiamat awaits. This way. Bum, ba-da, bum, 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 bum. Maybe we fit that in next week before Endwalker. I need them so bad. The Lodestone short stories. We need to have a story time stream with the Lodestone. I just don't know when we're gonna fit it. There's so much content that we've been doing. I want to prioritize Bosnia over the Lodestone, but I do want to hit the Lodestone at some point. Even if we have to do it after Endwalker, we will. Storytime streams are great, yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Everyone has the potential for growth, yeah. Even Xenos. Even Xenos, you guys, I can fix him. I can fix him. Even Xenos has potential for growth. Hang on, I want to get up on this rock. Because I want to take a quick little break. For a little bio break. But I just want to get a cool ass view. Oh, I fell off the rock. I want to get a cool ass view of Bahamut. Or not Bahamut. Tiamat. Very cool. Lodestone? More like Lodestones. Hey, I don't get it. I don't get it. Story time streams are often hard on vocal cords. That's why we're gonna get what the hell is it called? Throat coat? I almost called it throat goat. I hate myself. Yeah, and to Ratatoskr and the place where his family, not Ratatoskr, Ratatorsk? I don't remember his name. Recently figured out where Ferndale burned down. Uh-oh. I had a more positive outlook on Estinian in Heavensward, but maybe that's because you started as last. I was gonna caveat that with saying if you had done the Lancer storyline, I know that you get a different view of Estinian going into Heavensward. I know that for a fact. Ray also volunteered for narration, yes, if needed, for rotating out. Throat goats drink throat coat, exactly, Southern. After how many rocks you climb, you won't be able to get up to face height like with Lucia. Yeah, no. I can't. Unless I could stand on the little bindings. Even then, it's not high enough. No, this is it. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick little break. Little bio break. I don't think I need snackies right now. I'm pretty good. But a quick little bio break. Oh, if you can hear my voice, move your bones a little if you've been sitting, all right? Move your bones, get some water. Oh, I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm gonna play an ad as well. You're not gonna miss much other than my BRB roll. See you in a minute. Mwah, love you, bye. Get up, gamers. It's squat time and working out. Squats. And working out. Brush made from wife, daughter hair. Yeah, that's what I'm getting. Good lord! Can I close that? I want to close that. Bro! Bro! That's not fair. It needs Annie's. I can faintly hear clicking coming from the ceiling. I don't know what will happen now. If it is out and alive, then this is probably my last resort. The clicking is getting louder now. Don't know, generic lab assistant. Guys. Ah! I just scared my cat off my lap. That was a very genuine scream. Oh my god. Ramped, eat my booty once more, please.
Very well.
Eat the booty.
As Kingseeker,
Eat the booty, eat the booty.
I shall now instruct you, the Lord's successor.
Oh, wait, we can get our own booty shot. Wait, I want to get back in. Wait, am I not supposed to get back in? Yo, let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go. Wait, save is still popped? Please, can I have it? Did I get it? Okay, I can survive this. I think I can. I think I can. You're like school in July. No class. Who got him? Correct that whip. Licorice whip. Banan, banan, banan. I said whip it. Banan, banan, banan. Licorice whip. Da-na-na-na-na. What do you mean bad ending? Excuse me? What do you mean bad ending? What is this? Picture of a bunny. Where's Spess? This is what Spess looks like IRL, guys. You got your face reveal for Spess Bun Bun. It's right here. What Spess actually looks like. Imagine paying for college. Couldn't be me. I didn't do any secondary education. Oh! This is what happens if you don't have secondary education, okay? This shit right here.
How could you do this to me? Question mark.
So pissed. I'm crying. Holy fuck. I hope that was a full charge. I don't know if it was. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Hey, puppy. Hey, boy.
Come here.
Come here.
Hello, boy.
Come here, boy. I want to pet you. Oh, you can pet the Doge. All right, best game. Best game. Look at that tail. Oh my god. Father? Father? Apologies. You can't climb ladders, right? I can climb ladders! Oh. Okay. We'll be schmoving. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We got Pogger music. We're gonna get a heart. I'm gonna use the speedrun strats that I know. Just kidding. We're gonna do it normally, guys. Zimmy, can you eat it for me? Guys, what if Zimmy eats it for me? Zimmy, eat this. Eat this for me, please. Please, Zimmy, please save me. Please save me from this. I'm like shaking. I'm like shaking trying to open this. It's childproof plastic. I don't know how. Ready? Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. What could that mean? What could that be? Nobody knows. Yes. Yep, they are. Wah! I don't know how to walk. Macaws are in danger. See the light where the sky meets the sea. It calls me. And no one knows how far it goes. 1 star. Imagine. Free at last. Get all the fish back to the ocean with some extra friends. Let's go. Swish. Oh. Oh, it's okay. You're free, Henrietta. You needn't live by the confines of the bowl anymore. Henrietta's giving me a kiss for good luck. Goodbye, Henrietta. Mwah. Mwah. I'll miss you. Mwah. I'll never forget the time we shared together. Mwah. All right, on we go. I really... Oh, Theo! Oh, I thought I killed Theo. I got so excited about the strawberry. Now you're just showing off. True. Run. He was on my butt. I was so scared. I was so scared. What a strat. Oh my god. I don't want to get flashed by Freddy. I mean, yeah, I don't want to either, Froggo. That would be terrible. I would hate that so much. That would just be like the worst thing ever. Freddy flashbang. Like, that would just be so bad. I would just really not enjoy that at all. Like, at all. Bonk. Ian safe or what? Now I don't want to leave. Combine with your GPU? I forgot. I forgot it could be anything. I forgot it could be anything. Guys, wait. Hang on, I want to do something. Wait. Let's move over to the side. I hate it here. Laura, I'm about to punish you for being in my stream. Spoiler! Oh, it's... Damn, you're lucky. Spoiler! Ah! Oh my god! Spoiler! Laura, get out. Sheep! Laura, get out of here! Au revoir. Okay, good. Laura's gonna get in so much trouble one of these days. I'm gonna give her a stern talking to, I tell you what. You thought for a moment it was still on BRB. Okay, here we go. Happy Saturday, gamers. Happy Saturday. To think that man is responsible for all this, and so much else that Dragonkind has suffered. Resigned to her fate though she may be, I cannot help but feel that we may be able to help Tiamat, would she only let us. Oh, hang on, there was a filthy rat back here. Filthy rats! Who's here? It's Bermund. Hi, Bermund. Let me give you a quick little hug. Quick little hug before I get back to it. You love my BRB screen? Thank you. I'm sorry for the jump scares, but it's pretty good. So this is one of the 7 great worms. Even thus confined, her presence is overwhelming. Ellipses. Whoever's on the piano right now going off. Jesus. My sire's mortal companion, what bringeth thee back to this forsaken place, child of man?
It's plain she knows naught of recent
Carlo, I
events.
love you.
Perhaps you should enlighten her.
Carlo, I love you. Hello? I am witnessing you. I am perceiving you.
Carlo, I love you. It's plain she knows not of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her. Boom, enlightened. Ah, that my sins should be repeated. I sensed not the faintest stirring. As to who could have called him forth, I know of none save the dragons of Mericidia, our children. Mericidia. The Icon claimed their souls when first he manifested. Robbed of their will, they became tools for the Allagan's dark designs.
I've seen it with my own eyes. Captives of a lost empire, neither alive nor dead, existing only to preserve Bahamut's corporeal form.
Wasn't that covered in the coils? If you haven't done the coils, then you wouldn't understand what Ali's talking about, right? Yup. Damn, dude, I'm so glad that we took a while and stopped and did like so much side content that we missed. Wow. Rewarding player investment. Wait, this won't even show if you haven't done coils? Is the dragon romanceable? You wish, Curlo. You wish. You only get this line if you do coils. Wow. She doesn't say it. Oh my god. I'm so glad we did coils. Holy shit. Neither alive nor dead. And we didn't save them, right? We just kind of were like, well, that's unlucky. And we just left. Yes. The dragons of Mericidia are at the mercy of this Ascian. There can be no other explanation. Accursed Ascians, vile minions of darkness. Again, you would profane the memory of my beloved and strip our children of their freedom, their dignity. Are there no depths to which you will not stoop? Well, she sounds sufficiently rallied.
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering. But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
What wouldst thou have from me, slayer of dragons?
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mericidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
Madge. Have a word with yourself, Tiamat. Estinian 5.5. Accurate. Big bro Nidhogg mode, yup. Were I free, I would answer thine insolence with fire, but words shall have to suffice. Recall, mortals, that it was I who did first summon my beloved, praying with all my being to bring him forth. You who contend with icons cannot well be ignorant of the consequences.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul.
Yeah. He doesn't even flinch. He's such a badass, dude.
But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
Indeed. Ask the Dragon Slayer, and he will tell thee the power we of the First Brood wield. Were I to lose myself to the Icon's influence, all would pay the price. But it is of little matter, for even had I the strength to resist, I yet lack the strength to break my shackles. This prison shall be my tomb.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance.
Oh?
If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure.
True.
And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
The amount of ether to cure a dragon would be extraordinary. Speakest thou in earnest?
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
A chance to make amends, to lay Bahamut's memory to rest. Not just Ernest. Ernest saving Christmas. You did not.
You're my superstar. Good evening to chat. Been a bit distracted with you-know-who. 3 hope you have a lovely time to rap 16 loves.
Suva, thank you for the 4 months. I hope you're having a blast. You deserve it. When our own star faced annihilation, Hydaelyn granted us sanctuary, and now your foes would bring about her destruction. This I cannot allow. For the debt I owe to Hydaelyn and to all who have suffered my sins, or suffered for my sins, I shall fight with you, children of man. I want to see her just casually break her shackles now. That little smile. Let's go. Let's go, dude. Gotta change his name from Wormblood to Wormback Sass. He who sasses dragons, Demi. Bahamut had the strength to temper a primal, and yet could only barely touch Tiamat, yeah. How are you, Tara? How you enjoy the ride? It's been wild, Suvu. It's been wild and amazing. It won't make up for what she suffered at the hands of men, but if there's a chance we can free her, truly free her, we owe it to her to try. I confess, my heart was in my throat when Estinian thought to berate her, but it appears to have had the desired effect. It would seem she still has some pride after all. Let's see if she's as good as her word. Graha's gonna be like, actually, I read about this in the Crystal Tower. I think we just have to press the release button on the side. And we know why, and we know now why the first brood, carried as eggs from the dragon's world by Midgarsimer, as so much more powerful than other dragons born on the source. Yes, because they are literally aliens. They are literally aliens. We learned that through Omega, right? I'm pretty sure. Because Omega was so hell-bent on killing Midgarsimer that it chased Midgarsimer across worlds to catch him here in the source. Well, in the source, I guess? Yeah, in the source. Stinian using his intimidation on a persuasion check, truly. The Omega Raid series, right. Right. While Porxies have been shown to be effective in curing the tempered, Tiamat must be considered a special case. She is far, far larger and immeasurably more powerful than any subject treated thus far. Were we to remove her restraints only to find that the process had failed, we would be hard-pressed to contain her. Then, before going ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we can find that information here? Why, yes, we can. We can indeed. The Alligans kept detailed records on all of their notable captives, and I know exactly where to look. We shall leave that to you then. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to the removal of those shackles. Wait, dragons are unsundered? Wait. Dragons are unsundered? So, wait. So then it... Wait. Would they have known the Amaratines? They're also not ancients. But did they come to our world in that era? When were the Alligans? The Alligans were here during, after Sundering, right? Post-Sundering? We did do the Omega Raid. Yes, we did. Arcane Failure. Yes, we did. Remember Omega Raids. It was a while ago. I'm pretty sure the dragons arrived under the after the Sundering. That was my understanding. Post-Sundering. Okay. Got you. Tiamat just said it was Hydaelyn that gave Mickey permission. I was having trouble processing that, Ike. Thank you for collating that for me. That's right. Because that's why she said she's grateful to Hydaelyn. Cave came from a different star post-Sundering, but we don't necessarily know that they were sundered. And if they are sundered, bro, OG unsundered dragons would be wild. Yeah, she got here and granted them sanctuary. Right. Sometimes I read something and don't process it instantly, so I do like when you guys occasionally recap things that I just read. They come from a world that was never sundered, right? Alligans were way more recent than anything else, historically speaking. Got you. Approximately 5,000 years ago? That's like baby. That's like baby years. Sundering 10k or more years ago. Got you. Right, Zoe, right. They're unsundered because it came from an unsundered world. Sundered. If I play this, I'll have to stream it because everything went in one ear and out the other for me. That happens sometimes when I'm reading. So I do like when we have these brief little moments of like fact check. It's also just so much to process. So much to process. I know Alphino and Sir here well enough, but not you. Are you certain you're ready to see this through? Rest assured, Sir Estinian, that I am both ready and willing to give my all. He'll literally die for it. Give my all for the sake of this star. Though that is not my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. While I do not claim to know all of her sorrows, I too once found myself in a prison of despair, and while I understand how hard it can be to dare to dream of escape, it took the encouragement of braver souls than I am to make me take the first step towards a brighter future, and now I would help Tiamat do the same. One of my favorite moments was it 5.3? End of 5.3? When Graha... No, not end of 5.3. End of 5.2? No, I don't remember which one. But anyways, when he reaches for the portal after the Warrior of Light walks through it, and he gets his little like zap of denial. That was 5.0, thank you. That little moment was so beautiful. Was so beautiful for character development for him. Because he was like, he even said himself, he's like, at least now I have the bravery to try. Whereas previously he wouldn't have. The lore is gargantuan. Yeah, it's also why I want to read the Lodestone, to get more. I don't have enough lore swimming in my brain, I need more. Why yes, Estinian, I'm 300 years older than you. Literally. Hundreds of years more experience than any other mortal race, yeah. He doesn't know. He knows not, Estinian. He knows not of everything that Graha went through. Lore, literally. Emmett does say at one point he's lived 1,000,000 of our mortal lives. So 1 million lifetimes or 100 million years-ish. Just to put Sundering into perspective. Yeah, I think it was a lot more than 10,000 years ago. Do you hear me, Grahatia? This is no time for napping. I love this game. Okay, back into it. I gather you're not as young as you look. Yeah, he's not! Mayhap when our work here is done, we could trade tales over a pot of Tataru's famous tea. And be indebted to her for the leaves and hot water? I think not. I love Estinian's massive aversion to Tataru, because Tataru is literally like trained as a spy. I see. Returning swiftly to the task at hand then. I believe the nodes governing Tiamat's restraints are located in the sector known as the flagship. Ah, yes, we are familiar with it. The Etherochemical Research Facility, in particular. Especially because we just revisited it in 6.3. Oh, you may wish to take this, a spirit vessel containing a small amount of my blood. What are you bloodletting for? Sir? Why are you bloodletting? Alice is just as mad as I am. Which you just so happen to be carrying around with you. I suppose that could seem rather odd. To explain, Rambros, Eorzea, and I are researching the use of spirit vessels in the transference not only of memories, but the traits of certain bloodlines, and so I keep one at the ready should an opportunity to test our theories arise. As for its use to you, you may recall that during our previous visit, the nodes here granted access to restricted functions, having identified me as being of royal blood. And armed with that spirit vessel, I posit that they will do the same for you, even in the absence of, well, the rest of me. It seemed worth a try at least. Agreed. We will take good care of it. We will take good care of your blood in a jar. To the flagship then. Graha, my boy, you concern me so much. He's our weirdest, nerdiest, cutest little... God, I love him. I love you. Eorzea and I shall remain here and attend to necessary preparations. In the event that the spirit vessel fails to work as expected, you know where to find me. Good luck. Gra has a blood plague kink. Do not take it to that level. It's dorky. It's dorky. It's not a blood plague kink. Oh my god. Ah. I yearned to stand as tall as the heroes of Eld, and then one day, on an all but forgotten dream stood before me in the flesh, and I knew not what, but I would give anything to stand by that hero's side. I love him so fucking much, dude. Oh, I'm not supposed to be swearing. I'm gonna get demonetized on YouTube. I love him so freaking much, dude. Honestly, Emmett is a drama queen, so take what he says with a grain of salt. He was a little, let's be fair. Let's be fair to Emmett. He was a little unhinged by the time that we got to deal with him. He was a little bit unhinged. Emmett being figurative about the 1,000 lives thing. Oh, we know the Sundering was more or less. Oh, we actually know that. It was more or less 12,000 years ago? Okay. Definitely not millions. Emmett being dramatic, being hyperbolic, could not be. Stydian fears nothing except Tataru. Literally berating a dragon, but says, oh god, I don't want to have Tataru's tea. We'll be in trouble. We'll be indebted. I'm so convinced that royal blood is a nanite infusion. I'm going to be applying that theory and seeing if it's true. Graha gives Terra his spirit vessel. Terra, I've got a blood. I've got a jar of blood. I've got a jar of blood. Just casually having his crystallized blood in his pocket. He's fine. He's fine. Garna's damned, honorable, self-sacrificial nature. Graha literally every 2 seconds is like, whoa, you need me to die? You need me to die for this? I'll do it. And he's like, no. Back to your corner. We can do this without sacrifice. Go back. Sit in your corner, all right? I'll just take the jar of your blood. That's all. We read that one already. Kill me in, coach, literally. It's possible the restraints have been, may have mitigated the effects of her tempering, but Tiamat has been enthralled to Bahamut for thousands of years. To have clung onto her reason through it all says a lot of her strength of will. More than a lot. Correct. Anything happens, Graha, guess I'll die. Literally. Literally. Curse you for putting that in my head given his German VA. Oh no. Ruined. Bad goofy art. Bad goofy art. Oh, freaking do it again. I love that image. The fact that Graha was this self-sacrificial, even in A Realm Reborn, you could see the signs of why even back then. He's so cute, dude. He just needs to stop wanting to unalive himself for a good cause. It's concerning at this level. It's concern. Oh, did I pass my what? Nani? It's below me? Oh, there we go. It's just concerning at this one. Unnecessary flourishes. So he was a drama kid for sure. Absolutely, he was. Re-Emmett. Maybe Graha's secretly emo. The thing is, his self-unalivement never strikes me as depressed. It's always just, he's so eager to help, he's literally unaliving himself. I'd rather leave these elegant contraptions to you and Alphino. Okay, come on, Alfie. Let us split up and search for the flagship for the node that controls Tiamat's restraints. But should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. It would not do to accidentally release some manner of experimental monstrosity, nor less Tiamat herself in her current state. Our objective at this stage is simply to identify the relevant node or nodes. Once we have learned what we can, we should reconvene and compare notes prior to proceeding. Okay, so don't be hasty. Literally dying on this hill, literally. Warrior of Light enters Graha. I'm in danger. He places a lot of value in the lives around him and underestimates how much his life means. That's wording it so well, Moran. That's wording it so well. He values literally everyone but himself. He views himself as expendable so that everyone else can live. It's definitely going to be this egg-shaped node, 100%. Data link with Delta Quadrant broken. Possible cause, intruder interference. Advised deployment of automated combat units. Proceed. No. Don't. It's gonna be the green one. Himbo energy, we love it, 100%. Even if that help would kill him, yeah, ruined. Do you need me to sacrifice myself for you? Because I would totally sacrifice myself for you. Yes, this is my primary method of problem solving. Blip bloop, warning. Scheduled dragon restraint maintenance due in negative 2,020 years. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled specimen release. We're a little bit overdue for maintenance. Whoopsies. He's the least risk because he couldn't take losing anyone. Oh, that's so cute, Lev. To be honest, he lived at that 100 years with the ideas that he will have to die. True. He's so comfortable with the idea and knowing that it had to be done for so long that he's just like, yeah, okay. Now's as good a time as any. Friction between metallic components detected. Temperature increasing to critical levels. Please replace damaged parts or retreat to a safe distance. I love the piano in this song, by the way. Oh, is the piano done? I think the piano's done. I'm mad! I love that piano moment. To death do us part. To death, you say? During the wedding. The clear blue theme is incredible. I will never switch back. I love the clear blue theme. Right, BGM number, I forgot about that. Infernal things. One of them sent a swarm of mechanical vilekin to plague me. I must have angered it. Oopsies. This chat has now become a group session for Warrior of Lights who need therapy because their Graha is ready to give up his life for them way too easily. Oh, clear black theme? I'm pretty sure there's illegal plugons for that, but yes, it would look so nice. This area is the first where you turned off your mount music. Wow, you waited this long to turn off mount BGM. That's shocking. That's shocking. You are a braver human than I. I'm afraid Estinian and I have little to show for our efforts. Did you find anything? I did! A node which smelled like burnt hair. Tripping node spontaneously warned me about neglecting the dragon restraints. I found a way to activate mechanical sentries if that's any help. What if I choose an actual unhelpful answer? Because I feel like this is the correct answer. Let's go dumb mode. Found a way to activate mechanical sentries, if that's any help. Only if they're willing to lead us to the node we seek, which I somehow doubt. But from what I recall of the flagship's design, the node you found could facilitate communications through Azizla, so we may yet find a use for it. Oh, you have to pick the correct one. Okay. I did! A node which smelled like burnt hair! I know the one. Though I thought the stench more akin to a fire in a oh god! More akin to a fire in a manure shed. But it seemed likelier to explode than grant our wish. Surely there must be another. Yeah, this one. We love a himbo warrior of light. Dude, ever since the Kupo moment, the dumb answers are I love them. Fire in a manure shed, it paints a disgusting picture. Went through all of our own board and Heavensward without realizing you could turn it off. Oh no. Main theme for 14 was like the Chocobo song for you because you had no other mounts. Oh no. For the longest time I was using, I think it plays Terra's theme. What do you call? The, shoot. Magitech mount thing. I don't remember. Whatever that one is. I think it plays Terra's theme. The Magitech armor, thank you, thank you. Spontaneously, you say? Well, that does sound promising. Almost suspiciously so, in fact. But then you were in possession of the spirit vessel. I dare say it is the node of which Graha spoke. And it was chirruping, you say? Very well, let's take a closer look. I love the piano here so much. Magitek Reaper does play Terra's theme, but it feels so slow I couldn't handle it. You know, I haven't listened to it in a minute. I don't think we have far to go, but I just want to quickly whip it out. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. All 4 varieties of the core Magitek armor play Terra's theme. Fun fact, Magitek armor, Maggie, Gilded Magitek armor, Red Baron, and White Devil. They all play Terra's theme. That's cool as hell. You get the Gilded one for 500 comms? Is there any way for me to see how many comms I have? Being streamer, I'll probably never get that many comms, but I'm curious. After Praetorium, I took a flying tour of Eorzea on Maggie without epic theme music. Aww. Character reputation. Damn it. I'm a little far away. I'm a little bit far. I didn't know you could actually see your accommodations. Cool. Generally due to its size, it's like how Lalafels feel like they move faster than everyone else. The one exception is Cloud Bike. That one actually... Wait, it actually does move faster? That's a scam. Pay to win? Hello? I get Chonky Chocobo at 300? Oh, that's 3,000. I thought that said 300. I was like, ooh. 200, you're a wee bab. I'm also Strimmer. And I don't queue enough as tanker healer. As I suspected, the node will not acknowledge my authority to issue it instructions. How did the Alligans tell these godforsaken things apart? Blip, do you wish to operate the dragon restraint mechanisms? Blip, bloop. You do not have the requisite access privileges. Operation of the dragon restraint mechanisms may only be undertaken by the chief technologist and members of the royal family. Or those of the vessel full of royal blood, perhaps. One never knows when a small portion of royal Allagan blood might come in handy, which is why Grahatia keeps this vessel about his person. What a cutie. I love that Estinian can't computer. He's boomer. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting, Rando. Cloudbike literally pay to win. Unbelievable. I have so many comms I technically qualified to become a mentor, but you don't want the plastic Burger King crown. Why not? Cause the reputation Burger King crowns have. Blip. New user detected. Commencing biometric authentication. Carries around jar of his own blood equals cutie. Listen, Doom Cookie. Listen, it's because he's a massive dork. It's because he's a massive dork, and he's like, well, if we need to run experiments, I'll just have my blood ready. I'll just have my blood ready in a jar so we can use it. Hey now, I'm proud Burger King crown owner. But you actually tried. Okay, good. Zombie, you were the exception. You can also turn off the crown so it doesn't show. Might as well earn it. Might as well earn it, then hide it. I know there's a Pope Minion Choco and Barding, but I have Fat Choco and nowhere near that many comms. Huh. Interesting. This is the third time we used Graha's Spirit Vessel for something other than ferrying Graha's soul across there. Fair, Tutor. Fair. Fun Boogie! Ah. Oh, I see. That's a bit heavy. That's a bit heavy. Hi, Von Buki. Vibe out. Enjoy stream. Bloop. Authentication complete. User identified as member of the royal family. Please state your name. Alphino Levelier. I'm putting him on blast. But that's just confusing. Amusing as you may find my name, I must ask that you, Sir Terrabellum, please. Username changed. Welcome, Sir Terrabellum. You may operate the dragon restraint mechanisms when ready. Damn it. I wanted it to be Alfie. Error. Unable to disengage restraints of the specimen. Tiamat. A system update is required. Oh my god, it's always a system update. System update? What do you suppose it's asking of us? You got Wi-Fi? To smash it to pieces. Now that I do understand. You can go first. User agitation detected. Initiating guidance program. In order to operate the restraint mechanism, I require access to the central control system. However, I am unable to establish a link to said system due to the obsolescence of my own software. Its software is obsolete. Couldn't you just say my software is obsolete? Obsolescence. You used the other response. I like how Estinian was like, okay, let's do it. You first. You first. Must install Windows 11 to continue. Ugh, disgusting. Attempt to troll Alpha failed. Weaponized spite is her specialty. The non-Pope hatted yellow fat chocobos from A Realm Reborn collectors. Which is Pope hatted, was from special Amazon Twitch promos. Got it. Dude, does Final Fantasy XIV ever do drops? Speaking of like Twitch promos, has it ever been known to do that? Because that would be, what do you even get? It'd be weird. This issue can be resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. It's never done drops in the traditional sense. Got you. It's always been collabs. Got it, got it. So, can this thing release the restraints or not? There's a pizza emote thing. Right, by ordering pizza, right? It can, but only once it's received this requisite system update, as far as I can tell. It requires you to buy from a service, gotcha. Until which time it'll float there spewing nonsense. User dissatisfaction detected. Initiating placation protocols. Bloop, I am here to help. Rest assured that I will be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process. How gratifying, but I dare say we will fare better with guidance than without. You must install Windows 11 to continue. Support for Windows 10 Allegan tools not supported. The note is Clippy. Thanks, Clippy. I mean, note. Plug in for update. Yo, Jedi, how you doing? Some have been fine, like the pizza emote from Grubhub. Then some have been weird, like the Butterfinger collab for the chocolate corp poker, or the honey bun collab for a honey bun food item that gave extra 1% XP. What the hell? What the hell? 14, can you learn how to do collabs? Like good collabs, please? If you use Estinian's name, he says, what? There's only one true Estinian, and that's me. Estinian's such a boomer, and I love him. Last time I had a Butterfinger was for the chocolate. Literally buying a Butterfinger just for that. Gotta respect the hustle. I don't know what possessed the Allegans to surround themselves with these chattering orbs, but the fact that they remain with while their creators do not speaks volumes. Sid and his colleagues always make operating these Allegan devices seem so easy. You think I'm getting into drag racing? It's brutal to run in those heels. I don't envy you, but that would be so much fun. It would be so much fun. What's a little pain for all the joy you'll experience? For vengeance! For vengeance. Simply get good. Yeah, easy. Easy clap. The only collab it was done that is major is Monster Hunter World. Got it. Not the Nier one? Not the Nier collab? Honestly preferred the Butterfinger one over the pizza one. The pizza emote was so hard to get, even if you were able to buy from Grubhub. Did you have to spend like a crap ton of money or what? What is a little pain for all the joy you experience? Me feeling that tooth pain during the Butterfinger collab, tutor! Honestly, me playing Final Fantasy XIV. What's a little bit of pain for all the joy? Bloop! Guiding user to terminal. This way, please. Oh yeah, the Nier collab. That's a thing. Whoopsies. How soon we forget. 14 and Monster Hunter was really a crossover, not really a collab. That's a fair take, honestly. There's a big Twitch collab. When you gifted 5 subs or 10, you got a mount. What? Hello? I would like to see that collab done. That sounds like a cool collab that I would like to have. In the EU, at least, there was also a collab with Pepsi for a cloud mount your friend has? Is that the cloud bike that you guys were talking about? Or like literally like Nimbus Cloud? Phantasy Star Online 2 collab. Dude, is there any PSO2 gamers here from yesteryear? Like, I didn't play New Genesis, but PSO2 was so good until Train Hydra. When Train Hydra happened, I was kind of out. Wasn't good after that. Yes, you! PSO2! Tector, however it was pronounced, was my absolute favorite. And then they released Bouncer, which was basically Tector Plus, and I love Bouncer. New Genesis is fun. I never had the time to get into it. Played New Genesis, promptly quit when I realized there was just no... Yeah, when New Genesis first came out, there was nothing. I don't know if there's content now, but when it first came out, there was literally nothing. There was literally no content. They were just like, look, it's pretty, but you get like nothing. Hope you're hungry for nothing. New Genesis in a nutshell. I was gifting to certain streamers. I gifted to Zepla for mine. Oh, Zepla! Okay, well, we love that. Maybe me one day. Maybe. Don't look at me. This is a task for you and Alphino. Justinian's like, please. I'm just here for moral support. I found back nothing and threw my back out. Time to lay down. Time to lay down, Marwick. It's nap time. Wait, so New Genesis isn't the original game with a graphic update? New Genesis was supposed to be. I don't know what it is now. The terminal appears to be, but I think even when New Genesis first released, it didn't have Bouncer. And so I was out because Bouncer was my favorite class. This terminal appears to be similar to the one we encountered when we first set foot here. Let us hope it will be equally helpful. Access granted to user Sir Terrabellum and his adolescent Elysian companion. Master Terrabellum's other companion is deemed a potential risk to safe operation and has been denied access privileges until further notice. Not the node shading Estinian, dude. Zephyr probably got $10,000s of dollars. But that Ukraine war happened, and well, not sure if she got the money back by now. Oh no. Dude, it's so sad what happened to Zepla. Satisfy machine. New Genesis was originally a graphic update and basically a new game that was more open world than PSO2. Yes, exactly. But it just had no content on release. But I loved OG PSO2. Let's see. According to the terminal, the central control system is presently employing software version 56.135. Dare I ask which version you are employing? Why, software version 42.002, of course. Blip bloop warning. Errors detected in the data management system. Estimated time... What year is it? What year is it? Estimated time required for update 5 years, 1 day. That is rather longer than we were hoping. Aren't there any other options? For instance, using this terminal to operate Tiamat's restraints instead. Shades of Windows Update there. They're still on dial-up, Terra. Oh God. I don't think she's been able to get her Ukrainian bank money. They want her to go there in person to resolve the issue. Well, that's just absolutely ridiculous, Rando. Poor Zepla, dude. Damn. Stuff launching an MMO with a lot of good content. It's taken 9 years to make 14 what it is now, from new kinds of content, MSQ, and quality of life things. And I've been loving it as a baby sprout. Bloop. The proposed method is indeed an option. Please be warned, however, that the procedure may have changed as a result of the system update, and my instructions may no longer be accurate. Well, I can't imagine it will have changed all that much. As long as we pay due attention to any discrepancies, I dare say we shall be able to muddle our way through. Yeah, to a literal war zone, yeah. Okay, Marwick, for sure. Don't bother trying to explain. Just tell me if we made any progress. Alright, what are we gonna do for 5 years and 1 day? I would say so, yes. It does. However, require that I remain here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you via link pro once I'm ready to release the shackles. It might be best if you left the spirit vessel with me. I may yet have use for it. Rest assured, I'll be certain to return it to Grahatia once this is over. Just a little more work, and Tiamat will be free. Before we go any further, there is something I would know. When Tiamat and her kin fought against the Allegan Empire, both sides were but dancing to the tune of the Ascians. And it was the same in Ishgard, where they stoked the fires of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows. All that the Ascians touch turns to ash, and thus have you made it your mission to fight them. But there have been times when you tried to reach out to them instead, to find common ground. And so I must ask, what do you intend to do with Fandaniel? Will you try and reach out to him too? Of course. I don't take this one as shade, Tutor. Half shade, half pain. I take this as pain. To me, this is not worded as in I'll remember him because I'm gonna kill him. I take this as it'll be the same as Emmett. I don't take this one as shade. I will try, yes. If that fails, I'll remember him. Interesting how much when you don't have, this is why texting is so hard, because when you don't have tone, you miss out on so much. Because a lot of people are like saying, oh, I'll remember him because I'm gonna kill him, but I took that as very much I'm going to treat him the same way that I treated Emmett. Always read the second as melancholy. Thank you, Linny. That's how I see it too. Not that you guys are wrong to assume it's a threat. It's just, this is why texting is so hard, and it's so easy to have miscommunications over text because there's so much lost in just text. You say it feels like both, which makes it so chilling, yeah. Ooh, okay. I see little point in reasoning with the wretch, or remembering him for that matter. But perhaps that's the difference between you and me. You see the good in people, even if it be but the faintest glimmer. I only hope you do not come to rue your benevolence. You think us unwise for viewing the world thus? Far from it. That has ever been your way, as I learned when we journeyed together with Iceheart. Yet the fact remains that there are some who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited, and there may come a time when you extend the hand of friendship only to wish that you had dealt the killing blow. I would regret the killing blow if we didn't first extend the hand of friendship. I can say that for certain. So, save your mercy for those who deserve it. Well, we should be getting back to our task. If Alphino has things in hand here, I suggest we rejoin the others. So, it was so short-lived. You guys remember how I was talking about how much I loved hating Fandaniel? How much I was enjoying being able to purely hate Fandaniel / Asahi? The minute I heard his voice break in that cutscene, when he was talking about the fact that he wanted to die, I couldn't hate him anymore. And I don't hate him now. I would like to, but I can't. I cannot deny the logic in Estinian's argument. Given all that is at stake, even the slightest lapse in judgment could be the undoing of us all. Bloop bloop. Warning. Releasing dragon restraints may result in specimen loss, damage to facilities, and incineration of staff. Peepo notes. Seriously, I hate that I can't use emotes and such in official writing. They help with oh my god. So true, Yamina. So true. That's why Twitch emotes are such a blessing, because you can convey so much with just adding a quick little emote. I can't articulate myself anymore either. Yet neither. I need peepos. I need peepos to properly express myself whenever I'm feeling something. Funny Daniel is also a theater kid after all. I was bound to love them because of Theater Kid. I don't love them yet, but I'm sure I'll hit a point where I'm gonna be upset about them. Right now, that voice break was all I have going to trust that there's more going on here. You're coping? Shut the hell up. Nothing can make me like Van Daniel. See, but me as the human being can also fully admit that I will always try to find the good in people to a fault. Just gonna give them a quick slap. They're in a cutscene. They don't have an adventure plate. They don't have an adventure plate. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. They're not even someone from stream. I'm just an adventure plate addict, okay? Don't come for me. Hi, Jacob. Hi, everyone. Hope you're all having a wonderful night. I am. I hope you're having a wonderful night. That was the scariest thing on Oz's Law. This. Last time I was here, I saw someone by the name of Karen Needs a Manager. Oh, that was the scariest thing. If this Van Daniel is truly, if this Van Daniel truly is without reason or creed, he is no better than a rabid dog. Treat with him if you must, but be ready to do what is necessary. Okay. Aha. So the spirit vessel proved useful after all. Excellent. Porksy! I thought we agreed we needed something more than a Porksy. Alas. Stranger complimented your adventure plate last night. You were so verklempt. I don't know what verklempt is. Literally, if I'm sitting in a town, I'm just clicking people's adventure plates. It's becoming an addiction. Estinian told me all is well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting blood out of a stone with him. I take it from Alphino's absence that he's needed elsewhere. Yes. Two souls intertwined. I love the song. Well, that all sounds rather frustrating, but you got there in the end. While you were off talking to nodes, Graha and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. One true love they did find. Our readings confirm that her ethereal balance leans strongly towards the umbral, as was the case with the kobolds. Therefore, all the other things being equal, the treatment should work. The difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of ether with which we must contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will inevitably be required if we are to reverse the effects of the tempering completely. Yeah, we're gonna need massive amounts. The song makes you think of Azael. It makes you think of both. Literally the 5.3 moment with Estinian. This is all I can think of during this song. Meaning I'll need all the ether I can get. Thank you in advance. Although this endeavor will ask much of us, we do have one reason to be optimistic. Namely, that Tiamat shows no sign of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering than that suffered by the kobolds. Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference? Now that you mention it, it very well might. She would not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. But enough talk, it's time to put our theories to proof. Tell Alphino to disengage the restraints. Ethereal dampers. I'm counting on you, Angelo. Ah, such warmth. The frost that shroudeth my soul doth begin to thaw. But what are these? Visions of days long forgotten, of war with the men of Aleg. Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now? Could it be that the process of restoring her soul to its pre-tempered state is awakening ancient memories? Or might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her to recall the past, we may be able to speed her recovery. Sir, she trusts you. Speak to her. Ask her to tell you of times past. Tell me of Bahamut and the Ascians. Ah, Bahamut, my beloved. Would that the peace we found in Mericidia could have lasted for eternity. But alas, it was not to be. The Ascians saw to that. In all creation, I know of none more wicked. It was at their behest that the men of Alleg first came unto Mericidia, unto our home. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in search of a place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern sea, we discovered a lush and fertile land. It would come to be known as Mericidia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the seas. Upon our arrival, we were... Hey, it looks like L2, or L2. I have to do my collections, oh god. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest, kin to the trees. Surrounded by nature's bounty, Bahamut and I had found a place to raise our young. I just saw what you said, Tutor. If I ever get a chance to get a mod to help me pick around the spoilers, Chili Farmer's Karen of Eorzea videos are incredible. I've seen some Chili Farmer things. They're very good. Fascinating. This correlates with the writings in the Charlayan scholar Urusha. She posits that man first settled on the southern continent towards the end of the Second Astral Era. Correctly, it would appear, if only she were with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself. Again, Angelo. When first the children of man arrived on our shores, no foot did they set in those places over which we held dominion. Such was their fear of dragonkind, and as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. Yet as the days went by, ship after ship appeared on the horizon, bearing ever more of their brethren, who divided the vast land amongst themselves. For a time, they knew peace and prosperity, but as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem. And soon they began to covet the territory of their fellows. Ere long, man fought man, blood was answered with blood, and none could see an end to the strife, until one day they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of men, the land knew peace once more. Tiamat, this sound like a skill issue? Oh my god. Alas, those golden days of harmony too were fated to end, for the men of Alleg slew my beloved, and I, in my rage and sorrow, heeded to the envenomed words of the Ascians. The rest thou knowest only too well. But your tale doesn't have to end there. When you're free, we'll rid the world of the Ascians together, and you and your beloved will have justice. Fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I'll keep watch from above. If the treatment fails, run. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear, when this is over. Keep going, Elise. The magic is working. Slowly, but surely, the magic is working, aided no doubt by the memories you bade her share. Where's Justinian? Oh, there he is. The girl is as stubborn as her brother. By now, her ether must all be spent, yet she will not give up. Hey, it's like from the trailer. It's like that scene from that trailer we just watched. You need to find a tall, a high place to sound cool, yeah, or to look cool. Dragon said, they killed my boyfriend, so I fucked up their shit. That's actually what happened though, Carlo. I know you're not fully engrossed in the lore, but that's actually what happened. I knew this wasn't going to be easy. No patient could have prepared me for treating a great worm. But we're close. I can feel it. And while I've only got a few more drops of ether left to give, with yours and Graha's, this will work. Then I believe I speak for the both of us when I say you may take as much as you require. Careful, I might hold you to that. Alright, here I go already. Go, Angelo!
No! I'm almost there!
Do it, Ellie! Power up that Alize! Poor Angela's like...
This is it, Angelo!
Poor Angela's like, Mom, I'm trying, but the dragon is so big! You can do it! Oh, I thought Angelo exploded. Okay, whew. Yes, I feel it. The icon's grip groweth weak.
Did it work?
Blur.
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Alize really said, nano boost engaged. Get in there. Release the shackles. Answer me this, children of man. Can my kindred be saved in a like manner?
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts. Their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
My children, should you hearken unto my call, we shall fly together once more. But should you not, wow, I shall grant you peace. Better to die than live as a tool of evil. You too would wish this, I know, and I shall do as I must.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
Thou hast my gratitude, little one.
Alphino's ready. It's time.
Do it.
Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
You know, I never realized this whole time that she was like speared. I thought it was just the circular bindings around her. I didn't know she was like pierced right through in some parts. Bahamut, my beloved. For vengeance and atonement, I rise.
By the gods!
Let's go, dude.
Eorzea, your timing could not be better.
I thought it was weird that Graha reached up so high, and I was like, oh yeah, no, his ear is up there. That makes sense.
Understood, we're on our way.
What happened?
It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan.
Oh god.
He flies for the largest Amalja settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Oh boy. Golsif, get out with that.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way.
Aye.
Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
We shall. What? Oh! I thought he just like jumped past her. I'm like, oh, he's just jumping the whole way to Pagalthan, but no, he jumped on her fucking back, dude. He jumped on her back. Why not us? Come back. I want to go that way as well. Dragons are an absurd wellspring of ether, so who knows? True, but no muscle atrophy. No, it wouldn't happen. It's a dragon, totally different. Better than Arthur, where he's an aardvark. They put his headphones on the side of his head below his ears. Probably the elegant restraints. Test specimens are no good if they expire. I like Nilis's logic. He should play basketball. I thought Estinian could fly for a moment. I was also thinking that. I was like, huh? He could jump to Pagalthan if he wanted to. He's just that cool. What a babe. What a babe he is. Golsif, don't. Oh my god. I'm getting the heebie-jeebies. Don't say the words like that to me. I mean, you have Tiamat's dad. It's fine. It's fine. Estinian just needed to not have to ride the airship with Alize again. That was his escape. He's like, I'm hitching a ride with you if that's cool. I don't want to be back on a boat with Alize. She was probably pierced through to force her to use all her eyes' power to keep herself healing, then building up to break out. Could be. Could be, could be. I'll be fine. Plenty of time to recover on the airship. While I'm sure you're desperate to join Estinian and Tiamat in battle, 'twould be wiser to gather the full strength of the Scions first. The foe we face demands no less. Stop trying to give me food. I'm literally losing my mind. Yo, it's Batman and Batman. I just want a shirt that says, it's fine, Terra, shortly before it wasn't fine. The flames of war. With Lunar Bahamut bound for Pagalthan, Grahatia is determined to call upon the aid of your fellow Scions. I've already sent word to the others. We are to rendezvous in Ul'dah at the Hall of Flames. Let us collect Alphino and be on our way. My, what powerful neck muscles you have. Must be a build-up from a lifetime of nodding. Oh shit, they just warped me here directly. Oh shit, okay. If you're worried about me, don't be. I got some rest during the flight, and now I feel ready for anything. That was quick. First, the spate of abductions, and now an attack on the Amalja homeland. What do the Telophoroi aim to achieve with all this? Wait, it's raining! Guys, I can show off the thing if you haven't noticed yet. If you have auto umbrella on, and you step out into the rain, it puts your umbrella on. And then I think if you go back inside, it puts it away. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's such a small thing, but it brings me so much joy. Since when? Since 6.3. Since 6.3. You go inside, you don't need umbrella no more. It's not raining. And setting it up is super easy. You just go to fashion accessories, and then you just enable auto umbrella on your favorite umbrella. In your fashion accessories. It's so good. The only issue I've seen with it so far is if you have umbrella out and then you warp away to somewhere that isn't raining, sometimes your umbrella is still out. But that's a small price to pay for auto umbrella. Auto umbrella immersion. As I'm sure you recall, Arenvald and Fordola were bound for Pagelthan. I pray they have not come to any harm. Who was again? Oh yeah, Arenvald and Fordola. The devs know Glab is the true endgame, they really do. Or somewhere not raining and teleport somewhere will not open. It's only in towns. Only in towns auto umbrella works. I look forward to starts raining, whole area pops up umbrellas. Me too, Zaram. Once everyone gets on board, it's gonna be so cute. It's happened a lot in Gridania, because Gridania is my hometown. It's happened quite a lot there where like maybe 40% of the people bring out umbrella, but I want to see the whole AFK Aetherite light up. By happy coincidence, Kryl and I were in the process of concluding our inquiries when news reached us of Lunar Bahamut's return. There is much to discuss, but it will have to wait. Gridania also rains a lot, yes. Oh, get NPCs to do it as well? That'd be so cute. Of the foe we face, we know but little. Though time be of the essence, we must not stint in our preparations, lest our haste to fly to the aid of the Amalja cost us our best chance of victory. Why can't I click you? What the hell's happening here? Unclickable! The way you just slinked back around the corner. Oh my god. Okay. Now, I know some of you could do with the rest, but I'm sorry to say the Telophoroi have other plans. Pagelthan is already under siege. Squintabellum. Happily, the Immortal Flames arrived just in time to join the defensive effort, with Marshal Terrapin at their head. Well now, given the failure of the peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultanate would respond. 'Tis good to hear that Ul'dah has not abandoned the Amalja. Abandoned them? Did we not profess to be their friends? Nanamo? Nanamo! Your Grace. Marshal Terrapin had made provisions for such an exigence? Frick is that? Hang on, hold. Exigency.
Exigency.
Oh, I hate that word. Why?
Exigency.
An urgent need or demand. Ugh! I don't like that word. That's an ugly one. Marshal Terrapin had made provisions for such an exigency and was ready to depart at a moment's notice. All that was required was agreement of the syndicate, each of whom voted in favor of intervention. Like contingency, exigency. I don't like it. I don't like it. Hashtag not clickbait. Hi, Strove! Nor is Ul'dah alone in its resolve. The other alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Pagelthan. Yet even with our combined strength, we shall be sorely tested, for we face not only the might of an Imperial Legion, but Lunar Bahamut and his draconic horde besides. Tiamat's children. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured, but not all of the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite their proximity to Lunar Bahamut, none of the Amalja show any signs of tempering. Strange. What primal would turn down a chance to claim new thralls? unless it is incapable of doing so. Primals are not wont to serve a master, Ascian or otherwise. It may well be that Lunar Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner from those we have previously encountered. If that were true, anyone could fight him, and Sir and the others like him wouldn't have to shoulder the burden alone. Be that as it may, Lunar Bahamut remains an incalculably powerful foe, whom our soldiers will struggle to best through mere force of arms. With the aid of the Scions, however, I believe they will fare rather better, assuming, that is, you are ready to take to the field. An airship awaits to bear you to the front. Pray, set forth as soon as you are able. They also don't even bend their knees at all, Curlo. There's no knee action. What is this moments badge I have? That's from when we cleared Tsukuyomi and I was so excited we made it a moment. So, how do we feel about Lolorito lately? He's starting to win me over a bit. No. No. Although he was cuter when he took his hat off. Do they have knees? They must. No, no knees. They don't have knees. I'll show you the walking animation. I, meanwhile, shall continue to coordinate our forces. Till next we meet, may the 12 bless and keep you. They have no knees. They only use their knees for sitting, correct. Lolorito's still an ass, yeah. Slightly more tolerable ass, but still an ass. I hope he softens up and chills out a bit more. I can see him being an actually really good mentor for Nanamo. True! There was that whole scene with Nanamo and Lolorito, right? Where he guided her, essentially. It was kind of her to speak with us personally. You may be certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities. Well, I for one am inclined to do as her grace requests. Lest we forget, Arnvold and Fordola are in Pagelthan on reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better their chances. Indeed, to the airship then. He shows up in culinary quests. That's kind of cool. But look, almost no knee action. Very little knee action happening here. They basically swing their whole leg forward when they walk. It's so cute. Oh, those are so cute, dude. Remember when I was going to switch to Bun Boy? That might still happen at the end of MSQ. They don't particularly need it. You should see yourself out, Lord Wiz, before you make this awkward for us all. Stomp those little Pete's, literally. The cats and dogs fight? Sorry, the corals and pups and wolves fight? That was so cute. Some pets play it. That's so cute, these two. Oh my god. Some minions can interact. I knew that, but I'd never seen that one before. That's so cute. I love the wind-up Sadhu and Magni. Also, apparently wind-up Runar and wind-up Stola have an interaction. Where am I going? What's happening? Oh yeah, landing. Airship landing. Yeah, Runar gives blue flower, that's right. Hansoro flower, dude. I have that screenshot for forever. It's not going anywhere. Catboy? Half-naked Catboy? It's gonna be a good plate. What? How can you be a half-naked Catboy and not have a plate? I'm furious. I am literally / furious. Block them. Shame them. Message them. I will. I will. Make an adventure plate, period. That is all. The furious emote. Runar gives Ishtola a flower. It's so cute. I think most pups you can feed too with the slash handover, right? I love the slash handover with pets. Airship landing. Boom, 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 boom. Please don't change off Lala. If I do, it's going to be post MSQ. I need to keep the consistent. Oh my god. Hello? 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 Thanks for waiting. Hello, you guys. Oh boy. I've been just chatting a bit too long. Hi, everybody. We'll be there soon. Dulia Chai had Lala Flame. Yes, yes. They pointed that out at the end of 5.0. It's so cute, dude. Lest thou wonder, I have attended to Thancred's ammunition and completed mine own preparations. I trust thou canst say the same of thine. Try as I might, I cannot fathom why the Telophoroi would move to attack the Amalja. If Fandaniel's objective is death and destruction, one of the city-states would surely have been a better target. No, they have some other agenda, one encompassing the recent abductions, perhaps. Dulia Chai's minion is adorable. I love that we saw it right after the scene where she breaks Chinese. I don't know how to say it. Post MSQ as if they don't keep updating MSQ. Post MSQ to date, I meant to say. You can hand over wind up people. Really? If you have the Mamateer title? That's cute. Do you think Astinian and Tiamat have already reached Pagelthan? Ah, but I should know better than to speculate on the whereabouts of the Azure Dragoon. Forgive me. It's not impossible that the Telophoroi redirected some of the troops stationed at the tower to the front line. If so, this may all turn out to have been to Arenvald and Fordola's benefit. Given what we know, some, or perhaps even all, of the Imperial soldiers may have been tempered. If we can subdue them, we should be able to do something about that. But they would still see us as enemies even then. That said, they wouldn't be deaf to reason, which is better than nothing. So, the Telophoroi have constructed buildings capable of tempering, and primals which are not. What secrets are they hiding? It is a good question. Who am I meant to talk to? Oh, you. Look at all the gamers. Hello, gamers! Greetings! We've been expecting you. But say the word, and we shall depart for Pagelthan at once. Pagelthan! Now accessible! I assume the rolls have already been done? We already have winners for who's coming to the dungeon, I assume? Or are there people that still need to roll off for the party? Oh. Gonna say it, I don't find Lala emotes cute. Sorry, I had to deal with that. I had to deal with that. Blocked, reported, unfriended. It was only a 10-second timeout. I'm kidding, Jolly, I love you. We had winners, then Alize used Limit Break on them. Oof. I know you guys have been waiting. I am ready. However, I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. No, I'm not ready yet. I need to run for a quick little break. I need to brew up some coffee because I'm actually yawning a little bit. So I need to start a pot of coffee because I don't want to end just yet. And I want to keep going. So I need coffee. I need coffee. I had coffee too early in the day, like earlier than I'm used to having it for brunch. So I'm like feeling drained. And maybe partially Whirlit has to do with it. I don't know. Coffee, it's so late. Strobe, do you think I have any kind of normal sleep schedule? I do not. I do not. Late night gamer coffee. Woo! Get that bean juice. Yeah, so I'm gonna go put on a pot of coffee. I'll be back in like, I don't know. No more than a couple minutes. I'm gonna run an ad real quick to disable pre-rolls. You won't miss anything. We'll just be BRB. Yawning at this time of day? Listen, I'm a degen. I'm a full-on degen. I need my late night coffee, okay? Terry, I slept 18 hours. What's the sleep schedule? Exactly. Exactly. Also, thank you for the follow if I didn't thank you. We'll be back. We'll be back. See you in a minute. Boop. Do you want my head delivered to your door in a box? No, I'm good. Well, there's my head. Would you like it in a box delivered to you? He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill my head off. Hang on. I just saw that I have this. We should use this. This would be very cool. This would be a cool thing to use. It fucking did nothing. That was embarrassing. We're just not gonna talk. We're just not gonna talk about that. We're not gonna discuss that. Okay, that didn't happen. Hang on, I wanna pet the. Let me pet the. There we go. He looks so happy. He's looking up at my hand. Wait. the fucking. Girl, that's so sad. Hang on. We will return it to nature. Yeah. There it goes. It's free. Look, it's flying. It flew away, guys. It's totally still alive and just flew away backwards. No. I've only one. There's a cock in here. Dominique cock, no less. You know what? You know what? Let's get Google in on this. Let's get Google in on this. I will accept defeat if Google pronounces it not the way that I pronounce it. Usually if you just search define pasta, it'll define the word for you and also give you pronunciation.
Pasta.
Ew! I don't accept defeat. I was quite certain that it would pronounce it my way.
Pasta. Pasta. Pasta.
Stop.
Pasta.
I hate it.
Pasta.
It's fucking pasta.
Pasta.
No, I hate this.
Pasta.
I hate this so much.
Pasta.
I'm closing this. I said I would be graceful in defeat, but no, I'm not. I'm not graceful. I'm mad. I'm mad. Remake Mr. Squeaky X mod. I'm excited for this, if it's what I think it is. Where I just found out that the dude who invented D&D lived in Wisconsin, which is fucking incredible.
Jesus Christ!
I need this. I need this. It doesn't completely invalidate how terrifying he is, but it helps, you know? It helps. It makes him more scary. I mean, booze. Are we chill here? Holy shit. We're not chill here. Shit, I'm gonna have to go into my personal shit. I'm gonna have to go into like pictures. Into my porn folder. into my porn folder. Oh, it's so gross. No, there's faces in there. Hey, it's the thing from Amnesia. Ew. Who would? I'm wearing this. All right, this is my aesthetic now.
I'm facing the fence. Fuck you all.
I hate. Wait, I'm just like in full farmer's outfit on the girl's side where they're all wearing dresses. You're literally facing the fence.
I want none of this. You all snubbed me. This town can screw off.
Holy shit. If we have half a heart, we are good to go. That's usually what I do. That's usually what I... Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Where is it? Oh my... Oh! Yes! Ah! I'm so happy. I'm so happy. We fucking did it. I'll hit your fucking ankles. Yeah. Wait, what? Wait, what? I thought I could fight him. There we go. Holy shit. Hello, sir. Where's your penis? Imagine having 0 penis. Could be 50% of the world. I don't trust my ejecting skills. Some Zoes just want to watch the Novice Network burn. Hello? Hello, Zoe? Why would you do this? Unbelievable. I'm back, by the way. We gonna do the Paggle-than. Hi, Torb. We gonna do the Paggle-than. Hello, gamers. So who do we got? We got Vani, we got Thanaria, and we got Zoe. Congrats on your rolls, you guys. Rolling the big numbers. Also, wait, can I go as dancer? There's a specific glam I want from Paggle-than for my dancer. I want to go as dancer. We're gonna double dancer it up. Hey Tara, guess what? It's pasta. Get out. Get out. You know what? You know what? I'm feeling unhinged right now. I'm feeling unhinged. Get out of here. Get out of here. We don't tolerate that toxic chat in my chat. The aiming set looks nice. It's because I want to flesh out my little tribal look. I want to flesh out my little tribal dancer. Remember that dancers can dance partner each other? Can? I thought they couldn't. Fred. Okay, I'm focusing. This is gonna be hype as hell. I doubt we're killing Lunar Bahamut right now. I highly doubt that. Ascian vermin, you shall torment my children no longer. Welcome to her to Arizona. Ian, no. Oh no, default portrait. Blech. Why am I like this? Cute, you can actually dance partner each other. Oh, it's been a minute since I've played dancer. Wish me luck. Here you go, have some mitt. Ooh! Lily, how you doing? Welcome in. How have I been? I've been very good. How have you been? Oh, there's one straggler over there. A caster. Blech. You can dance, you can jive, having the time of your life. Ooh. How could you do this to me? Never start any song in my chat. I am like helpless. I am powerless. Oh no, I have too many feathers. I'm overcapped. There we go, problem solved. I don't have samba. I don't have samba, good luck. Good luck everybody else. Abba is the gift that keeps on giving. Yeah. You're unrepentant in your singing. And that's why we appreciate you. What mask does Protag have here? Yes, this is... Rando's got it. It's Grand Cosmos. I was in Warg... I was in Grand Cosmos a lot for Warg stuff, but then I realized that the Paggle-than chest piece would fit better for a very tribal look. And so that's why I want Paggle-than chest. Samba? You mean Crutchba? No, I mean mitba. Mitigation but nah, it doesn't ring. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Thank you, Overdweller. Let me show you the way. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thanks, little buddy. It's been great. It's been a while since I popped in. Your hair is purple or dark blue? Dark blue, yes. Looks great. Thank you. Oh, dude, did you just technical? Oh, God, I'm also technicaling. I should have waited. Oh, well. What can you do? Press the button. Oh, that looks unfriendly. Now we know is lost in the flow. Youch! I might have done something wrong. Technically, you should have technicaled later. Correct! I should have. Oh, okay. Those are just AoE explosions. Oh, but they grow? Some of them? I'm sure this is fine. Oh, geez. Oh, I see. I didn't move out of it the last time. When playing Dancer, how do you not just stare at your bars the entire time? This is a struggle I have. I struggle to look at mechanics because bars are like Christmas tree with how it's lighting up. And I want to press button. Have better bars. Hey, listen here. Hey, listen here. You little shit. You little shit. Do not come for me in my messy bar placement. By staring at the hypnotic dance your character's doing, respectfully, of course. Of course! I get technical. Yeah, I might as well. Honestly, I just remembered where the 4 steps are and which proc was for which proc button. Have your dance gauge closer to the character. Ah, like moving it a little closer would be smart. Instead, I will suffer.
The amounts are in trouble.
Did for a while. Let's go, Tiamat! Hi, Fonto! Welcome in, bud. How you doing? Have a bar near the middle. Scaled to preference. See, that just makes too much sense for me. My toxic trait is that I ask for how other people set their things up, and then I don't apply any of that knowledge into real world practice. Mama's coming in to save our children. It's so cool, dude. It's so heckin' cool. Brother, how you doing? Make sure to check the glamour out for this dungeon. Oh, that's why I'm on Dancer. I don't usually play Dancer, but I wanted a tribal-looking aesthetic for my Dancer, and Pagelthan aiming chest piece is exactly that. Oops, offending. Meh. It's okay, I guess. Oh, God! The body pieces are great here. Yeah, I've seen them be the core of many great glams. Many respectful glams, we will say. For my Lala, it's gonna be more of like a, do you know like the luau dancers from Lilo and Stitch? That's the kind of vibe that I was looking to get for my dancer. Na, 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 na. That's what I'm looking for. So I'm hoping Paglothan chess piece pulls it together for me. I wore the aiming chest with the diamond weapon dancer. Chakrams looked fierce. Loving this training for you. Using the striking chess piece from here. Have been using it since 5.5. Nothing has replaced it aesthetically for you? Hang on. That's startling. That's concerning. Molly Berry. Hello, Molly. Hello, Molly and Raiders. Welcome in, you guys. I can't really look at chat right now because we're doing dungeon, but hi. Appreciate you. All the Peepo Terras, get out. Molly, I love you so dearly. How was Valheim? How was Valheim? What did you get up to today? Tell me it, even though I can barely read it. I still want to know. I love you so much. Welcome in, Raiders. If it's your first time meeting me, I used to be a variety streamer. Now I'm a 14 variety streamer. I play a variety of 14 content. And if you have not played the game before, I recommend hiding as what is this chess piece? Or not this chess piece, this helmet. Ugh. I recommend hiding as this is very deep spoiler territory. So if you're planning to play this amazing, wonderful story, you might want to hide, lurk, one of those two. And keep yourself safe because this story is so incredible and it has won my heart entirely. Hey you, Molly, love you. Big fight raid, yes it is. From our beautiful friend Molly. Also, gamers in my chat, if you are a fan of survival crafting or just chill vibes in general, I cannot recommend Molly enough. I love, 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 love Molly to death. And she knows it. Give it up for month 5 of Final Fantasy XIV. Literally. Quite literally. The wonderful game about Final Fantasy XIV, the wonderful thing about the game of Final Fantasy XIV is it has this magical power of turning variety streamers into Final Fantasy XIV streamers. Because it's so incredible. It's so incredible. Are we fighting the entire machine here? Is the entire machine the boss fight? I've been trying to say hi to Raiders, and I'm just now acknowledging what is on my screen. Hey, I saw your YouTube videos. Love them. Glad you're having such a good time. Hey, welcome in from YouTube. We've had quite a few of those lately, and it warms my heart. Y'all making the trip over? Heck yeah. We'd love to see it. Welcome in. Oh, oh! It's fine. This Adfest is indeed a boss fight. Wouldn't the slow-moving missiles? Oh, I see. Okay. It's gonna push us. Curlo! Curlo, you bean! Thank you for gifting us up to dragons! Oh, I'm gonna get blasted. Oh no? Up we go! Why did I AoE it? Oh, my technical is up. Is it worth it? It's worth it. It has a lot of burst. Technical step. Standard step. Nice. Well done. Well done. Well done. Would it be too much to update a chat command like 14 spoilers or something for incoming raids to tell them where you are in story? That is a great idea. That is a great idea, phone. Molly, again, thank you so, so much for the raid. We are at a very big part in the story. So once again, I just want to caution anyone, if you have any intention of playing this game, please hide yourself. Oh, Ian, thank you for gifting us up to Cobra. Whoa. Where are we again? This visual is incredible. Sorry, what's happening over here? I'm supposed to be fighting something? That visual is incredible. Paglothan, the Amalja homeland. It is beautiful. Are you kidding me? Megalden, east of 10, guys. God, you all are doing it. God. You guys are obnoxious and I love you. Whoa, oh my gosh. The music is banging. Wine, thank you for kitty bitties. Whoa. I will call unto my children. The icon waiteth in the heavens. My child shall bear thee to him? Huh? Gotta go fast. Phone! Thank you for the 420 bitties. Molly, thank you for kitty bitties. Beautiful, dude. This, like fields of gold. Absolutely beautiful. Molly, thank you so much for the lurk. I hope your stream was fantastic. Lurk to Piva BRB. Okay. Molly, thank you so much again for trusting me with your humans. And I love you so much. Mwah. Enjoy your pee. How very glib. Let's throw a samba, because this feels like a big pull. Also, is there a scam train happening? Guys, thank you for the scam train. Appreciate your faces. Glad I got to catch this. I love this dungeon. This dungeon's visually and mechanically incredible. I like the ad boss fight. Me sitting here imagining the bands of Amalja herding animals across these plains for generations, and the outrage I feel towards Fandaniel for ruining that serenity. I mean, at least the fields aren't completely raised, right? It's a little bit scorched. Just a little bit, but just a little bit. But it's not irrecoverable yet. That tower ruins the skyline. Wow, we're fighting Lunar Bahamut right now? Huh? Or are we? Or are we? Oh my gosh, dude. Mutually assured destruction a little bit. Oh my gosh. Did you console me any day? Straight to horny gel. Straight to horny gel. Wait, where am I? Where are the gamers? Over there, I see them. Love almost all the dungeons after this one as well. This is incredible. She weakened him for you, so now it's achievable. Oh my. Oh my. That looks unfortunate. Bing. Bing. I used to never know how to tell if a stack marker was like a multi-hit one that you had to stay for until I think we were running, what's the one where you first fight Midgarsimer? We were running that dungeon and then someone pointed out it's like multi-stacked. It literally looks multi-stacked when it's showing up. Keep her the like, yes. Keep her the like. Ian, thank you so much for the 100 biddies. Oh. Oh, oh. Oh. Nice. Yeah, the marker is multi-stacked. Yeah. Woo! Did a clear of DSR before you did this dungeon? Disparage. Gulsef, that just means you get to... Whoa, 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 whoa. That just means you get to fully appreciate being here for it. That's all it means. Ain't no big fan. Huh? Oh. No? Wait. Oh. Do. Giga Flare. Whoops, why did I press C? See how there's like multiple layers of it? That's what indicates it's gonna be a multi-hit. And it took me so long to realize that, like way too long. I should have Samba'd, I guess. It didn't do that much damage though. Ooh, this again? Alright. Oh, okay, I'm fine. Whoa. I stood in that for just a little bit too long. Hey, let's go. Nice. Thank you for explaining that. I was so confused by that start marker. It wasn't until somebody else pointed it out to me like a while ago and I was like, oh my God. Anavant is a lifesaver in these moments. I used it so much in that fight. It saved me so much. Dancer, pretty good for learning a dungeon, I would say. Because you can fix your mistakes pretty quickly with Anavant. Caught up on the story, just now realized that. Really, Cobra? It's not super clear. Anavant is my favorite thing about being a dancer, truly. It's incredible. Ooh, NPCs. Wait, picture first, then I'll talk to the NPCs. Eh. Did we get Palagathan aiming? Palagathan breaches of casting. Those are kind of cute. Those are kind of cute, actually. Casting is a shame, but still cute. I was just introduced to big fat tacos, big fat tacos, big fat tacos. So, wait a minute, Vel. That's not MSQ. Velora. You're supposed to be doing MSQ, Velora, so you can be safely in here. Nah, do what you want. I'm just kidding. Do what you want. Do what you want. Let's go Red Ranger pose A. I like Red Ranger pose A. Wah! I think I need to G pose to make you more central. Slash G pose. Big fat tacos, big fat tacos. Big fat tacos, so big. And if we're in G pose, let's go bright one. Oh, that's a little too bright. Ooh. Oh. Let's just keep it normal. It's very bright enough here, honestly. That was too bright. I have to freeze everybody. Nope, not good enough. Oh no, your pose gets ruined. Hang on, I have to selectively unfreeze you. I don't remember how. I don't remember how to selectively unfreeze somebody. How do I selectively unfreeze one person? There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. I don't usually comment in chats, but seeing you have pronouns and whatnot here is really nice. Comforting, so thank you! Exclamation mark pronouns if you want to set your own. It's super useful. It's super, super useful. Super useful, makes everyone feel safe and comfy, and it takes no effort. It takes no effort on your part. Look at all those exclamation mark pronouns. Love you guys. Well done. Takes no effort on your part, and it can literally save a life, so it's always worth setting up. Always, always, always. Sticker mode? Sticker mode? Wait. Sticker mode? What the? Was sticker mode always a thing? This, I don't.
Sloppy.
They're new of the most recent patch? Bro, what? This is the main, this is the main protagonist. Oh, can I not shrink it? Edit. Size. This is the main protagonist right here. We're gonna go like this. Wait, this is so cute. I was doing it as a meme, but now I actually want to take a picture like that. That's so cute. Oh, sorry, Molly. Missed the raid transition. Hi, Marcus. Welcome in. Welcome in on the Molly raid. Oh. There's some newer stickers, but sticker mode has been here for a bit. Got you. Been here for quite a while. Dang. That's incredible. I do one pointing at the tower, like... No, I'll be here all day. That's enough G-pose for me. Still smallest even with hand added. It wasn't enough. Okay. Well done. Well done. Let's talk to the NPCs and let's move on. And see what trauma awaits. Nah, I'm sure it'll be fine. Our efforts may have helped Arnvald and Fordol escape. Is that... I don't know what she said. Something about the Bahamut. Hopefully, Tiamat's wounds are not too severe. Don't all talk at once, please. One at a time. One at a time. Damn it! Our allies have steered well clear of the tower, for good reason. Graha? Nothing to say, Catboy. Nothing to say, sir. How about you? Nothing? Is that the last we've seen of Bahamut? Doubt it! That seemed way too easy. Although, Tiamat did weaken them. Maybe it wasn't that easy. Maybe it only seemed that easy because Tiamat weakened them for us. This is vexing. Oh, but once again, I just want to quickly say, Molly, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. It's a pleasure to meet you. And I hope you had fantastic, fantastic time with Molly. Oh. Sometimes they forget to speak. And will if you back away! Too late. It's gone. Nice to have a great worm as a wingman, yeah. Children of man, the shade of my beloved is no more, and I shall be forever in your debt. By your deeds are we set free, and free we shall remain, as long as I draw breath. Never again shall the dragons of Mericidia hearken to the lies of the Ascians. This I vow. Yo, Tiamat waited a millennia, but got their closure.
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well.
It kind of sounds like Gosetsu's voice actor, but it's definitely an Amalja chieftain of some sort. Hi, bud.
Long have our peoples waged war, but no more.
It's Roban VA? It sounds like Gosetsu with a cold. It really does. I don't remember, but I think Terra already passed one of my favorite VA moments in this game. Did I miss it, Psycho? It's Roban. I love that. Also, welcome in, Funky.
fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice.
Oh, that's awesome. I like all of these. You would make peace with Ul'dah then. We would be proud to call you allies. Let us put the past behind us. I like this one the most. Let us put the past behind us. Leave it where it belongs.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Garleans who are deserving of our fury.
Hell yeah. Thank you for the follow as well, Cobra. Hope you feel comfy and happy in front of the community.
I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause. Till we meet again.
Wow. Peace with the beast tribes. First the kobolds, now the Amalja. And sort of with the Sahagin, right? Sorta. This is interesting. I can scarce believe it. 3 minutes waiting, travel back to Crystal.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, DC travel as of 6.3 has been yikes. I think a lot of people are jumping around. So keep that in mind. If you ever come to play with me, you'll probably have at least like a 6-minute jump back to your server. Or sorry, your data center.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
Wow. Tower remains an issue. We didn't really learn anything of it, did we? Some earlier time inside the Pagelthan Tower. Or sometime earlier, sorry. You guys did a B team! I'm so happy. I don't like that.
What in Ralga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
Get back!
Did it die?
No! What have I done?
Why did it die so easily?
It's too late for them! We're leaving, now!
Yeah, they look a little bit... It didn't die. Yeah, that's your cue to leave. Yep. Wait. Wouldn't Fordola know? Fordola can't control her echo.
No.
What?
No! Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together.
Did they set up these towers to summon lunar primals? Is that what I'm realizing? That's a lot of smiley faces. There's a lot of smiley faces in my chat room. This is Pagelthan, isn't it? I'm so jealous of this human. Is it of aiming? Dang. I want to try it on with my current dancer look. Wait, okay, I need to change the gloves. Wait, this would be so perfect as like a little dancer look. Yeah, I need Pagelthan aiming. I know it's the striking top, but dancer looks very similar to this, right? Or aiming. It would look so perfect as like a little like luau dancer. Like what I want. Like little Lilo and Stitch luau dancer. That would be so perfect. I have to farm Pagelthan. Gosh dang it. Gosh dang it. Well, rip me. Just run it again, unsync. That's probably what I'll have to do, yeah. Or with the trust system, or like duty support. Is this also Pagelthan here? Pagelthan casting? Oh, healing. Oh, even that would look cool, but meh, meh. Farm Gul'Than. Hey, thank you for the pets. Farm Gul'Than. And if I didn't say thank you for the follow. Oh, healing and casting share a model. Got you. Unsynced with 4 people takes like 4 to 5 minutes. That's now then. Unsynced is faster. Got it. Healing and casting are the same, but palette swap. And they're all dyeable, right? Or are they? Even if they aren't, they look great. It doesn't look like it is dyeable. I don't think it is. No, it's not. That's the only downside to it. Not dyeable. That's too bad. That's too bad. 7.1 gigas. That was the amount you have on your temp folder. Oh boy. Time to clean that out. Time to clean that out, Groneko. Oh, this is you. This is you. Nice to officially meet you. Did I see your plate? Oh! Shame. Bong! Shame. Shame. I'm gonna whisper you it as well. Shame. No adventure plate. No plate means fake player. Shame upon you. Make a plate.
Make a plate, please. I live off of adventure plates. When I am in like a queue and I'm in a town, I'm looking at adventure plates all day, every day.
Gotta run. Gonna have to catch the rest of the 5.5 VOD. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Krisha! We'll see you next time. Be safe. Be safe. Have fun. To be fair, if you're on free version, they are level 90. They are level 90.
They are level 90.
They can make a plate. I'm sorry, I don't mean to bully too hard. I just really enjoy adventure plates. I just really, really enjoy them. To see the Amalja fighting alongside us brought to mind the Zun of the Crystarium. I pray that our peoples can forge bonds as strong as those of our counterparts in the First. From what I could tell, there didn't seem to be many Imperials in the vicinity of the tower. Hopefully, Arenvald will have used the opportunity to get in and out undetected. Tiamat did all she promised and more this day, but I doubt she will be satisfied. Nay, she will fight on in defense of her children, wheresoever they may be. I think I muted myself. It will be more than a single victory to wash away all the bad blood between men and the Amalja, but one has to start somewhere. I did mute the game. No, I muted the game by accident. It's right beside my angry swing, so I accidentally clicked it. Whoopsies. Oh, it's only because this is an alt. You'll make something? Okay, thank you. Thank you. You'll make me very happy. I don't trust people who don't have a plate. What if it's an alt, though? What if it's an alt? Is that acceptable? Do we accept alts? Though the day is won, thanks in no small part to thy valor, the Telophoroi are far from defeated. Yet be that as it may, 'tis only right that we rejoice in Lunar Bahamut's banishment unto the ether. So something's wrong with those towers. What? It's gonna be something like, the towers are somehow connected to the moon, and they're being touched by Zodiark or something, and then having the tribes in suffering and pain and imprisonment are summoning the primal, but it's getting corrupted through Zodiark, and that's why it's becoming this like dark version of the It's gonna be something weird like that. It's gonna be something weird like that. But they need that. They need the towers as like a radio, like a radio tower to reach Dalamud, or not Dalamud. What's his name? Zodiark, because he's in the moon. Is the moon Dalamud? I don't remember what the moon's called. But Hydaelyn told us that Zodiark's trapped in the moon. Or something. I don't know. There's a lot of lore in this game. Touched by Zodiark. I remember that show from the 90s. Demi, get out. Moon's haunted, yeah. Dalamud was a moon. It was the one that held Bahamut. Ah. Dalamud, okay, that's where my confusion began. Dalamud is the one that held Bahamut, but Hydaelyn said that when she sundered the thingies, she imprisoned him in the moon. I guess our regular moon. Other moon is called Menfina. Thank you! Linny, thank you for the hug before you went, by the way. I saw that. Made a temp one. I'll be the judge of this. It's acceptable. I mean, you have a little bit of a ways to go to end up like this. But it's acceptable. It's acceptable. The only thing my plate is missing to be absolutely perfect is this needs to be the shoe bill. I gotta go farm the shoe bill. Because with the shoe bill there, it is literally perfection. Let me find that shoe bill. Did I pass it already? Dang it, I think I did. There it is. See? Literally perfection. The perfect plate doesn't exist. How do you get the shoe bill? Obtained from shoe bills found in Amarat. I think it's the dungeon. The dungeon. Cacpot soon, by the way. Oh, Saturday? It is Saturday. Cacpot soon. Poggers. But yeah, I need the shoe bill and then my plate is perfect. Dust Bunny is acceptable. Dust Bunny is acceptable. Because he's kind of like, and I'm like, so it's like, it's close. It's not perfect though. Your plate is like, please sir, may I have some more? I bumped into somebody, it was very validating. I bumped into somebody who was like just in Gridania and they were doing like the malevolence pose. So I walked up and I did the malevolence pose right in their face. And then they were like, why do you look like an 1800s factory worker? And I was like, that is literally my aesthetic. That's what I was going for. So I felt very validated that that's exactly what they got from it. Wish you had resubbed earlier to the game or to me? No, resub to the game. Your A plate is kind of JoJo inspired. Hell yeah, Psycho. Hell yeah. Theory: shoe bill is Emmett's familiar. Discuss. That's basically what we thought, or Emmett himself. While it would be too much to hope that we have seen the last of Fandaniel, we have dealt his schemes a telling blow this day, and that alone is cause to celebrate. And celebrate I will, when we have received word of Arnveld's safe return. People always want critical hit. I forgot a Stinian behind me. Where is Stinian, you shithead? You're supposed to be with the rest of them. Oh, I'm so mad at him. No, I read Uri's. I'm so mad at him. How dare you? He's a stinky boy. He's a stinker. He's a stinker off in the corner. Come on, Estinian. You're part of the group, dude. My character's not
my superstar.
Thanks for all your hard work. Can't wait to see all your adventures in Endwalker. Waving hand, party face,
Party
fire.
face. Fire. Back coaster! As if you've been with me 2 months already. That's wild. Think of it 2 months. I think the Jumbo Cacpot is about to happen. As a small reminder to folks, yes. Gotta get your monies. Estinian is an introvert. Honestly, I could relate. Yeah, he is relatable. Can't show off that cool Ishgard restoration emote with everyone around. The lean. You know what I want to eat right now? Lasagna. Go have some lasagna, bestie. Have some lasagna. Order it. Treat yourself. You deserve it. Have you seen the Bosnia Glams by chance? Little Lala Soldier Boy? No, we're doing Bosnia next week. Endwalker Saturday, for sure. Confirmed. Maybe. I hope. Unless I cancel and get scared. Unless I get scared and cancel. But we'll do Bosnia to fill the... Doom Cookie. Doom Cookie. Thank you for the fresh tier 1. The organic, home-raised. Thank you for the tier 1. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. I don't think Tara's going to be able to VOD Endwalker. You mean edit it for YouTube? You don't think I'm gonna be able to edit it for YouTube? I will power through. I got tissues. I got a whole tissue box. So I put a pic in Discord that on your screen, your wind-up Mistel is standing where Graha. This one is standing right here? Wait. In Discord, you put it Final Fantasy screenies? Bam, bam, bam. Oh, my heart! Ah! Oh, that's precious! Hang on, you guys gotta see this. That is hecking precious. Look, 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 look. So there's Graha, right? Look at the little tiny Graha. Boop, boop. That's so cute, dude. He's there in spirit. He's there in spirit. Pop some Bosnia glams in Discord. I don't know if you consider, I wouldn't consider the glam spoilers. Don't you worry about that. If a player can run around with it, although that being said, if a player can run around with it, I didn't consider it a spoiler. However, you can literally run around with this minion, spoiler minion, the minion. Like, I don't know what they were thinking with this one. This is a questionable one. Bosnia kind of long though. Well, we'll finish 5.5 either tonight or early into Tuesday, and then we'll have basically like, we'll be able to kill time. We'll have Tuesday, Thursday, Friday for Bosnia, and then Saturday will be Endwalker. So we might even finish Bosnia in all that time. We'll see. We'll see. We might splash in some blue content. We might splash in some Palace of the Dead like I was supposed to do on Friday the 13th. We might splash in some tribal quests. Your 4 quests for Endwalker. I'm terrified. Edible! I missed the cat dad. But I mean, at least you went Thailander male. Do you have the eyebrows? Did you do the eyebrow trick? Edible used to be a cat dad. And they took it away from me. They took it away from me. The Bosnia Glems are inspired by 12. I think that makes sense, right? He's technically called Crystal Exarch, to be fair. True, true. I literally cannot eat lasagna right now. Oh, rip. Rip, Korneko, rip. Terra doesn't understand how much grind there is in Bosnia to complete it. No, it'll be fine. You guys will be there with me. We'll get through it fast. We'll get through it fast. It'll be fine. Will it be fine? I don't know. Bosnia's a long journey. No, it'll be fine. We'll get through it. We'll get through it in like 2 days, I think. This is no problem. You may now enter Palgothan. Oh yeah, trust. Boop. This is way less of a comfy chair now. What did you do to my chair? What did you do to my chair? I am anger. I am anger. Did you do the eyebrow check? Let me look at you. Let me look at your face. Did you do the eyebrow hack to actually have eyebrows? Oh, why did I zoom in on his crotch? Sorry, sorry. I think you did. Look, you have eyebrows. Proud of you. Bosnia in 2 days. That's funny. I'm sorry, I couldn't deal with it. It was too much power, eh? Too much power to be the cat dad. I mean, at least he's cute. At least he's cute. Let's see what you do with your plate. Let's see what you do with your plate. Ah, yes! A man after my own heart. I appreciate this plate. Tara, what do I want from Popeyes? Chimkin. I don't know what Popeyes has. Especially, you know me, I'm a simple man. Give me chimkin, ideally boneless. Because I like my chimkin boneless. That's basically all I care about. Just good chimkin. Copyright infringement. Terry, you're gonna love Bosnia's music. It lives rent-free in my head. I'm excited. They got tendies and nuggies. I want tendies. I want tendies. Tendies for sure. Oh, same Terra. I usually do nuggets because I end up more for the money than tendies. Oh, really? Okay, do nuggies. Do nuggies then. I haven't had Popeyes in forever. Estinian, you little bum. I should have known you'd be the one to end it. Mayhap now Tiamat will find some measure of solace. Damn your backwards hat. Wait, what Final Fantasy is this outfit from? This looks vaguely familiar. Doesn't he have like a headband and blonde hair? 13. Thank you. 13. Got it. Got it. Does he have a headband and a blonde hair? Or am I remembering him wrong? Snow? Snow's outfit. Oh, he has a beanie? Oh boy. Okay, well, listen. I haven't played other Final Fantasies, okay? Listen here. You got the Paglethan chest! Wait, what are those gloves? Those gloves would be perfect if they're aiming. Oh, they are aiming. Street handwear? Wait, what? Is that part of Pagel? Oh, it is. Oh, it is. Oh my god. Best chess piece in the game, dude. Wow. That's so cool. You were 1 minute too late for your cacpot? No! Rest in pepperoni. The glam is from the same set of cosmetics I normally have on your paladin. Got you. Easy cute. I want little tribal dancer. It's my goal. I'm gonna be farming so much Paglethan, dude. It's a pain. What IRL time is it right now? Okay, I got at least another hour in me. Minimum. Got another hour in me, minimum. The wrappies are the best part of the chest. That's so cool. You basically don't need gloves alongside that. Alphino is minded to share his account of the events that unfolded in Paglethan with the Sultana. Nice choice of streetwear I had with Paglethan chest. Oh my god. Why did I get jump scared? What happened? Did the scene just change? There was, I don't know what the scene was in my peripheral, but suddenly Alphino was there. Oh, Lord almighty. Okay. Whew. It was a surprise, rich boy jump scare. It was a wider shot and went into him. Okay. Oh, lordy. Standing around here worrying is not going to help matters. Oh no. How do I delete a VOD? I literally just jump scare yelled come. How do I delete a VOD? How do I delete a VOD? Phone, thank you for the biddies. I'm bye guys. Bye. Bye. Bro, I hate it here. Bro, I hate it here. Send it to Lulu phone. God damn it, dude. Oh man. Oh Lord almighty. Okay, okay. Come, we must discuss today's the day's events with Pippin and her grace. Brave scions. Oh, her grace is here already. Would that I could treat you to a hero's welcome, but I bear urgent news from the frontistery. Nailed it. Nailed it. Clip it and ship. I hate you guys. Your grace, whatever's the matter? As our troops withdrew from Paglethan, they came upon the 2 scouts sent to the nearby tower.
And remember, gamers, you can support this awesome human being by just going to terrabellum-shop.fourthworld.com and picking yourself up some fine merch.
Phone, stop plugging my merch.
Spicy or non-spicy Kaimkin, or half-half? What dipping sauce, what side?
You can do half-half? Bro, do half-half. Are you kidding? What dipping sauce? I doubt they have honey dough. If there's like a honey mustard? The non-spice is trash. Let's do half-half. I'll make up my own decision. Kaimkin. I say half-half and like honey mustard, if they have that. Or don't they have like some crazy good Popeyes? Dude, I haven't had Popeyes in forever. What is a good dip from Popeyes? Blackened ranch. Okay, blackened ranch. Boom. And what side? Guys, what's the go-to side? I need public opinion. Get your I hate it here merch. Terra merch at the merch place. Phone. Red beans and rice. Mashed, bro, they have mashed taters. Come. No edible. The fries are okay. They're mid, eh? Dirty rice. Red beans and rice is solid. I want red bean and rice. That actually sounds like it goes hard. Oh, mashed potatoes and gravy. Oh crap, it's a toss-up. Okay, I'm going to coinflip.com. Heads, red bean and rice. Tails, mashed potatoes and gravy. Coin flip. Heads, what did I say? Red bean and rice. Heads. Only if it's heads twice in a row. Shit. Okay, just go red bean and rice. It was heads. It was heads. Oh man. You can have bowls, Tara? That's too much. You get two? You get two? Okay, I would like red bean and rice and mashed potatoes and gravy. Yo, I'm being fat tonight. I'm being a chonker tonight. I deserve it, dude. After all the emotional trauma I've gone through in this game, I deserve it. Boom. There we go. Boom. Done. Easy clap. Easy clap. Thank you, chat. You saved my dinner. Oh, okay. Where were we? I have yet to hear a full account, but it seems that one of them, your friend, I believe, had been wounded and was being dragged away by the other. Don't mess with my head right now. Alphino's reaction. We're moving on. I was okay, and then I saw Alphino. How dare they? He was even like shaking a little bit. Okay. Whew. I must go. Forgive me, Your Grace. I'm gonna lose my shit. I'm gonna end stream. I'm gonna end stream. If I end stream, it can't happen. If I end stream, it can't happen. Can you tell us aught of Arenvald's condition, Your Grace? The wounded scout. Not save that it is grave. The chirurgeons tend to him even as we speak. The infirmary must be inundated with the wounded. If all of us go, we'll only get underfoot. Sir, Estinian, would you mind going after Alphino? He may need some support from someone other than me. Zoe! My partner stopped playing a bit into Heavensward because, as she says, if I don't play, they can't kill my friends. That's literally how I feel moving into Endwalker. I have no idea what's gonna happen, and if I don't play Endwalker, nothing bad can happen. It'll be fine. I just stopped playing. As I said, I wanted to stop playing after Estinian called Red Alphino, called her Alphino. That's when I was like, okay, game's over. Boom, I'm happy. Everything's done and happy. I'm also buying chicken with bones as a treat. You want normal fried chicken? Sue you? I will. I will. I like my chicken boneless, thank you. But you can get it. I'll have a piece. As we said earlier, if you don't play, you can't fix Xenos. This is true. Damn it. Damn it, Xenos. Why do I have to fix you? Prepare to be sued. When Hillary was in the middle of the vault cutscene, people were like, if you ult F4, he's still alive. Oh, rando. Oh. If you don't finish Endwalker, you can't get cute glam from Island Sanctuary. This is very true. Dude, I can't wait for Island Sanctuary. Mustardu? In my Final Fantasies? It's more likely than you think. Thank you. The rest of us will see that the relevant people know what took place in Pageltan. They're all nodding. Yeah, yes. Do. Come on, then. Let's go cheer up our friend. Everything will be fine. The price for fixing Xenos is high. It's a price I will pay. I see a lost soul. I must save him. Pew, 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 pew. Oh, is this full caster club? Holy, someone farmed. Holy, someone farmed. Pagelthan chest wrap casting. Pagelthan. Oh no, new Emperor's gloves. Pagelthan breaches of casting. Someone was farming. Oh, it has back tats. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Okay. I'll be back for you, Pagelthan. I will be farming a lot of Pagelthan in the near future. Expert Roulette means I have a good chunk of the Pagel set. Also updated plate! No! Not ignore you, just read a nosing chat. This is so cute! It looks like the book's falling and you're jumping to grab it. That's precious. Pagelthaniel. Pagelthaniel, my friend. I have returned. Alright, let's go to the frontistery. Are those little baby sprouts? Are those little baby sprouts? Oh, look how cute, you guys. Look how cute. So cute. So cute. Look at them in their little cutscene by the airship. Where am I going? I'm going down, right? We're yelling timber, I think. You better move. You better dance. Yeah, there are only a couple instances both in ARR when you go, ARR sprouts! I hope they survive. I hope they survive ARR. Because there are great things waiting for them. Water them, care for them, watch them grow. Exactly, exactly. Look at those sprouts, so green, so cute. Listen, I have to appreciate the sprouts because I'm literally gonna lose mine on Saturday. I have to look and admire them. Better pizza, better ingredients. That's the power of Papa Sean. High quality ingredients, high quality pizza. How can I commend a player out in the wild? How can I commend a player out in the wild? I have to whisper them. You are amazing. Keep it up, champ. I saw your videos on YouTube. I'm here to say, I'm here to see you cry. I mean, enjoy the game. Ah, an emotional vampire. Another emotional vampire joins us. Welcome in, SWAT Omega. Oh man, this person's amazing. We love a cosplayer who commits to the bit, even down to like the generic glam. You love to see it. You absolutely love to see it, dude. That's incredible. Oh, okay, let's move on. They're not even like a super like noticeable place either. Like you could go chill by the Aetheryte. Go chill by the Aetheryte, sir. Papa Sean? Oh my god, I'm so short. Oh boy. Okay, let's go. Arnvald is alive. Everything is fine. It's just a scare. It's just a scare to make Alphino sad. They're just trying to hurt his feelings. But Papa Sean is usually chasing down Nanamo and Luliro. Oh, is that why they're up here? You know what? Okay. Lore friendly. Oh, goddammit, I went down some stairs I shouldn't have. Lore friendly reason for them to be here. Did you also min height your Lala? I think I might have. Is there a way for me to find out? I might have min heighted. I think my logic might have been if small, then very small. I believe was my logic. Bro, how do I get in there? Oh, right here. Min height Lala is the only way to play. Only small. I feel very small. Shorter. Papa Sean is the leader of the Crown's Guard. Paladins who are Nanamo's personal. Wait, so was that Papa Sean in the cutscene behind Nanamo, like literally 5 minutes ago, and I didn't realize that that was Papa Sean? Oh boy. Whoopsies. I didn't realize that that was Papa Sean. You made your Lala Xenos max height because it'd make him look kind of chonk. Accurate, yep. I want to make a wind-up Xenos. If I ever make an alt, it's probably going to be a wind-up Xenos, even though I don't want to play Samurai. I would just like AFK in Samurai and then play other classes. Oh, I did recommend it the other day. Did you watch it, Tara? Watch what? Mad because small. No, we're going to save it during emotional trauma. We're going to save it during emotional trauma. And then we'll watch some Mad because small. You said it was good laughs, right? Is Estinian doing the thing again? Where the frick is he? Where the frick is he? Oh my god. The fact that you stalk me around is very good. Not mad because small. MAD. MAD because small? Hello? I take it Alphino is fond of Arnvald. I know how he feels, but hand-wringing isn't going to help anyone. You'd better have a word. Estinian, why are you... Bro. Come... No, this is upsetting me. All right, if you're gonna be here, I'm gonna be here with you, okay? Okay. If we're hanging out here, we're hanging out here together. He's so cute. I love him. I like how he's looking down at me and I'm looking up at him. Oh, Rando, that's actually cute. He wants to be around in case Alfie needs him, but he doesn't want to be overbearing. That's actually cute. But like, he could at least be right here. He could at least be like right here, being his edgy self. Whoops, I missed. The way potatoes lead is super cute. Everything potatoes do is super cute. Instead of standing there gawping, why don't you tell your friend to stop whining like an underfed dog? People are fighting for their lives in there. Fordola, bestie. Can you have some growth? Can you have some character growth? We saw a tiny little bit of it in the Lakshmi duty, but can we have like a bit more as a treat? Like just a crumb? Just a crumb. You're being a little bit insufferable right now, honey. A little bit insufferable. Cheer the fuck. Okay, I can't swear. YouTube will demonetize me. She's still trying to keep her mask on. She's trying so hard. She's trying so hard. Honey, we love you, but please stop being so angry. Literally. The potatoes are always cute unless they're plotting regicide and farming and framing scions. Yes, then maybe a little less cute. She didn't leave Arenvald for dead, at least. True. Oh my god. Okay, usually I don't reveal chat, but hang on. The Papa Sean person responded. Let me move my chat real quick. If you could read that, it says, "Ah, my apologies. I was taking a break from finding not Lilira. You take care now. I must return to my search." That is awesome, dude. That is awesome. The RP, the commitment to the bit. I love this person. I love this person. Even the hesitated, Lilira. You take care now. I must return to my search. Dude, so cute. So cute. I love this person. Please. Anyways, now we're jumping from that into Alphino being upset. And scene. Here we go. Please, tell me something. Anything. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. It's so good to find those gems. That's why I always whisper them. Because if they catch you, yeah, I'm just going to reply with, keep up the good work. I love them so much. If they catch you and in a moment where they're not fully AFK, their responses are usually fire. And you know they love it. You know they love people appreciating their RP. Fordola needs to project her anger onto someone. Because someone, you know, the one she blames the most for Arenvald getting hurt is herself. Ray. Yeah, that's accurate. Fordola's actually most mad at themselves. Another one come to see the lad in silver armor. Master Dameliot is attending to him as we speak. If you'd be so kind as to wait. What did Master I hate this name, Dameliot, say? Tell me his exact word. I think it's Dameliot. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna actually scold him. I'm gonna actually scold him because he is still young. Enough, Alphino. This isn't helping. I think he needs to hear it right now. But you're right. Forgive me. When we said our farewells to Arenvald, I was afraid that something like this might happen. And now that it has, all we can do is wait. He needed to be scolded. He's still small. He's still small baby. And before the T is silent because French, you're right. You're right. Boop.
Fordola, have you been waiting here all this time?
Oh my god, Ray, you're right. If Fordola's been here the whole time, she 100% blames herself. She is projecting so hard.
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
No? Oh my god.
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Oh, right. It would strain him to try and stay awake. Dude, she so blames herself. Look at her. She's suffering.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know. Perhaps I could have...
Could have what? Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself. You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the warrior of bloody light.
Physical violence. Physical violence.
People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
I've been personally attacked. I have been personally attacked. Fordola, why did you come for me like this? Honey, why did you do me like this? Listen, I'm gonna cry. It's how I process things. It's how I process emotions, okay? I can't handle loss, okay? Listen, Fordola, listen here. That felt, honestly, that felt like a personal attack. That felt like a personal attack. This feels like a warning moving into Endwalker. Oh boy, all right. Okay, fine, Fordola. I will be stoic. I won't shed a single another tear for no loss of companions. Not even you.
It may be.
The biggest lie I've ever said.
Victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
Alfie's a man after my own heart.
All life is precious. Oh, you need to grow up, little man, before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
Dude, she's an emotional wreck.
You're right. He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
Thank you, Estinian.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot'll be next. And what'll become of your precious dreams then?
Someone else will carry them on.
They'll be gone. Like dust on the wind.
Yo, she needs a hug.
Dreams worth fighting for don't die so easily.
Damn right. God, I love this man. Estinian is such a freaking bro. He really is. Get her, stinky boy. Low blow to Alphino of all people. When you think about his time with the Crystal Braves, truly. It was an insensitive... And she should know that. She can't control her echo. She should know his history, right? Whether she wants to or not. She was restraining herself to deck Alphino. Yup. Brutal clothesline from Estinian. Emotional clothesline. Clothesline, sorry. She would never say that in Heavensward. He would never say that. He would have never have said that in Heavensward. You're right. You're right, Zara. The growth, GG Estinian, honestly. Like sands through the hourglass, so are the days of our lives. Serena, get out. Get out. I will never forget. I was running Praetorium, and when Nero started monologuing, somebody in my party chat was like, "Oh my god, it's Days of Argarleans," and I lost it. It's too real. The drama in Praetorium. The drama in Praetorium is unreal. Could have sworn I saw something over there. Oh man. Brostinian for real. Dude, I love Estinian. I'm so glad he got over his edgy phase. All it took was mind melding with a dragon and a little camping trip with a young boy and a wonderful woman. That's all it took to change him. All I was missing during that entire stretch of Praetorium was a pregnancy and a divorce. Honestly. So true. And a potato of light. Yes, and a potato of light, Bear. Estinian is a really good friend. He traveled down the road and back again. His heart is true. He's a pal and a confidant. He is. We need Praetorium edited in the style of dramatic soap operas. Nero enters the screen and there's like 20 blurred cuts. That would be fire. All it took was a change in perspective that started to melt away the hate in his heart. Yep. No, Terra, it was Golden Girls. Oh my god. You're now heterosexual. Homosexuality revoked. I'm sorry. Did he not get the Golden Girls reference? I didn't get the Golden Girls reference. I've never seen Golden Girls. I'm sorry. You can take my gay card. Oh my actual Edible. Edible has lost it. Okay, listen. I didn't watch a lot of TV as a child. I got a gaming addiction very early on in my life. I got a gaming addiction. We got an N64. I basically stopped watching TV. Like mainline TV, I like never watched. Gaming addiction took me by storm, and TV didn't feel as compelling as gaming, so I would just always game in my free time instead. Same when you got your N64 and Zelda, it was over. Yep. So there's like a media gap that makes it seem like I've been living under a rock my whole life. No. I've been living under an N64 my whole life. Okay. I remember watching Desperate Housewives when that was a thing. Dude, no. There was oh god. There was a show. It was like when I would get home from school, it would start turning on and I would literally just like immediately switch the source to gaming. I don't remember what it was, but I had a friend that was absolutely obsessed with it, and it was something along the lines of Days of Our Lives or Desperate Housewives. It was something super dramatic soap opera like that, and I could not. I cringed every single time the opening came on. And I was like, "Ugh!" And I would like change the channel or turn on the gaming. Your husband has been correcting this. Wait, did your husband force you through Golden Girls? Wait. Bold and the Beautiful? That sounds familiar. Gilmore Girls? No, I willingly watched Gilmore Girls. I willingly chose to watch Gilmore Girls. In German version, Estinian's last line was, "Well, I don't plan to die soon," in response to Fordola. Nice. I like that, actually. I like that a lot. Your husband and you watch Golden Girls and you tuck him in for... That is the cutest, gayest thing I've ever heard. Edible, that is so precious. That is so precious. Do yourself a favor, Tara. Marathon Golden Girls with your boo. Are you sure? Stop. Is it that? No, I feel like you guys are gassing it up too much. Is it actually that good? I have like no frame of reference really, so I'm like, huh? It's such a good show. Stop. I don't believe you. Never get that the Golden Girls was used as the ideal D&D adventuring party? What? You've never actually seen it, but you still got the reference? Oh my lord. Honestly, it was so progressive and way ahead of its time. Whoa, wow, rando same brain. It was so progressive for its time. Gay card revoked. Lobster, no. My gay card's already revoked, don't worry. They already took it. Bestie, don't worry. But wait, I watched Gilmore Girls willingly. Can I have like half the card back? I willingly chose to watch Gilmore Girls. If you're out on the road. I at least get like half the card back. No? Oh my lord. Okay, listen. Listen. No soup for you. Go watch the Legends of Vox Machina. Vox, that sounds anime as hell. What the hell is that? Are you keeping up with Raccoon Police Doctor? Oh, yeah, I've never seen Drag Race though. I've never seen Drag Race. You can have the gay card. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can I apologize? Will you forgive me? Drag Race isn't for everyone. Okay, but I know it's like fire. I know it's fire, but it also ties into the thing that I just don't have time for a lot of media in my life. So forgive me. What gay card did you have? So fair, so fair. Okay, my claim to gay is that as a young child, when I started watching anime, I chose to watch Gravitation. And if you know Gravitation, I love you. I love you so dearly. If you know Gravitation, I'll forgive you if you don't. But it was like the gayest thing that I willingly went out of my way to watch. Shunichi! Yeah, you know edible. Okay, fair. Okay, let's continue story. Off on that tangent. Oh, bitch, I knew. Very familiar with Gravitation, yes. First yaoi I ever watched? Same. I like watched it in shame, in dark, at like when everyone else was in bed. I was like watching Gravitation and living my best little gay life. Had that, dude, okay, wait, but the OST for Gravitation goes so hard. It bops, dude. I had it on a playlist when I was young. Watch Golden Girls while grinding your relics, you punk. Wait, that feels like a threat. I need Terra to watch Drag Race so I can pitch him my idea of Drag Race or Eorzea. Okay, wait. I need to stop real quickly. Do they say mama a lot? Because whenever I'm in Andy Maxter's stream, it's like something happens and he's like mama. And it's just, it has such power and such weight behind it. And I literally live for it. Something happens and he's like, mama, no, that's not how you do it. Like, it's just so good. Mama's like very normal in drag culture. That would be it. That would do it. Andy is a Drag Race reference every 4 seconds. And yet I love Andy. So, I mean, it would be a natural progression for me. Since Endwalker will start next week, I'm gonna log out and let my eyes adjust. You have to be ready for the late nights, Jolly. The late nights of crying. Jolly, I love you so much. It's more an exasperated version of, oh honey. Yeah, I feel it. Okay, I know. There's nothing more I can do here. Come, let us rejoin the others. Time for a stark contrast of emotion. Her Grace invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to join her in the fragrant chamber. Your comrades have already arrived. Will the 3 of you be joining them? Yes. We will. Don't worry, no crying in Endwalker. It's all happy times. Right, it is. I appreciate stumbling across 2 great gay boys playing 14 recently. Terra and Andy are both so much fun. Stop! Andy's raided me like twice now, and I can't handle it. If only Andy could actually hang out, then we could see if he actually likes me or is just tolerating me. I adore Andy so much. Also glad I stumbled on Terra. Golsop, get the hell out of here. Stumbled on Terra.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Think not of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Arenvold. It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition.
I didn't cry.
Rest assured,
Delete.
He will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word.
I didn't cry, but I was shook. I had to stop when I saw Alphino's reaction. I had to collect myself. But I didn't cry. He's not dead. He's not dead, so I'm okay. Play 14, they said. It'll be fun, they said. I just want to quickly reread this because it's kind of talking over it. It was the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word.
Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission.
Aye, aye. Oh, I'm so proud of you, Tara. I definitely cried. He isn't dead yet. Edible, get out. Don't even get out.
Pippin, pray relate to our guests the details of Fordola's account.
See, not everything is bad because we get Pippin content. Pippin Precious Bean. Get, I hate you guys. Get out of my chat room with that yet nonsense. He will live. He will make full recovery.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit.
Hey, that's exactly what I said.
Daniel would doubtless have it.
Same brain, Thancred. High five.
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within.
Yeah. The chat is good at distraction today. Chat has been lighthearted and goofy today. It's been nice. It's been good for me. After yesterday's stream, this has been very healing. So thank you guys for being goofy and fun, because I needed it today.
Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive.
But if that was the case, hang on, let's wait.
They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
Right, it doesn't always need to be in distress to summon a primal. Right. Okay. Yesterday was tragic, yeah. Am I also doing 5.55 tonight? What time is it right now? Maybe we'll finish it Tuesday. Because this is close to the usual end time that I would stop. And I don't want to go too long tonight. Whew.
It all
just faith and belief, yeah.
Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital.
Oh?
Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
So
While
there was
the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns.
So there was one of these things built in Garlemald. Is that not the thing that Thancred was saying they were like building it with insane speed?
Ifrit was not the only primal summoned. At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities.
How many towers were there? There was 5 towers, weren't there? Let's make some assumptions. Let's say Ifrit, Garuda, Titan. I know we saw Ravana in the trailer. Oh boy. Oh boy. There was a bunch of towers. Plus one we're assuming in Garlemald. But the one in Garlemald could very well have summoned Bahamut. Could have summoned
None appear
Bahamut.
to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak.
You need only tell me where they are, Your Grace. Sign me up.
Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now.
That seems unwise.
After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause.
Nice, dude.
It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table. And I know that I speak for all of the allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do.
Dude, peace with the beast tribes. This is so cool. Not only a cure for tempering, but peace with beast tribes.
This was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Paglfan. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
They cannot rely on you for everything, otherwise they'll forget to do anything without you. That's honestly a very good point. Terra, wash your face! No, I never will. I never will. Dirty face Lala forever.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
This is cool. During last FanFest, it was declared that the Beast Tribes were going to be simply referred to as tribes, dropping the Beast moniker as society has evolved beyond it. I love that, Tutor. I love that. Meanwhile, in the streets of Ul'dah, Papa Shan is still looking for her grace. Where is he? Is he still standing there? Where is he? Where is he? Before we talk to all of the NPCs. He was like right over... Papa Shan? He was right over here somewhere. Papa Shan? Not there. Papa Shan. She's right there! I found her! Ha! Oh! He moved on. He's still looking for Lilira. Do 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 do. Papa Shant. The tribes are some of the main antagonists since A Realm Reborn. This piece has been in the making for 10 years. Same with I walked right past everyone. Same with the tempering. Same with the tempering. It's so cool. Like, it's such a sense of closure for really A Realm Reborn story. Like 3 expansions later. It's so cool. It happens in the UI at a certain MSQ point. God, that's so cool. We no longer need to dehumanize the tribes. They are cultures and people of their own right. Yeah, and they always were. We were just in a needless war. No, Estinian! Buddy! Stay here! If there's no reason... Oh, wait! Why'd that dude slap me? Hello? If there's no reason to linger, I will take my leave. Why did that sprout just... Hey! You don't even have an adventure play. Come here. Come here, you little shit. Come here. How dare you drive-by slap me? What? What's with this sassy lost sprout, dude? What is wrong with him? Alright, I'm gonna make peace real quick. Sassy sprout. Why did he slap me? Hang on, where's my heavens crackers? There they are. I wish I had something to give him. Maybe he tripped over a Lala once. Oh, wait, at what point in the story is he? Has he met Teleji Adeleji already? Maybe he bears a hatred for Lalas now. How can he slap me, sir? Oh, man. And this is when the shift to tribe and not beast tribe happened. We can't just keep calling them a slur when they are as intelligent as we are. Totally. Oh.
I got a box of chicken too. It's like 9 pieces.
Oh my god. Terra fat today. Praise the Popeyes! Popeyes sponsor me for that, okay? Thank you. Thank you. I expect royalties. Thank you. You're welcome for the free promo. Praise chicken! The sprout got that wind-up slap. They were like... To be fair, I did spend some time slapping Teleji Adeleji in that general area on my second playthrough. Maybe he's there. He's probably there. I feel like. Terry, you become so violent since getting the Power Ranger emotes. I saw Alala one time doing this and it made my day. And so I literally bought the Power Ranger emotes just for this. But also, they're great for posing after boss fights. They're literally made for posing after boss fights. It's great. Ooh, I almost went to Alizé. That was dangerous. As a heap of Popeyes. Yo, I'm gonna get so chonky after this stream. Woo! Self-care is gonna be happening. Ooh, it's gonna be good. Amidst this great push for peace with the beast tribes, we would do well to remember that old prejudices yet remain. It is a delicate political dance, and I do not envy the Sultana her task, nor any alliance leader. Did the same thing with those emotes? They're too good. They're too good. There's 3 more quests for 5.5. Are you finishing it today, Tara? I feel like we could leave it for Tuesday and have Tuesday be our like story wrap up before Endwalker. And then we have, yeah, Thursday, Friday for whatever comes next. But this feels like an awkward part to leave it at. So I'm going to continue going at least with this quest. Snap is a close second. Snap was $7 just for Snap. So I didn't buy it yet. I like how I said yet. I meant to say I didn't buy it. I'm so lost, dude. Alphino knows only too well that sacrifices are an unavoidable part of conflict. But knowing something does not change how one feels about it. You yourself have shared adventures with Arenvald, have you not? Then I shall say no more. Why are you implying that I should be sad right now, Graha? Him not dead. Him not dead, sir. It goes on sale, don't worry. Okay, I'll pick it up on sale. Tuesday also means he gets to watch the Endwalker trailer. True. Okay, I'm a little torn. Guys, should we watch the Endwalker trailer so I can upload it to YouTube out of order? Because I won't have finished editing 5.4 and 5.5. And then I upload that on YouTube and then we go into Endwalker. Should I do it that way? Or should we save it until we're literally stepping into Endwalker? Yeah, no. Not today. Post 5.55. Not today. Save it. My question is, once we're done 5.55, should we watch it right then and there? Or should I save it for Saturday? Because Saturday is the day we're stepping into Endwalker. Same stream as 5.55? Okay, we'll do it that way. And then I'll upload it to YouTube, even though I haven't finished 5.3 or 5.4 or 5.5 yet. It'll just be a little out of order. I'm sad 5.55 wasn't today. Phone, I'm sorry. I just want to, if I start it now, it's going to be so hard to stop. And we can easily do it on Tuesday and take our time. Right then and there. Hell yeah. Hype yourself? Okay, hell yeah. And then all week we'll just be super hyped and watch it like 5 more times. Watch it like 5 more times in the meantime. There's some stuff in the trailer I wish they didn't show, but it is super hype. I mean, we watched 5.5. I knew something about the primals was going to happen, and it only got me hyped. Personally, Psycho. So I don't think... For me, controlled spoilers are not bad. For me, controlled spoilers are nice and get me so hyped up. But 5.55 is one of my favorite moments pre-Endwalker. Listen here, phone. I'm sorry. A streamer has to eat Popeyes chimkin. He a hungry boy. He gotta end the stream. Just not the launch trailer. The actual trailer? Wait, the teaser trailer? Oh, we'll figure it out. That's Tuesday Terra's problem. Current Terra, vibin', having a great time. With the secrets of the towers thus laid bare, our duty to prevent further abductions taketh on new import. Fail in this, and our enemy shall punish our negligence with a plague of primals. Even without the threat of tempering to contend with, the grand companies have quite a task on their hands. Regardless of her grace's protestations to the contrary, it may be best to dispatch a few of our own to assist in the endeavor. Remind me to mention it to Tataru, wouldn't you? Okay. There's a launch trailer, and then there's a patch trailer. Oh, so we don't want the launch trailer, right? I'm confused. Actual cinematic trailer is good. Launch trailer was genuinely too much shown. A lot of the community agreed when it came out. Okay, we will steer clear of that one then. Cinematic trailer, yes. Launch trailer, no. People get as pedantic about trailers as they do cinematic ones, and it frankly will not give you information you can use. Even still, I'll be careful. There's a CGI and then an in-game. Both released before the expansion and are teasers, K. Did I miss the duty? You did, Kershaw. We did Paglothan. It was so cool. Those golden fields, ooh, so cool. As Melilla says, the launch trailer is more like the patch trailers you were watching, while cinematic trailer is pure hype. Yeah, I think we'll stick to the cinematic then. I watched the launch trailer before Endwalker, and as a lore guy, the idea they are spoilers is insane. Like, as in, they're not spoilers because you don't have context. Launch trailer will also have, okay, we'll make that decision Tuesday. We're not there yet, but we'll make that decision Tuesday. We'll sit there and we'll go, do we also watch launch trailer? And we'll decide then. Though we have won our first battle against the Telophoroi and made significant discoveries to boot, the war has scarcely begun. We must steel ourselves for what lies ahead. I was here for Paglothan. I may have made it back in time if you... Oh yeah, I have no clue what you're referring to. So you made it back in time. Although we might be ending right away. I think we're going to save the rest for Tuesday. Right then. Unless anyone has any objections, I think it's about time we return to the Rising Stones. And that includes you, Alphino. Arnvald is in good hands here. Up tomorrow. Of course. He would doubtless mock me for pacing about the infirmary. Let us retire, then, that we might regain our strength and readiness for the coming challenges. If all are in agreement, then, I shall let Krell know to expect us. A hot bath and a hearty meal shouldn't be beyond... Hearty meal? I don't know if I want to take a hot bath, but a hearty meal, though? Hearty meal shouldn't be beyond arranging with the time available. Personally, the launch trailer was super hype for you. I'll probably end up watching it. Hang on, I'll probably end up watching it. There's zero reason not to watch something Square released before the patches came out. They care as much about the story as we do, and they deemed something appropriate, it is. I'm inclined to agree with that. The people that wrote us this story would also take deep, deep care as to not ruin the experience with a teaser. It was pretty deceptive, in a good way. I don't think there's any reason to watch it. Just the cinematic one. Again, we'll decide. Cutscenes might take a while, yeah, especially with the frequent pauses that I tend to take. Trust your gut, yeah. Matters what you think. Some people are hungry for reactions, so don't feel pressured, yeah. Dirty Face says, no to bath. No to bath, I keep Dirty Face. Bum, bum. Shadowbringers launch trailer probably did go too far, but the Endwalker one was just fine. And see, I have to say the Shadowbringers launch trailer was just the right level of hype for me. It didn't spoil anything. That moment when we saw what I called baby Minfilia in the trailer was insanity and got me so hyped. Like, ooh. It would be good to be home. I have some thinking to do. The whole Master Matoya, my brain wasn't even functioning. Master Matoya. I was like, huh? Minfilia is super hype. That moment was so cool in the Shadowbringers trailer. People generally cry spoilers due to the Shadowbringers launch trailer because it revealed that Hydaelyn and Zodiac were primals, but any lore expert was already thinking that since Ifrit in ARR. Damn! Terra, I don't know that you saw the Shadowbringer launch trailer. Oh! Wait, are we talking launch? Oh no, I saw the cinematic trailer. Oh. Oh. They did the Zodiac Hydaelyn primals. Oh. I did have that mind blow moment in 5.0 when Emmett was talking about them. And that may have been ruined by the launch trailer. Not a huge deal. Yeah. Here's the thing. Either I had my mind blow moment during the launch trailer or I had my mind blow moment during the story. Either way, it's the same mind blow at different time. You know what I mean? We'll do a poll, or I'll just go by my gut feeling. Yes, I'll try asking him. And thank you. I shall look forward to it. Our comrades eagerly await our return, and Kryl in particular has a few matters she is keen to discuss, one of which concerns you, Estinian, believe it or not. You will join us, won't you? Please? Fine! Oh, I'm so happy. I thought he was running off already. Really? I thought you said you were avoiding that Baldessian woman. Oh my god. If I refused, she would only pursue me. Let's get this over with, shall we? Baldesian? It's not Baldessian, is it? Baldesian. Whoopsies. Trust your gut, do what seems best. That's what we'll leave it to. What are you staring at? Excuse you? What are you don't you have some work to be doing? Frickin' wallflower. Just watching our whole conversation. He was there in the cutscene too, just like... Rude ass. Rude ass. Okay, let's go. It is Baldessian. Oh, okay. Baldessian. Estinian only fears two things. Kryl and Tataru. That is so true. Furious. That is so true. I was right. Okay. Maybe he thinks you're cute. I mean, I'm pretty adorable. Look at this. Wait, what is this angle? This camera angle? Just my little head. Look, that man was told to guard those stairs. No stair thief is getting on his watch. I never would have guessed Kryl would be the one holding the leash for Estinian way back when. Neither. Or Tataru. Well, actually, I could have guessed Tataru. But Kryl? But Kryl, though? Pray return to the Rising Stones. To Mordauna. Oh, he's just mad he didn't get an invite to the Rising Stones as well. Ooh, that's awkward. Yo, Nintendo Switch? Nintendo Switch? What the hell was that? What the hell was that? Like flash? Huh? Oh, that's a sick plate. Oh, it's a weapon animation. That is a sick plate. Abusing that weapon animation? Ooh. Smart. Clever girl. Wait, am I on Modouin right now? Guys. There's little sprouts and everything running around. Modouin's surviving. It's growing. Fair brings a tear to mine eye. I see a person. I see a person. I'm gonna poke them. You're doing great, Sweaty. You're doing great. You are a sprout. Shut the hell up. As of Saturday, I won't be. Oh, straight into cutscene. He looks like a soft elephant.
Back. I expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time.
Absolutely. If you have not seen their plate, Tutor, literally the cutest gay Elezen that I've ever seen. Literally so cute. Did we ever get a playtime? Yeah, I'm gonna lose my Sprout, Kershaw. It's like 600 hours. No, that's not right. Is it 600? Oh boy, is it 600 hours? Did anyone do the math? It's a lot. I have a problem. Terra's getting wistful because he's about to go through 14 puberty and his sprout will pop off. Yep. That's exactly right. I'm seeing all these sprouts and I'm going, that's not going to be me anymore. 300 hours completing. Yeah, I'm definitely over 300. I think it was 28 days. My slash played. I believe it was 28 days and I think someone did the math and it's a lot of hours.
Thanks to Arenvold's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald. Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophoroi's stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star.
That's BS.
And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
Okay.
It is possible the ancient knowledge preserved within their archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
You scared the crap out of me. My dip! Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus. But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that.
You'd think.
I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldessian will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope.
Yeah.
If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough.
Hello, I am student. Please help us with calamity.
I shall depart for Sharlayan at once.
Oh no.
But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay.
Okay.
After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing.
Yep, me too.
A topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
Mm-hmm. And?
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly?
Directly? I don't think she did even once in the first. Directly. Well, she used Minfilia as a sort of translator, as a medium. Dude, has she not spoken to us directly since, like... no, not Heavensward. When? Oh my god, maybe! Because Minfilia went to speak for Hydaelyn late Heavensward. Oh my god, it's been a minute. You kind of heard her fake self with Ardbert. I mean, but spoken to us directly is her question. We heard her voice during the, like, meteor moment with a little bussy. But she wasn't speaking to us directly. That was just her answering machine running forever, yeah. Like the radio signal constantly going out for new apostles? I don't think that's the right word I was looking for. The last time she spoke to us directly has been so long. I know for sure she speaks to you directly during the fight with Ultima weapon. But I literally, it's been so long I can't think of another moment where she spoke to us directly. It's been a while. It's been a while. Did she speak to us in the Crystarium? No, that was not to us directly. Warrior of Light Terra. Near the end of the Dragon Song War is the correct answer. This is not right. She wasn't speaking to us directly.
When you regained her blessing, was it not?
Yeah.
But never since. Not in all your time in the first.
Yeah, no.
When you faced the Unsundered, the very heart of Zodiark.
Yeah, no, she wasn't around.
History
Weird.
shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light.
Weird. Heavensward, when we circled the crystal with Minfilia. Yeah, when she lore dumped all the way back then and told us about the Sundering and told us about trapping Zodiark in the moon. I think that's, if we're counting Minfilia as a direct line, then that would be it. Yeah, she speaks to you in Heavensward once you reconnect your blessing after Mindy broke it. Yeah. But she hasn't spoken to us directly since then. Yes, we heard her voice during the meteor shower, but that was the last direct conversation.
To our knowledge, however,
Or
she
direct
has
message,
not sought
not
to
conversation.
intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Which is very
Might not
sus.
the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in his judgment.
I think you're giving her too much credit, Eorzea.
Mayhaps she is. But following my initial discussion with Kryl, I made inquiries of my own. And as far as I am able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
Okay, well, here's what I'll say. I know I made the joke one time that we are tempered by Hydaelyn. I don't know if that's necessarily true, because if that were true, then it would be that Midgarsimer cured us of our tempering, right? So I don't think that's accurate. I don't think we are tempered by Hydaelyn, because Midgarsimer pulled it from us.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Reen. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn.
Mm-hmm.
It was Minfilia herself.
Mm-hmm. Minfilia being medium is the only word I can think of. Kind of a translator.
While she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition.
Yeah.
A messenger,
Messenger.
yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
Conduit, I think is the word I'm looking for. Thank you. She was merely interpreting the will.
Could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether.
She could be blocked.
Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular.
Okay. I didn't even think about that. When you accidentally block God's number, ooh, awkward. She got a 30-day ban.
Resolved though I am to go, believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now, of all times.
Yeah, it's not the greatest timing, but it's for a very good reason, Kryl.
Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number. And so I must ask you again, will you join us?
Please. Look at his little face. You can't say no to that face.
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault.
And?
But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing.
Sad puppy eyes out. No, it was so cute. Hydaelyn got caught modding. Hydaelyn just couldn't live without their plogons. They got banned. Did Estinian see Hades Town? No, I don't believe they did.
I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Alamigo. You inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear.
Okay, really quickly. Really quickly, this is a Terra brain thing. Hang on, my browser's loading slowly. This is absolutely a Terra brain thing, and I'm so sorry. But every single time somebody says hopes and dreams, every single time somebody says hopes and dreams, that pops into my head without failure. Without failure. Whew.
But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go.
I love him. What's that? It's from Undertale. It's literally called Hopes and Dreams. Where did I heard this from Undertale? It's such a good theme. It is such a good theme. Hopes and Dreams. Beautiful.
If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
Thank you, Estinian.
Aww.
Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
Gra.
And now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Sharlayan, and do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
I shall do my very best.
Smash Bros. Entry screen plays.
Farewell.
Estinian leaps into battle, literally. Bye, Krile. Be safe. Enjoy the political mess that is Sharlayan, I'm sure. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, we did the Shadowbringers raids, yeah. Oh my. Quite a varied assortment of weapons. Is he trying to pick his new class? Silly little boy. Likes to play with samurai swords.
Well, does this one meet with your approval?
Didn't even flinch, wow.
Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
He should go Scholar. Dude, imagine Scholar Xenos. That would be weird. That would be weird. Silly Xenos, you just need a jump crystal. Fun fact, some of these are extreme weapons. Ironworks weapons and relic weapons. That's cool as heck. That is cool as heck. Kill Bill, nice, thank you, thank you. I love Kill Bill.
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure. It will not affect our plans, I trust.
Van Daniel be like, I'm sensing some bad vibes. Are you perhaps upset?
Oh, hardly at all. Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance.
I have such a weakness for theater kids, dude.
Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord. We have only to wait for them to quicken.
The theatrics, they always win my heart.
Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
You know what? That bodes ill for us. I love Van Daniel, not gonna lie, little shit. I didn't love him until the voice break during his, like, announcement of his plans. The voice break is what started to win me over, but we'll see. We'll see if I'm right.
Draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use. Which brings me back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
And what weapon will he choose?
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
Oh.
Well, not quite what I was expecting. Though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
Come on. You're not gonna show me a weapon choice. Please. Please. Frick this game, dude. Frick this game. I'm uninstalling. Show me a weapon. Come on. Why do you tease me like this, video game? Why do you tease me like this? Well, you just have to keep playing, smiley face. Debated. Pain. Should we close out this quest right now? Before we end? Ooh, we're over our time I meant to play until. Or is this gonna hit us with another meanwhile? Yeah, it's probably safe. Let's finish up. Okay, let's finish up. None can deny that Heidelin's blessing has been a great boon to our cause, but much remains unknown with regard to her true intentions. Given everything we have learned from our encounters with the Ascians, we must keep our minds open to any and all possibilities. You already had your meanwhiles. Okay, that better be it for the meanwhiles. The sudden appearance of the towers will surely not have escaped the forum's notice. I would like to think they would be receptive to Kral's request for cooperation in investigating the matter, but unfortunately, their reputation would suggest otherwise. If I am to pursue this course, I must be prepared for the hardships that lie ahead. Correct. If you've need of my lance, I'll be ready. If not, I'll be reserving my strength in preparation for the next battle. But you can walk around. I didn't know you could walk around. What the hell? But since you're here, I have a question. The Scions are in close contact with the East Aldernard Trading Company of Kugane, yes? I was wondering if they could place an order for some sun-dried squid. I don't seem to be able to find any in these parts. Hey, that's cute. It strikes me as odd that rather than marching on one of the city-states, the Telophoroi have so far made only sporadic attacks. I doubt they'd go to the trouble of putting up all those towers if that was all they had in store for us. Though we know not the full extent of the Telophoroi's schemes, preventing further abductions must take precedence above all else, for therein lieth the key to depriving our enemy of its most potent weapon. Then you had to wait 6 weeks for 5.55. Oof. Oh, where's Hori? Hello? Where's Hori? Although Arenvald and I both served as Scions, I'm afraid that I have had few opportunities to speak with the lad. I do hope he is fit to return to active duty soon. Hey, Alian. When the tower rose up in Yangzha, my first thought was to stay in Doma to keep my grandfather safe. But when we heard the news of Bahamut's return, he bid me return to the Rising Stones to aid my fellow Scions. He sends his regards, by the way. Hey, thanks. Hori Boulder certainly cut a fine figure as he set off for his latest mission. I was so sad to see him leave, and my nights will be lonelier with just the one brother to keep me company. I fucking love horny Aenor. Horny Aenor gives me life, dude. Aenor's living her best life. It's okay. Hori will be back. They would never kill Hori. He'll be back. Her OnlyFans would be wild. Yeah, it would. Yeah. Real! I've been keeping me good eye on the towers and telling others to do the same. Of course, I don't mean just us Scions. I've got a whole network of scouts to keep me informed. Alize has been teaching me how to cure tempering using a porksy. I must say, the thought of being in such close proximity to one of the afflicted is rather daunting. You'll do it, Clemens. You got this. I was wondering why she wasn't over there scolding her sister. You got this, Clemens. Her last name is Coburn. Hori's at the clinic. Hori's at the clinic? Like in here? No, this is Dawn's first bite. So tempted to say yet. Lucian, I would ban you. Huh. Whoosh. Oh. R/whoosh. Right over my head. Sorry. Reread her last name there, Tara. Cockburn? I always thought that word was pronounced Coburn. Not Cockburn. Ochre, yes, Ochre Boulder is his brother. Yes, you're right, Southern. Yes. I've loved the Aenor, like, love triangle. Is it really a love triangle, or are they just like a throuple? That's the French-Canadian speaking? It literally is. It literally is, I'm sorry. Yeah, no. Besties, look up Coburn. I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Coburn. Is she Ellison as well? Because, yeah, then I guarantee you it's Coburn. But yeah. We'll say Cockburn. It's a gangbang. Oh no. I think it's a more open relationship than a love triangle. Nice. It's 2020. Dude, it's 2023. I almost said it's 2022. It's 2023. I'm having an existential crisis. I need to end stream. I'm having an existential crisis. How is it 2023? January what? January 14th. Yet. Stop saying yet. I hate you guys. Amidst all the fighting, it's easy to forget what we've achieved, isn't it? I mean, we cured Tiamat. Tiamat, for heaven's sake. You will tell me if I become insufferably smug, won't you? Because the way things are going, it feels like it's a definite possibility. No, smug Alize is so deserved, girl. So deserved. You can be smug all you want. Finish the quest, streamer? Yeah, I got it. Well, it looks like I'm gonna have a busy few moons. Not that they ever seem to be anything but. Thancred's got me dispatching troops to every corner of the realm, which is not to say I don't trust the Alliance, because I do. But when it comes to putting down primals, nobody does it better than us. Well, then you lot, more accurately. You won't catch me trading blows with a primal in the near future, but for every fell fiend you vanquish, there's countless meals to arrange, baths to fill, sheets to wash, stores to replenish, and the list goes on. Which is where I come in, and gladly, mind you. It's the least I can do to support the scions who risk life and limb. Like poor Arenvald. Stop! He's not dead. Stop, you guys. I wish there was something we could do for him, but we'll just have to settle for saying the odd prayer and keeping a roof over our heads. It wouldn't do to have him come back to complete shambles, now would it? But that's enough of my rambling. Off you go and get some rest. If there are any developments, I promise you'll be the first to know. Hang on, we gotta throw a quick prayer. Prayer for Arenvald. There it is. Prage. Tatar would be a good sage. True. 422 here. Almost on. Okay, I'm ending. Okay, I'm ending. Right here. Next to Ali. Hi, Ali. Love you. Lalas sit down to pray. They sure do. It is the cutest thing in the world. Gonna head out to good timing. Woo! If it's not way past your bedtime, I encourage you to stick around to whoever we're deciding to go to. Who is on right now? Who's on? Let me have a look. Guys, thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for the subs. Thanks for the time and the jokes. You guys kept the stream really lighthearted today, which was very nice, and I'm greatly appreciative of it. Chat was in a silly, goofy mood, and thank gosh for that. It made it very, very good today. Oh, we can go Spoofy. Cozy crafting, guild making, achievement hunting. Do you guys want to go Spoofy? I like Spoofy a lot. I like Spoofy a lot. I feel like you could put Spoofy on and fall asleep if you need like comfy vibes before bed. I'm glad I was able to catch the last bit. Yes, we'll be continuing on Tuesday. If we're done too early into the stream, then I don't know what we'll start. We'll find something. We'll find something to do. And then Bosnia. At some point. Tara, have you seen that new male chair? Yeah, I have. They're kind of come hithery. They are very come hithery, and I don't like seeing it on a Lala. It makes me uncomfy. Sounds good. Story time. Oh, we could lodestone. Terry Lynn, I love that idea. In between Bosnia, depending on how it goes, because I don't really know what to expect. If there's a lot of downtime in Bosnia, we could story time. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, I'm sending you guys to Spoofy, okay? Spoofy's awesome. We've rated them once before. Their vibes are great. Great. I love you guys so much. Please eat water, drink food, Take your meds if you've forgotten to do that, which, gosh, I hope you have not. And we'll see you guys on Tuesday, okay? Enjoy your weekend, or what's left of it. And please, please take care of yourselves, okay? Mwah, mwah, love you, love you. See you on Tuesday. It'll be fine. We won't cry. It'll be great. Okay, bye, love you, mwah. I'm so scared.
Don't be scared.
I am scared, though. It's over. It's over for me. What you say? I'm fucking dead as hell.